Ghana, Sierra Leone, and the rest. IT is also expensive. So a government must then balance between the hardcore infrastructure and then data management and the rest. So it's not like a private sector that has, doesn't have those type of challenges. So the reality is that, well, that market woman, that driver out there doesn't understand virus. I don't mean the professor virus of COVID-19. I mean our own IT virus. You understand? So when you spend money to buy antivirus, to buy these, you have to really look at it as to how do you explain it to the populace that is not tech savvy? Because we have different categories of people. And there will be some that will hold you on, there will be some. So for government in this part of the world, those are some of the challenges that we do. So basically, like I said, I don't want to look at a speech that's provided. And so I hope I've contributed to the discussion. I want to thank everybody for coming, and I hope that you've enjoyed yourself. Thank you very much.
So we're going to start with Matthew. Matthew, Lori, please put your hands together for Matthew. Congratulations, well done. 3 million naira is not a joke. Well done. Next, we're going to call on Bola Olo. Bola, please step forward and receive your check. I know because we have the mask on, we would have seen the smiles and the grins, but it's fine. Congratulations, Bola. Also, we're going to call on Chukwuemeka Onora. Chukwuemeka, please come forward. Congratulations, Chukwemeka. Chukwemeka cannot resist smiling to the cameras. 5 million naira, ladies and gentlemen. Please put your hands together for Chukwemeka. Also, we have Abdulaziz Ogunjobi. Abdulaziz Ogunjobi, 5 million naira. Congratulations. And then we have Kemdilim K Uwaje Bigo, Skill Up Africa Limited. She'll be going with 5 million naira as well. That's the award. Well done. Congratulations.
And we do have more winners, but unfortunately, due to the pandemic, they can't join us. But these are some of the winners who are present to receive their awards.
Please let all the winners come together so we can have a group picture or group photograph. So we're going to start with Matthew. Matthew, Lori, please put your hands together for Matthew. Congratulations, well done. 3 million naira is not a joke. Well done. Next, we're going to call on Bola Olo. Bola, please step forward and receive your check. I know because we have the mask on, we would have seen the smiles and the grins, but it's fine. Congratulations, Bola. Also, we're going to call on Chukwemeka Onora. Chukwemeka, please come forward. Congratulations, Chukwemeka. Chukwemeka cannot resist smiling to the cameras. 5 million naira, ladies and gentlemen. Please put your hands together for Chukwemeka. Also, we have Abdulaziz Ogunjobi. Abdulaziz Ogunjobi, 5 million naira. Congratulations. And then we have Kemdilim K Uwaje Bigo, Skill Up Africa Limited. She'll be going with 5 million naira as well. That's the award. Well done. Congratulations.
And we do have more winners, but unfortunately, due to the pandemic, they can't join us. But these are some of the winners who are present to receive their awards.
Please let all the winners come together so we can have a group picture or group photograph.
say good
Welcome.
afternoon to everybody. The Honorary Commissioner for Agriculture, the Honorary Commissioner for Health, our Incident Commander on COVID. Can we please give him a round of applause?
Testing 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2 1 2.
The Honorary Commissioner
It's
for
not strong.
Energy,
It's not-
our
Testing 1 2
very
1 2.
smart special advisor on
you sure it's
innovation and
strong?
technology,
Testing,
the country
testing 1 2 1.
manager for Microsoft,
Arts and
the Honorary
Technology
Commissioner for
3.0.
Education, Honorary Commissioner for Transportation. The mask, I couldn't see you
Testing
very
1 2
well.
1 2. Arts and
This man must
Technology
be very popular
3.0.
to get all of it in one room.
Testing
And
1 2 1 2
distinguished
1 2.
participants, I want
Ladies
to
and
thank everybody here
Thank
that's
you so much for
present.
joining us. Testing 1 2
So
1 2 1
basically,
2.
because
Arts
I'm
and Technology.
confined to, so I have a speech, but I don't think it makes sense for me to actually look at that speech because I listened to this panel
Testing 1 2
on
1 2
education.
1 2.
So and I think that it's important for us to understand the essence of data.
2 1 2
So
1
there
2.
is a research that shows clearly that any institution,
Testing 1.
company, organization, NGO, whatever, that loses its data, the possibility is that that company will fold up a year or so after. So if you lose your data, because today we all know that data is the new currency. You know, just going back to the year 2000, when we have this Y2K, I'm sure some people in this room can remember. Nigerians in diaspora were making more money per hour than the barrel of oil. Let me say this again. In the year 2000, Nigerians in the UK, in the US, that understands IT, they were making more money than a barrel of petroleum that Nigeria holds very dear. So what does that tell us? It tells us that the most important asset that we have as a people is not petroleum. That's why it hasn't gotten us to anywhere. It's ourselves as a people and how we build ourselves together. In terms of data, think about it. They said that because of cloud computing, by the year 2025, we will have about 200 zettabytes, whatever that means. 200 zettabytes. Now, let's put it into context. All the books ever written since civilization, and you know there's been many books, all the journals, all the, whatever, everything that we've seen in universities, all those great universities around the world, all of them, if you put it together, it's not up to 1 zettabyte, all those information. So with IT and with what is going on, you now have 200 zettabytes. That's about 200 times what has ever happened since civilization in terms of books and whatever. So what that means is that the future of humanity will be determined by data. And therefore, I want to respond to the gentleman that spoke about democratizing. I don't know if he's still here. Utiva, right? Yeah, he spoke about democratizing these things. Now, I'm not really worried about it. You know why? We saw, if you go to Makoko today, Makoko, and I'm sure a lot of people here knows Makoko, we have young children, 10, 11, 12, that are coding today. So because, you know, and that's why he said he must give credit to those that teach at the primary level, because it's easier to teach the adults. But if that foundation is not that great, by the time they become adult, it will be weak. So the foundation of primary school is extremely important. That's why the Honorary Commissioner said that we are attempting to digitize our education and to make sure that our children can do a lot better. And what is the state also doing? So the state realized the need for broadband. So a lot of people have said when you deepen broadband penetration anywhere in any society, that the GDP increases by a certain percentage. Some say 4, some say 6, whatever it is. I think it depends on various other things. That's why it varies from country to another. So if the infrastructure, roads, and the rest is great, it goes up by 6%. And if it's not that great, it's about 4. But the conclusion is that it doesn't matter your status. If you increase the penetration of data or bandwidth, you do very well. So what Lagos State then decided to do is to make sure that we can have internet in all our institutions, primary schools, secondary schools, hospitals, offices. Now, in our environment, remember, it's a challenge. Because what happens before or today is that the telcos do that. And how do they do that? So they get approval to say, I want to dig. And you see people digging and then they lay. But the dilemma is that when company A digs, because they don't want to share, company B will also go and dig. Company C will also go and dig. So what that does for us is it sometimes destroys some of our infrastructure. So we build a road, but because it's, broadband is good, it's okay for us to have it, but now destroying the other infrastructure or busting water pipes in itself is a challenge. So what Lagos State decided to then do is let's own that infrastructure. Let's build a 3,000 kilometer metropolitan fiber network. So what that means is we have, those pipes, and I'm sure everybody has seen it, those across the state, the red, blue, whatever, green, and so on, all over the place. What that does is that each of those ducts can actually carry 3 trends. So which is 3 times 6, 18. So which means technically 18 companies can coexist in those things. And you don't need to dig. All you need to do is to remove the manhole, push your own cable, and that's it. You are good to go. But what it does for us is that we are reserving one of those ducts for Lagos State. So which allows us to go to any of our institutions across the state. So as they are doing those red, green cable that you see, they are actually dropping it in front of our schools, whether primary, secondary, so that it makes it easier for us to do. So because I was taking notes when our moderator was doing the education, so I intend to then respond to some of the issues that came up. So again, the gentleman also spoke about allowing private sector to teach. I think he said something like that because they trick practical. So that's correct. I think it's good. However, we all go to school, not just to learn institutional knowledge. We also go to school to relate with each other. And that's why that cliche then that, oh, you went through school, the school did not pass through you or something like that. So you will notice that institutions around the world, the best of them anywhere in the world, you notice that they will have a combination of both. Because, listen, in today's world, what are you teaching somebody a BSc that is not on the internet? Absolutely not. I was talking to a professor of mechanical engineering in MIT, and he told me that a young boy, well, he said a young boy, but it's actually a 19-year-old guy that's now a final year student. And every year, this professor said, he will always give out for the final year project, one constant project. It's a ball, a round ball. You apply pressure to that ball. How do you distribute the pressure as you increase it? Strength of materials. And that he wants to see how the students will think about that. Some of us have done projects here, we know. So it's supposed to be a whole year. But the young boy finished in 2 weeks. So he said he met him while climbing up, going to a classroom, and the young boy said, oh, prof, I'm done. He said, you are done with what? So I said, I'm finished with my project. He said, oh. And then this is a professor of mechanical engineering. The man is 63 when he was telling me, that was 2 years ago, so he'll be 65 now. He's been lecturing, he got his PhD when he was 29. So he's been lecturing for close to 40 years or 30, whatever that is. And he said that the young man was teaching him how he was able to do that. What is it? Because the boy was able to understand modeling. And he learned it on the internet. It's there. So the reality today is that education must change from just instruction. It's ability to allow people to actually know where to find information. Because today it's out there. whatever you want to learn today is on the internet. For a BSc, maybe a PhD, I don't know. But the reality is, therefore, education in a structured environment, like I said, is not just teaching people just the practicals. It's also letting them understand the complexities of the world. And what happens that whatever decision you take doesn't happen in a vacuum. So today we have good doctors. They are well educated, very good doctors, but a lot of them cannot set up a practice because they don't understand business. They are good doctors, they can do injection, they can do also, they can prescribe. But when people come into that system, when people do all these things, you must also manage that business because you must pay your bills. You must pay your staff. So the essence of a structured institution is that it allows you to understand that outside of your own course, there are other things going on. And that's why you have electives, you have these in various areas. And as such, I think we must still retain that structure. So in terms of data security, some of the things that are out there, it's what's called the deep fakes, for example, where with artificial intelligence, people can actually change what I'm saying or push out what I didn't say. And I'm standing here and my mouth will just be talking and it's not what I'm saying. So one of the challenges for us today is how do you fight that? How do you prevent people? So when they say today that in the US that some people want to influence election, it's real because you can actually use artificial intelligence using deepfake or synthetic identities to actually create images of people saying things. So the challenge is how, as the data grows in leaps and bounds, I just mentioned the fact that it's going to get to 200 zettabytes, whatever it is. Now, how do we manage that information? As we speak, a lot of banks, a lot of institutions are spending an enormous amount of money to protect that data. Because if you don't, there are bad guys out there. So one of the big challenge for the IT industry is that security. So basically, we must also, one of the important things is we must provide certifications. We must, so as we teach or as we democratize education, it's important for us to actually do certifications so that's why the likes of Microsoft does that, like of Cisco does that. What it does is it allows a platform for people to check and be able to decide what is important and what is not important. So basically based on that, so for example, I think we gave out like 60 million or so for research and those type of things yesterday for young people that are out there very smart, doing all sorts of research to make sure that we protect data for startups and all sorts of things. And also we launched the Lagos, startuplagos.net that allows everybody that has this idea, you can put it in there. What that does is that it allows investors, people that want to check entrepreneurs to see what you are doing. Because like we said today, the world is a global village. So the truth is people come up with ideas and they will tell us that, oh, I don't want to leave it because I don't want people to steal my idea. And I say, my friend, the truth is there are probably 40 other people thinking about the same thing. So the reality is just liberalize it, leave it out there. Let's work on it and then nobody will. So it is the superiority of your implementation that we do basically that. So basically, the challenge for us is how to make sure that fakes are not out there taking over our data. How do we protect the integrity of our data? And how do we continue to expand? And for state governments, the biggest challenge is we don't get measured, especially in the developing countries like Nigeria, Ghana, Sierra Leone, and the rest. IT is also expensive. So a government must then balance between the hardcore infrastructure and then data management and the rest. So it's not like a private sector that has, doesn't have those type of challenges. So The reality is that, well, that market woman, that driver out there doesn't understand virus. I don't mean the professor virus of COVID-19. I mean our own IT virus. You understand? So when you spend money to buy antivirus, to buy these, you have to really look at it as to how do you explain it to the populace that is not tech savvy, because we have different categories of people. And there will be some that will hold you on, there will be some. So for government in this part of the world, those are some of the challenges that we do. So basically, like I said, I don't want to look at a speech that's provided. And so I hope I've contributed to the discussion. I want to thank everybody for coming, and I hope that you've enjoyed yourself. Thank you very much.
So we're going to start with Matthew. Matthew, Lori, please put your hands together for Matthew. Congratulations, well done. 3 million naira is not a joke. Well done. Next, we're going to call on Bola Olo. Bola, please step forward and receive your check. I know because we have the mask on, we would have seen the smiles and the grins, but it's fine. Congratulations, Bola. Also, we're going to call on Chukwuemeka Onora. Chukwuemeka, please come forward. Congratulations, Chukwuemeka. Chukwuemeka cannot resist smiling to the cameras. 5 million naira, ladies and gentlemen. Please put your hands together for Chukwuemeka. Also, we have Abdulaziz Ogunjobi. Abdulaziz Ogunjobi, 5 million naira. Congratulations. And then we have Kemdilin K. Uwaje Bigo, Skill Up Africa Limited. She'll be going with 5 million naira as well. That's the award. Well done. Congratulations.
And we do have more winners, but unfortunately, due to the pandemic, they can't join us. But these are some of the winners who are present to receive their awards.
Please let all the winners come together so we can have a group picture or group photograph. I'm ready. No, we're not too. Please. So we're going to start with Matthew. Matthew, Lori, please put your hands together for Matthew. Congratulations, well done. 3 million naira is not a joke. Well done. Next, we're going to call on Bola Olo. Bola, please step forward and receive your check. I know because we have the mask on, we would have seen the smiles and the grins, but it's fine. Congratulations, Bola. Also, we're going to call on Chukwuemeka Onora. Chukwuemeka, please come forward. Congratulations, Chukwuemeka. Chukwuemeka cannot resist smiling to the cameras. 5 million naira, ladies and gentlemen. Please put your hands together for Chukwuemeka. Also, we have Abdulaziz Ogunjobi. Abdulaziz Ogunjobi, 5 million naira. Congratulations.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Would like to welcome you to the AOT Technology Lagos 3.0. We have the arrival of the Executive Governor of Lagos State. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's put our hands together as we have the arrival of the Executive Governor.
Mr. Governor himself, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu. And as he comes to his seat, please let's remain on our feet as we will be kicking off this event with the national anthem. It's a pleasure to have you, Mr. Governor, sir.
Welcome. All right, so let's hold on, please, hold on to that.
Please hold on to the national anthem. You may be seated. Again, it's a pleasure to welcome you to the third edition of the Art of Technology Lagos. We do apologize for the late start, but we'll do everything in our power to ensure that we finish on time. My name is Isabella Adediji, and I will be one of your hosts today. And with me, we have the lovely Mr. Johansson.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me. And also, thank you so much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for being here. Without further ado, we'd like to recognize our distinguished guest. Of course, we're going to start first by recognizing the Executive Governor of Lagos State. Mr. Governor, sir, it's a pleasure to have you here.
A warm round of applause for Mr. Governor. Thank you very much. Next, we have the Honorable Minister of Digital Economy and Communication, Dr. Issa Pantami. A warm round of applause. He's joining us virtually.
We'd also like to recognize Mr. Deputy Governor, sir. Thank you so much for being here. Please, let's put our hands together as well. Thank you. Thank you.
We have Chairman, House Committee on Science and Technology, honorable members of Lagos State House of Assembly, Kabiesi Oba Abdulwasiu Lawal, the Oba of Oniru. A warm round of applause for them.
We'd also like to recognize ESCO members here present, not forgetting to CEO and executives of companies who are equally here. And we'd also like to recognize our distinguished guests, not forgetting to ladies and gentlemen.
And of course, everyone joining us virtually, we welcome you to the Art of Technology Lagos 3.0. And remember to engage with us online, hashtag AOT Lagos. Indeed, it's the third edition with the theme, funding and a connected Lagos. And indeed, it's been a journey. I mean, in the first edition, Lagos met technology, Lagos meets tech. Last year, it was smart data, smarter Lagos. And this year is funding and a connected Lagos.
So, without further ado, we would like to feel the pulse of each and every guest here, especially those who I actually met here at 7 a.m. Please, to everyone who is seated here, please put your hands together for yourselves, please. We need to hear it.
A round of applause. I think the energy in the room can be better. It's a Friday, TGIF, and it's the third edition. Thank you.
All right. So, to begin, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it is our pleasure to bring on stage. The welcome address will actually be made. And without further ado, please, let's put our hands together as we make welcome the Honorable Commissioner for Science and Technology, Lagos State. Please put your hands together for Mr. Akeem Pupola Pham. Let me have the mic. Thank you.
Mr. Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, the Deputy Governor, Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamzat, please permit me to ride on the existing protocol. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my sincere pleasure to be amongst the experts in the information technology, research, innovation field today and address all the stakeholders present at the Art of Technology AOT 3.0 annual conference. I bring you Eddie and hope-inspired greetings from the Lagos State government, especially from the Ministry of Science and Technology. We are proud of the Art of Technology conference rules, initiated and organized by the current Lagos State administration. AOT is a convener, bridge, and ecosystem forging links between private and public sector interests. AOT Lagos is among the most impactful technology conferences in Africa, fostered by the unique spirit of innovation and desire for progress indigenous to Lagos, the investment capital of the continent. AOT Lagos has a track record of successfully drawing the leading policymakers, investors, business executives, and technology minds, all invested in alleviating societal quandaries, enabling progress, and democratizing prosperity for all. In short, this conference brings together the key stakeholders that will pave the way for the evolution of smarter, efficient, and competitive Lagos. Today, I will instill in our minds the themes: funding and a connected Lagos. AOT Lagos 3.0 aims to spotlight investment readiness and the emboldening of policy formulation to support the amorphous tech ecosystem here in Lagos. AOT 3.0 is being synchronously broadcast globally and will feature a keynote, plenary, and breakout sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, innovation, science, and technology in a modern society essentially defines how we live. Some argue that they define how we think, but we will leave that to the philosophers. We can agree that innovation, science, and technology are the bedrock of societal integration, socio-economic, and even cultural progression. The current Lagos State administration is focused on utilizing these tools alongside good governance practice to better the lives of every single tier of life in Lagos. By now, you all know that Lagos State government's Louder Teams agenda, which sets out the administration's vision on behalf of the people of Lagos State. The first E stands for education and technology, and the M stands for making Lagos a 21st century economy. Both these visions are irrevocably entwined with the knowledge base and practice space of science and technology. Let me put it in another way. Technological development serially lowers traditional entry barriers to markets, monopolistic systems, and democratizes knowledge. As a result, technological developments make things cheaper, more efficient, caters to the niche and mass markets, disrupts the status quo, and stokes subject sector and sub-genre growth by offering attractive alternatives to existing products and services. This is great for any economy. After all, an economy is simply people trying to make a living, grow their capital base, become more educated, live more fulfilled lives defined by personal choice. So let us mentally own the progress that technology development can foster. At the same time, never taking for granted the application of safety guidelines and ethos of carrying everyone forward in unison in as an equitable way as possible as we reach for a bright new future. Please permit me to emphasize that the Lagos Smart City Initiative concept was premised upon using modern technology to revolutionize our economy. Rest assured that we will bring Lagos at par with any leading city one cares to mention around the globe that is a favored destination for global investment and capital streams. The purpose of the smart city is to use smart technologies and data analysis to optimize the city activities and boost economic growth while also increasing the quality of life for Lagosians. The value of this application of technology-driven mindset is determined by how it is applied rather than the technology itself. Here in Lagos, we are currently deploying solutions such as infrastructural development powered by technological innovation, efficient and metric-effective e-governance platforms, cutting-edge and progressive city planning strategies, safer city initiatives such as CCTV cameras deployed around the state capital and further the environment of the entire state. Multimodal transportation strategies such as single source payment with Cowry card, sustainability and environmental initiatives, network optimization such as roads network, waterways, and airways for transportations. A firm commitment to ubiquitous fiber optics cable deployment, integrating seamless wired and wireless access to government facilities and public spaces. Make no mistake, we are looking at every potential benefit that can be partnered from a robust smart city, as it is the promise we make to Lagosians at the time of invoking our Lagos Smart City initiatives. An additional update for you is that part of the efforts to achieve Smart City Plan, the Lagos State Residents Registration Agency, LASRA, has improved technical excellence by introducing 442 fingerprint capturing process and developing an online platform that aids easy enrollment of registration for residency cards. I won't list all the developments that we have made or are making through effective application of sound technology practice. Otherwise, we will be here until tomorrow. However, I do encourage you to seek me out today or any other day so that I can provide more details and communicate how frankly excited I am about Lagos' smart future. The Lagos State Governor, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, and the Deputy Governor, Dr. Bafemi Kadri Amsat, have left no one in doubt about the quest to make technological advancement a focal point for this administration. And I want to assure you today that our plan to fully transform Lagos State into a smart city and make our economy 21st century compliant is fully on course. Many of you will know that I am not a particularly talkative person, saving my words for wise counsel. Still, even I find it hard to contain myself when speaking about the numerous initiatives that we are pursuing in science and technology that promise a collectively brighter future. Let me conclude by thanking you for lending me your ears today, and please permit me this final thought. Consider this: technology itself is not static. Therefore, we need to be constantly evolving. Every system's output is related to its input. The technology that will come to depend on tomorrow depends on our mindset and values today. So ultimately, the questions are binary. Do we hope to unite or separate? Do we desire to democratize or centralize? Do we expect to plan for obsolescence or plan for sustainability? Do we wish to integrate our culture or leave it behind? Whether we choose, or whatever we choose, I humbly submit that answers are couched in science, technology, and innovation. Thank you all for your time, and may God bless you all.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure we can do much better. Please let's put our hands together one more time for the Honorable Commissioner, Science and Technology, Lagos State. Well, I'm sure that most of us who are joining online for the first time, and for some of us who are attending this event for the first time, are wondering, when did 1.0 start? And now you're here for 3.0. Well, the question really is, how was it like when it was 0.0? 0.0 meaning when it was in conception. And then there came 1.0, 2.0, and now we're here for 3.0. How's the journey been so far? Well, to tell us more, I'd like to bring on stage the Special Advisor on Innovation and Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Tubosun Alake.
Leave my mic on. Technical, don't fall my hand though. You can hear me. Welcome to AOT 3.0. Thank you so much for coming. I want to first of all greet Mr. Governor, who is a very passionate, would I say, ecosystem player in this environment. A lot of this wouldn't have been possible without his own determination in the technology space. So I'm going to spend some time just giving you just brief profiles of some of the people that are making some of these things we are seeing possible. Let me start with Mr. Governor. And that's how I'm going to greet everyone. So Mr. Governor, on discussing with him some time ago, about 2.5 years ago, we talked about research, we talked about innovation, we talked about so many things. And the conversation went into research. And he said, the first thing he said was that, you know what? We need, as a state, to start funding research and development. And that's how LASRIC was initiated. For those of you that don't know, LASRIC is the Lagos State Science Research and Innovation Council. It's one of the foremost research and development and startup funding organizations in the country that is in the public sector. So I'm sure you don't know the significance. Out of 36 states in the Federation and a number of other African countries, this is one of the very few public sector initiatives that intervenes directly in research and development. It's extremely significant. I'm going to move next quickly to the Deputy Governor. The Deputy Governor, years ago, back in 2002, some of us were in primary school then, not me, Shao, some of you. He started the Ministry of Science and Technology. At that time, before then, there was no Ministry of Science and Technology. And some of the projects that we are benefiting from them today, such as the Oracle implementation, which at the time was the most high-end ERP system you could find anywhere. And Lagos State implemented that at that time. And so even today, we are standing on some shoulders. So Mr. Deputy Governor, ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause. I need to give you these profiles. Stand some of your ecosystem partners and players in this space. I'm going to move on to the Honorable Commissioner of Science and Tech, who is also a developer at heart, IT guru, has done work for the US Department of Defense, US Navy, and a bunch of other things in his past life. So extremely knowledgeable, a cloud expert as well. And if you have, for programmers that are here, if you have any debugging issues, you can just, phone him. And we have a whole host of others here. We have very important people from the Lagos State House of Assembly. Why are they here? Because they are also your ecosystem partners. Let me start with the chairman of the Committee on Science and Technology, Mr. Finney. He's seated right here. He doesn't like people seeing his face, but I'm going to expose him because he's also your ecosystem partner as the chairman on science and technology. So our science and tech policies, our science and tech rules and regulations, they usually land on his table for review and things like that. So he's an important man. And guess what? He's an NYU graduate. Went to NYU. He's a developer himself. Oh, there's an NYU grad there. So we have quite enough people. We have other members in the Lagos House of Assembly, chairman, committee on transportation. We have various EXCO members here, SA on works, MD of Lamata, HC information, all ecosystem partners, all approachable, all very interested in this ecosystem. So ladies and gentlemen, I give you the Lagos State ecosystem. Technical is my presentations. I want to apologize. I'm a very informal person. So this is going to be very, very conversational, right? As I present some of the things that we've done over the past couple of years. Is my flicker working? Okay. I guess so. Listen to me so that you can go to the next slide. So I wanted to talk about AOT 1.0 and the AOT program in general, right? Let me have the next slide. You were on the right slide. You went back. Great. So this event showcases what is happening in the innovation ecosystem. Over the years, there has been a lot of traction, a lot of growth, a lot of activities, right? To the point that Lagos State is now globally recognized as an innovation capital. And AOT was set up to showcase that phenomenon. Not that. AOT was set up to bring together all ecosystem players, such as yourselves, in one room, talk to each other, collaborate, right? Partner, network, and, come together to build even greater things. That's the purpose of AOT too. That's the purpose of AOT, the Art of Technology. And so far, this is our 3rd edition. So something seems to be working, right? Next slide, please. And so let me give you some background over what has been happening over the past couple of years. So far, Nigerian startups have raised, it's more than 600 million already. It's more than 600 million. $600 million in funding, right? Already in 2021. It's more than this, actually. It's more than this. But what are we saying? 75% of those startups that have raised this funding are startups generally domiciled in Lagos. 75%. That tells you something about this environment. It tells you something about the market dynamics. It tells you something about the collective intelligence that exists in Lagos State, right? Now, of course, 90% of $6.6 billion in venture capital are in only cities in Africa. Lagos, Nairobi, Cairo, Cape Town, and Accra, right? Lagos is a significant chunk and is way ahead of other cities. So according to the GSER, Global Startup Ecosystem Report, Lagos State is the #1 innovation and technology hub in Africa. #1. And of course, it also ranks Lagos 52nd globally, but with a climbing trajectory. The prospects for Lagos are quite promising. When you have a growth trajectory, when you have an improving environment, means that, it's an upward trajectory. Next slide, please. Now, this is a very interesting, wow, this thing is really small. Now, these numbers, you see Nigeria 410, US that. I will explain. This number, Nigeria 410, this stands for the number of patents Nigeria filed in 2020, according to the World Intellectual Property Organization. So some people are probably surprised that does Nigeria file patents? Yes, we do. They are actually original inventions that happen in Nigeria. And the World Intellectual Property Organization actually records that. But let's put that into context. That same year, US filed 209,000 patents, right? And that same year, China filed 1.3 million. So even though they are encouraging signs, we still have a long way to go. Why did I bring out these stats? Because the more patent activity you have, the more likely you are to have a much active science and technology environment, much active research environment, a much more active original design and problem-solving environment. So one of the things that we've identified is that number needs to increase. So we are making headway with startups. We are making headway with a lot of startups getting funded, but there are some really critical pillars that are still underfunded, and this is one of them. And that's why I brought it out. Next slide, please. So at AOT, we see all these facts. Our focus, ecosystem bridging. We bring together all the players within the ecosystem for deeper conversations, for much more value creating conversations. We showcase some of what is happening in Lagos State, both in the public and the private sector. And today you're going to be hearing some presentations, from some of our partners, Huawei, Facebook, they're called Meta now, and other private sector players. And of course, you'll be hearing from public sector as well. We drive value conversations. Please, technical, look at this mic. It's going in and out. Next slide, please. So, AOT 1.0, this is the third edition. AOT 1.0 gave birth to the Lagos Innovation Master Plan, right? Which there are 4 pillars: access, funding, infrastructure, and talent. That's what came out of AOT 1.0. AOT 1.0, we met with ecosystem players such as yours. We had discussions. They were like, look, these are the things that need to happen if innovation activity is going to increase, if there's a lot more fundraising, there's a whole lot more products being churned out that we need to tackle. And so this was born out of AOT 1.0. Next slide, please. AOT 2.0 gave birth to Startup Lagos and the open source project. And I'll go into detail into those later. Next slide. So we have, is that working? Thank you. So technical, you're still following my hand though. This is supposed to be a technology conference, but sometimes. So this is the Innovation and Technology Master Plan. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yes, we've gone through this. Next slide, next slide. Right. Gone through this. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, great. AOT 3.0. What are we going to be spotlighting, right? The growing opportunities with Lagos State and beyond. We are also going to be spotlighting a lot of the conversations around startup raises versus revenues. There are so many raises nowadays, but what's the story with sustainable revenue? Some of those conversations will be happening. Mechanisms to increase funding, all right, across the spectrum, if technology funding, both at the startup level and at the corporate level. And of course, around policies enable much more funding to be pumped to the ecosystem. Next slide, please. Okay, so AOT 1.0. I'm going to go through this really quickly. Next slide, please. I'm going to go through the master plan and some of the things that we've done. So you see some of the traction that has been made. Next slide, please. Okay, so what are we starting with? Talent. Next slide. Yes, pillar 1, talent. Of course, that is a major issue. We have talent challenges both in Lagos and of course at large in Nigeria. And so what are we doing to solve that? It's not working. It's not working. No. Next slide, please. Great. Next slide. All right. So, we need to go into the state of education in Nigeria. 62% literacy rate, right? In 2018, that is quite challenging. And that poses a real issue. Yes? Mm-hmm. That poses a real issue with, okay. So that poses a real issue with funding some of our technology projects, because where do we get the talent from? Even the talent we have find greener pastures in other climes. So how do we keep talent? How do we increase the number of talent? Next slide, please. How do we increase the number of talent? So some of the things that needs to be done, teacher education. We all know this. Our teachers need to be better equipped. We need to deploy e-learning solutions. Next slide, right? And so our goal in the Office of Innovation and Technology is to help drive the adoption of the skills of the future. Very, very important. And we all know some of these skills, you know, cloud computing, different IT skills, augmented reality, virtual reality skills. You know, these are some of the new paradigms, artificial intelligence, machine learning. Next slide, please. So I wanted to tell you briefly about one or two of the projects that we are doing. If you look at Eco Excel, where we are introducing smart tabs into the teacher process, right? So makes more efficient teaching methods, and of course, helping to increase literacy rates in our children. These are some of the things that we are doing. And of course, we are also including much more technical education into the comprehensive school system. So kids coming up in secondary school are learning much more practical world skills, whether it's different types of digital learning, fashion design, technical lab subjects in the lab, whether it's physics, chemistry, much more technical subject interventions. So the entire comprehensive school curriculum is being readapted to be more consistent with the times. Next slide. Pillar 2, access. Very, very important. You know, I mentioned this some time ago. I was at a Google conference some time ago. And, you know, somebody came up and said that, you know, he has a problem when he's dealing with African countries. And I said, what's that problem? He said, African countries don't like releasing data. And we're like, that's very interesting. And, you know, if you read any OECD report, if you read any country report, you know that greater access to data helps with investment, helps with better decision making, right? Helps with a lot of societal change. And so part of what a lot of science and technology reports and research are stating, that part of Africa's stunted growth is as a result of lack of data to be able to develop, lack of data to be able to make better informed decisions. And so how are we taking care of that? Next slide, please. Next slide, next slide. Okay, no, next slide, next slide. Okay, yes, big data convergence platforms, right? How do public sector and private sector begin to share data? That's very, very important, right? Next slide. So what are we doing in Lagos to be able to tackle some of these challenges? The Open Data Initiative, right, that seeks to digitize millions of data sets across the public sector. This is happening right now as we speak, and there's quite some progress on the project. The project is called the Eco 360 project, where you can have access to all types of data within public sector and outside of public sector. And this will be on an open platform that people can visit. So when there's more data available, developers are able to build more consistent products and things like that. Next slide. That's the Eco 360 project. That's open. The platform is being developed. If anyone is there, you can go to eco360.ng and see the work in progress. Next slide. Okay, we also have a digital cabinet dashboard that also presents information to stakeholders within government for better decision making on city management, civic management, and things like that. Next slide, please. So we have infrastructure, right? Infrastructure gaps. There's no argument there, right? Next slide. And we do see quite a bit of work in infrastructure in the continent. You know, there are already 76 million internet subscriptions, about 40% penetration, 187 million lines. This is all good. Next slide. There are even new initiatives coming up. Globalcom is launching Glo2, a submarine cable. Facebook is bringing another cable into Nigeria. Those are the submarine cables that bring the internet to Nigeria. And there's a lot of progress. But what are some of the challenges within the infrastructure space? Next slide, right? So even though all of these is happening, there's still the last mile challenge. How is it getting to homes? And that is what is informing our own metro fiber project within Lagos. The governor will probably touch on that. It's a very, very important project, bringing infrastructure closer to homes. Because even though you have all these cables at the ocean, it won't mean anything unless it can get to you and get to the ecosystem. And of course, the next slide is funding. So how does government, there's a lot of raises nowadays, how does government fund the underfunded areas? And I mentioned earlier about research and development, a very, very important part that we need to fund. So next slide. Of course, we've seen the funding landscape raises. Next slide. Right. Next slide, please. So this is a very important part. Is the video ready? I just wanted to play a video on some of the work that we are doing in the underfunded areas in the ecosystem. Is the video ready? Can we cue that up?
Lagos, a metropolitan city with a population of over 20 million people, has ambitions to transform into a smart city and a 21st century economy. Lagos State is not without its attendant challenges, and the Lagos State government is set to take on these challenges head on. The Lagos State governor, His Excellency Babajide Sanwo-Olu, set out to position Lagos State as one of the world's knowledge hubs and ecosystem. In 2019, the Lagos State government inaugurated the Lagos State Science, Research and Innovation Council last week, with a mission to create wealth, growth, and tackle societal challenges through the application of science and technology.
Lagos Science and Research Council will be having a seed money of 250 million for all of you tech hubs that are here to go engage them and see and believe and dream and see that your tomorrow has started today.
Last week is a council which is different from the ministry and is different from the government per se. We wanted it to work outside government. It's a gift by the government, but it has to be managed properly, which means it should not suffer the bureaucracy of government, or even there's no influence as far as government is concerned.
So on a day-to-day basis, we try and turbocharge the mechanisms that we use to solve these problems. Now, how do we do this? We intervene through a series of programs within the innovation ecosystem. We launch and we drive technology projects in Lagos that will deliver on economic value.
In May 2020, last week initiated a call-out for research initiatives and innovative ideas in the area of manufacturing, food security, COVID-19, and health management. Entries were received from all over the state. Lagosians demonstrated ingenuity and capacity for developing concepts that makes life better.
So we look at who are the drivers, who will make these things happen, and do they have the capacity and tendency to be able to make it happen? Because the value proposition may be very good, but if the right people are not there, it will not happen.
In August 2020, the government made good their promise by redeeming its commitment to fund research and development initiatives.
It gives me great pleasure to be here today
It is in many respects a landmark day, a day that cements the commitment this administration has for the advancement of science and technology in Lagos.
The qualified candidate and would-be beneficiaries represent initiatives and ideas that are ready to resource for the development of Lagos. The fund's recipient deployed resources received from the government to create resourceful, tangible development, lifting our people out of poverty and advancing knowledge.
Nigeria Kids an EdTech company that brings accessible and affordable education to children using technology and gamification.
Jivo is a tech-enabled solution that aggregates, educates, and incentivizes residents in the communities to recycle their waste. We also provide incentives for them to do that. And through this process, we create value within the communities, creating jobs, and providing a means of livelihood through these recyclables that they process.
We are an ag-tech enterprise that helps smallholder farmers operate at commercial scale. What that means is we provide farmers with access to information, to know what to grow, how to grow, with a focus on improving regenerative farming practices.
There are widespread interventions that university decided to go into. One of it was the development of the ventilator for addressing respiratory challenge in patients that are affected by the infection. Incidentally, as it were, around that time, Nigeria was said to have less than 500 ventilators for over 200 million people.
Yeah, we heard about the Last Week Fund sometime in the middle of the COVID period. It was actually one of my colleagues that found it, Ufoma, and she worked on the application throughout. And of course, we were part of an interview process. That was where I really got to understand more about the people behind it and the process around it. So yes, in terms of helping us achieve, it was really instrumental at that stage of the business when we got the funds, because it was used to help us prove some of the concepts that we had identified and wanted to pursue. For example, processing materials into PPE was something we're able to use the funds for. So in the last year, we've been able to make over 20,000 units of face shields and face masks for the community based on the recyclables collected. That might have been more difficult to do without the Last Week intervention.
So our last week project was about taking the games to the public schools. I'm going to take it to a number of the public schools in Lagos so that they can have fun learning, using technology, and be exposed to digital skills. The Last Week Fund was really God sent. So we've actually been doing this initiative in a much smaller scale. So with the Last Week grant, what that allowed us to do is go from 60 children to 5,000. And we're really grateful to Lagos State and the Last Week grant for making this possible.
For us as researchers, for us as innovators, what we did was a demonstration of what we call proof of concepts. If not for that Last Week, that proof of concept will not have gotten to this stage.
The Last Week Fund has helped us significantly. The office right behind me is something that we're able to afford through the Last Week grant. We're also able to grow our team from a number of 3 people to 10 people, and also we're able to scale our product development and the number of farmers that we're able to support. So the Last Week Fund has been quite critical in our growth trajectory.
Yes, I think I would like to say, of course, it's a very laudable initiative, and I think it should be kept up.
I'll start with saying a big thank you. Thank you for helping our dreams come true.
This is in the right direction in terms of providing funding to entrepreneurs. I also think that policies that help for a more suitable business environment should be looked into.
So Lagos State should not relent. They should continue to show that leadership that they have been showing among the committee of states that we have in Nigeria. They should continue to support researchers. They should continue to support innovators. They also should continue to build capacity.
The launching of Last Week Grant Fund goes ahead to cement the unwavering commitment of this administration to not only build better solutions, but to find innovative ways to create a better Lagos for all.
Thank you so much. So, I mean, we had to let you see that so that you can see some of the work that is happening with LASRIC, not just funding entrepreneurs and startups, but also funding the underfunded areas of research and development. So we have a pipeline of problem solving, extremely important work, and would like to take this opportunity to open up for collaborations across the spectrum of the innovation ecosystem. The LASRIC body is managed and administered by both private sector, mostly private sector participants and public sector participants. And, you know, today there's even going to be some LASRIC activity as well. So I just want to thank you very much for listening. This is just a fraction of some of the things we are doing. And I want to wish you a happy, happy AOT time. Thank you so much.
Well said. Indeed, seeing is believing, and just seeing all those videos, hearing testimonials from young people who have benefited from the money that has been given by Lagos State is indeed promising. And it ties in beautifully with this year's theme, which is funding and a connected Lagos. Indeed, they say, Owo ni koko. Without that money, we cannot get all that innovation and technology going. And just listening to all the achievements, I think it's really impressive. Not just a leader who is interested in technology, but a team full of people who are techies themselves. Forget all these suits they are wearing. They are real techies. Put them in front of a computer and you'll see them code, you see them develop. I mean, our next speaker is our guest of honor. And you know, the beautiful thing about technology is that we might be how many hundreds in this room, but together through technology, whether you're streaming online, virtually, we are more. And I think that's the best thing about technology, when it brings people together. So he might not be in this building, but he's definitely here with us. And it is indeed a pleasure for us to welcome our guest of honor. We'll let technology do the introduction. So please fix your eyes on the screen.
Dr. Isa Ali Pantami, Honorable Minister of Communications and Digital Economy, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Isa Ali Ibrahim Pantami, PhD, is the Minister of Communications and Digital Economy of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Prior to his appointment as a minister, he was the Director General, DG, Chief Executive Officer, CEO of the National Information Technology Development Agency, NITDA. He is currently the Chief Digital Officer of the Federation, based on the National Policy for Virtual Engagements in Federal Public Institutions. Under the leadership of Professor Ibrahim as the first Minister of Digital Economy, a National Digital Economy Policy and Strategy 2020 to 2030 and National Broadband Plan 2020 to 2025 were developed, amongst others, and many unprecedented successes recorded. In less than a year, as the Minister of Communications and Digital Economy of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the lingering issue of excessive right-of-way charges and vandalism of telecommunications infrastructure had been effectively addressed. This saved government money, running into billions of naira monthly. Recently, his achievements have led to him being recognized and awarded with the 2020 Minister of the Year Award by the Blueprint newspaper, Most Outstanding Minister of the Year 2021 by Elite Exclusive Magazine, and Digital Economy Driver Award by the National Body of Nigeria Information Technology Reporters Association, NITRA, amongst others. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Isa Ali Pantami.
A warm round of applause for the Honorable Minister who is joining us via Zoom. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, His Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Dr. Hamza, all other protocols duly and respectfully observed, including the participants to Art of Technology 3.0, and including ladies and gentlemen of the press. Good afternoon, or good morning, or even good evening. It all depends from where you join us virtually. I am currently at the United Arab Emirates, Dubai, as part of the federal government delegation bill led by President Muhammadu Buhari to look for prospective investors to Nigeria at Expo 2020. So from where I am today, I can say good afternoon to all of you. However, for those of you from Nigeria, it will be good morning as it is now. Firstly, I begin by commending the effort of the Executive Governor of Lagos State and also the Eco Innovation Center for being consistent in organizing this program in the last 3 years. Art of Technology 1.0, Art of Technology 2.0, and now is Art of Technology 3.0. This initiative by Lagos State Government and Eco Innovation Center is highly, highly commendable, and it will go a long way in making Lagos to continue to be the Silicon Valley of not only Nigeria, but for Africa. As it is today, what Lagos has been coming up with in the area of startup and many more, it makes Lagos to be the Silicon Valley of Africa, not just Silicon Valley of Nigeria. So this initiative of Art of Technology being organized by Eco Innovation Center along with Lagos State Government is, I think, one of the initiatives that will continue to catapult Lagos to higher position, and it will give it the privilege to maintain that position for many years to come. Furthermore, at the federal government of Nigeria, particularly under the administration of President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, we have some initiatives of supporting, promoting, and even funding startups. And this usually comes from time to time, particularly as the theme of this year's event is funding and a connected Lagos. So I think this is very relevant. Of recent, under the federal government of Nigeria, I have developed a policy that led to establishing a federal government subsidiary, which is being coordinated by the National Information Technology Development Agency, that is on the Office of National Nigerian Digital Innovation, or on the ONDI. Under this office, Office of Nigeria Digital Innovation, any innovator that comes up with any startup that requires funding can be supported by that office. The office is currently located in Abuja, and I do hope that in the next few years, government will be able to expand the office at least to have one in each region of the country, so that we can have at least 6 or 7 within the country. Furthermore, in 2020, I also developed another policy which led to the establishment of the first National Center for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics. This center is a world-class center established in Abuja, in which we have deployed modern gadgets, modern facilities, so that our young innovators, particularly in the area of emerging technologies or disruptive technologies, will be able to come to the center, make use of the facilities, and make sure that at least their innovation is successful. And under this center, we also have a grant where we provide seed fund to innovative ideas in order to continue to make them very successful. Prior to COVID-19 pandemic, we used to organize Startup Friday and Startup Nigeria, in which I personally came to Lagos a few years ago, in which we conducted one. We also did another one in Enugu. We conducted another one in Akwa Ibom. We conducted another one in Abuja, another one in Kaduna, another one in Kano, another one in Gombe. So we had been conducting these trainings from time to time to ensure that we identify our best innovators. We provide the enabling environment they need to be successful in what they do. So during COVID-19, we couldn't proceed because it requires physical gathering where we inspect, we examine, and at the same time, we test the startups and see where they need our intervention. It is true that in 2020, I led a team of Nigerian startups to Gulf Information Technology Exhibition just last year, in which one of the startups we sponsored emerged as the best globally by defeating more than 760 startups in the area of artificial intelligence. So a young Nigerian won the first position globally at the Gulf Information Technology Exhibition. And I do hope that in the subsequent event of GITEX, we will find many more startups that are interested in being sponsored so that they will participate in the event. And through the participation, they will be able to attract funding, some of them through seed fund, some of them through collaboration, some of them through sponsorship, and many more. In addition to that, in order to consolidate our initiatives, recently, in collaboration with the Office of the Chief of Staff to Mr. President, we have developed Nigeria Startup Bill. This Nigeria Startup Bill, in which I believe many startups, many ICT hubs in the country, private sector, and many more participated in conceptualizing the idea and coming up with the startup bill. The startup bill is now ready for the Federal Executive Council deliberation and consideration for approval. And I do hope that next week or upper week, the Nigeria Startup Bill is going to be presented to the Federal Executive Council by my humble self on behalf of all the ICT stakeholders. And after that, when it is approved, it will be transmitted to the National Assembly for their own legislative process, and it will come back to Mr. President for the final approval, as the case may be. It is because of this, I think, when the Nigeria Startup Bill is finally approved and it becomes a law, there are so many provisions in that bill that will support and make our startup very successful in Nigeria. As it is today, Nigeria attracts the highest venture capitals in Africa, followed by South Africa, then Egypt, then Kenya. And I believe with Nigeria's startup bill, if it is approved, it will not only make us fast, but it will produce a gap between the first position and the second position, in which most probably more than 20 countries can be accommodated in between. Startup is key to economic development globally. And that is why, according to our research by Global Startup GMON, that the annual attraction seed funding attracted by startup globally as at 2020 was over 3.8 trillion USD. Over 3.8 trillion USD. By implication, this is more than the entire gross domestic product of Africa. And furthermore, in Nigeria alone, our startup attracted through public pronouncements and also through private support, what has been estimated to be 1.37 billion USD. 1.37 billion USD, according to the Big Deals Substack. And this is the credible figure. What has been announced public and what has not been announced, the figures attracted by our startup within 2020, it is over 1.37 billion USD. This is a huge amount of money, and it is what our startup has attracted so far. And finally, some of the initiatives of government in order to ensure that the ICT sector is very successful is, as earlier announced by one of the previous speakers, we already have shared infrastructure. Our mobile network operators, MTN, Airtel, Glo, 9 Mobile, and even the smaller ones, had been directed by the Nigerian Communications Commission under my supervision to ensure that they support one another through shared infrastructure. So as it is today, when one company provides fiber optic, that is sufficient to be shared by others. So the issue of digging and destroying our roads is no more applicable because the regulation of shared infrastructure is in place and it has been approved by the Nigerian Communications Commission under my directives. Furthermore, let us not forget the success being recorded by the ICT sector, particularly the digital economy sector. In the second quarter of 2021, between April, May, and June this year, the ICT sector contributed 17.92% to our gross domestic product. This is unprecedented in the history of Nigeria. There wasn't any time in which the sector has contributed this amount. And in 2020, according to the statistics released by the National Bureau of Statistics, ICT sector was the fastest growing sector of our economy. Not only the fastest, if you look at the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh most performing sector of our economy, all of them combined together from second position to seventh position, all of them combined together, their growth rate was not off to that of ICT sector alone. So the digital economy sector also played the principal role in pulling out our country out of recession much earlier than the time predicted by the global powers. And this is the statement made by President Muhammad Buhari on the 8th of May 2021 by saying the sector played the principal role of pulling out our country out of recession. And I'm glad with the initiatives of Lagos State government of trying to provide broadband to their institutions. And I want to use the opportunity also to announce to the participants and also to inform our respected brother, the Lagos State governor, that the federal government of Nigeria has also approved National Information and Communications Technology Infrastructure Backbone Loan, in which that loan will also provide another broadband to Lagos State. And I believe Lagos State government will leverage on that initiative of NICTIV 1 and NICTIV 2 so that the broadband penetration could reach each and every part of the state. However, as it is today, Lagos State has the largest broadband penetration in Nigeria. The cluster access gap in Lagos State is even less than 1%. So by implication, when it comes to broadband, Lagos is the #1 state in Nigeria. And I do hope that they will continue to maintain the same position. And I do hope that we will continue to await for the approval of Nigeria Startup Bill, which I hope I will present it before the Federal Executive Council next week or upper week. And when that is approved, it is a good news to our young innovators, to our startups, and I believe it will continue to make our country very relevant in the digital economy sector. With these few words, I will ask for the permission of the Lagos State government to allow me to join President Muhammad Buhari, because in the next few minutes, Mr. President will be out for an event in Expo 2020, and I have been directed to be with him. And I do hope that with these few words, we will be able to appreciate what federal government has been doing. And at the end of this art of technology, if there is any recommendation for the federal government, I do hope that our state, Lagos State governor, will be able to convey the recommendations for federal government consideration and approval. And finally, the last issue spoke by one of the speakers about data. Let us not forget we already have Nigeria Data Protection Regulation, which is being now at the National Assembly for assenting to become a comprehensive document that will ensure there is data confidentiality, there is data integrity, there is data privacy, and at the same time, it will allow government and private sector to generate more data, and generating that data will give Nigeria a good image and will promote our investment opportunities. May the Almighty bless Lagos State and may the Almighty bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much for listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands as we are doing. Thank you so much, the Honorable Minister of Communication and Digital Economy, Dr. Isa Ali Pantami. And that's what technology does, all the way from Dubai, speaking to us, with as if he was actually here talking to us, right? Yes, and we truly enjoy all those. Well, without further ado, it's time for us to listen to the executive address. This will be given by someone who is not just anyone, but is definitely a tech lover, an innovator. I would also add a visionaire, charismatic, and sometimes I ask myself, this person fits to play for Nigeria's under-17 national team. Are you thinking of who I'm thinking of? Well, fix your eyes to the screen and let's see who will be giving us the executive address.
Chief Post is the Executive Governor of Lagos State, Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu. Over the years, he has continuously demonstrated his desire for a smarter, better connected Lagos, the desire that still is strong today. Prior to his public service, Sanwo-Olu began his career at the banking sector with the likes of United Bank for Africa, UBA, and First Inland Bank, PLC, now First City Monument Bank. He would go on to serve as a special advisor and later a commissioner for the Lagos State Ministries of Economic Planning and Budget, Commerce and Industry, and Establishments, Training and Pensions, respectively. His selfless service to Lagos State culminated in his assumption of office as the 15th governor of Lagos State on 29th May 2019. During his fairly short time in office, there has been significant progress on his 6 pillars of development tagged Project Themes. This includes the Healthy Bee Initiative, which saw about 25,000 residents benefit from free treatment and surgery, and the Lagos Innovation Master Plan, which could position Lagos as the trailblazer in African innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, the Executive Governor of Lagos State, Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu.
Please put your hands, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Governor.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Thank you very much. So, you know, it's technology we're talking about today. So I had my own earpiece. I had my flip charts, and I was holding, you know, the technology enabled. But I realized that since Tubosun and the commissioner had issues and they failed their hand, I said, let me go back to rule number 1. Because rule number 1 will never fail you. So I'm here just to read a few slides and get out of the way for you guys that know how to do technology. And I think it's important for us to once again acknowledge the Honorable Minister for Communication, Dr. Pantani. He's been waiting, he's been with us for over 2 hours, and he's with the President all the way in Dubai. I think he deserves a round of applause. Thank you very, very much. And he has assured us, you know, that whatever we come out with, whatever solutions or decisions or recommendations that are coming out from AOT 3.0 for the federal government, he has assured us that he will give us all the backing and all the support to make sure that it happens. And I think that's what we should take to the bank for them here today. So please, in your conversations today and tomorrow, make sure you spare nothing. You know, whatever you want the federal government to do, the Lagos State government to do, let's air it, let's peel it out, and let's get our leadership, you know, let's get them to work. That's why we're here. It's also to be able to take proper feedback from you, what we're doing, what we need to do, how we're doing it, if we're doing it well or not. That's the only way where we can have you and ourselves working together collaboratively. We don't know it all. That's why we keep calling you, but we're ready to listen and to be able to develop, you know, a win-win situation and for us to have a better economy. Thank you very much. So I've used that time to talk about the protocol. So all protocols established. Thank you very much. So it's a great pleasure and a very rare privilege again to welcome all of us to our Art of Technology 3.0. We're actually really excited. They've talked about how it started. We've done 1.0, We've done 2.0, now we're in 3.0. And it's with a theme, funding a connected Lagos. I want to thank you all for standing with us through this journey and for us being able to move Lagos into a truly powered 21st century economy. The AOT, which is the third edition, has become our own flagship technology event to showcase the ingenuity and the possibility of technology in our great state. The combination of our people with our budding economy constitute the fundamental strengths of our great country. Lagos, they say, not that they say, is actually the 5th largest economy in Africa. Just to put it in context, the economy of Lagos is bigger than the economy of Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire put together. That's the economy of Lagos alone. And so if Lagos were to be a country on its own, in economic side, it will be the 5th largest economy, in the whole of Africa. And so we see that the development to attain the start of a smart city is an opportunity that is imperative on all of us to be able to actualize our dreams, with technology being a greatest enabler of that dream. Today, Lagos is culturally diverse city that hosts the fastest number of growing startups in all sectors. Lagos and 4 other cities in Africa, that is in Ghana, Accra, Cape Town, Nairobi, and Johannesburg, constitute over 90% of the entire $6.6 billion worth of African startups ecosystem. 2 years ago, while Africa received over $1 billion of funding in 2019, Lagos alone received close to $400 million out of that fund. So most of the underlying valuation criteria were based on significant abound Lagos operating and the market environment that we find ourselves. And so this points to our ever-developing, enabling environment for each and every one of you to thrive and to do well. The growth of startups points to a more innate growth story in Lagos. Several underpin the building blocks of technology. In the past 6 months alone, over $500 million in technology investment have streamed their way in one form or the other into Lagos. And I've met a lot of them. We know that they're committed to bringing these investments forward. From private sector data center players to government investment in fiber optics and to a lot of other smart infrastructure. This investment underscores Lagos' commitment and our environmental confirmation for technology enablement in our state. We recognize the life-changing implications technology can have in our living standards and in the quality of the life of our citizens. And as part of Lagos's commitment, we have taken up an active approach, not just in technology enablement and investment, but to begin to develop a culture of science, research, development in Lagos to drive the process of the original discovery. So we're not just wanting to make our environment the enablement for investment. We want to deliberately look at, science. We want to look at research development, so that we have a proper foundation that can leverage, on all of the things we're talking about around enablement. Today, we want to share some of our ongoing initiatives that will put Lagos ahead as a more advanced technology hub in the whole of Africa. Everybody's talking about it. Our metro fiber projects, we said phase 1 of our 3,000 kilometer, we've done almost 2,500 as we speak, and they've been deployed. The project will see Lagos State ministries, it will see our departments, our agencies, it will see public schools, it will see all of them, public hospitals, it will see them connected with robust fiber optics connectivity. And upon completion, we believe the project will exponentially optimize digitalization of civic activity, and it will further faster bigger data communication, hereby improving the productive outputs of our connected stakeholders. All of you here are in that stakeholders, and we see that what we're doing is not just for ourselves, it's building that backbone, it's building that infrastructure that all other players will have something, to leverage on. With our smart city projects, we've committed to deploy over 2,000 smart cameras network across the state. That's in phase 1 of it. So it's a robust program that seeks to provide a 24-hour driven economy that will allow companies to operate in a safe, in a secure, and in a smart environment. Some of the smart city initiatives include, it will increase our emergency response, and security within the state. It will enable our first responders to better be able to coordinate incidents and criminal hotspots across the state. It will also help us monitor, what we have at our command and control center. Today, we have deployed just over 200 cameras, but we've also made procurement for the remaining 1,500. They're in production right now, and we'll expect that by February, March next year, we'll begin to, plug and play them and begin to see them in different parts of the camera. They're not just one directional camera. There are cameras that can do 360 and, take the entire imaging that they need to do, and light, visioning and all of that. So they are very, very high-end, smart cameras. Intelligent transport system. So for our transportation as well, we're supporting multimodal transportation with smart cameras infrastructure, like sensors, smart lights. They are in several intelligent transport systems across. So some of the street lights, some of the traffic lights we're installing, we're also calling them smart intelligent traffic lights. So they have sensors to know when traffic builds up in one area or in one junction, and they can respond to those buildups when they'll be able to move traffic very quickly and very fast. So that's how we're developing. And we're also putting cameras in our buses, on all of our BRT buses, where there are cameras that are being installed into them so that safety and security can be paramount, and they're all referenced back to a command and control where we can pick up those images and know what had happened, even whilst we are in our public buses. So other projects that we call SMART, is our Smart Health Information Program, which is also ongoing, Smart Energy. And so when you drive around Lagos now, you see that we're changing all of our lights from the yellow to the very smart LED white, light. If you drive on some parts now, you even can turn off your entire, don't turn it off, but you can turn off your entire headlights, and you still have very bright, illumination to be able to continue to drive, on the road. And I've experienced it a lot of the time. And that's what we want to do. We're doing that in over 10,000 kilometers of street lights in Lagos, and that had started already. For data access, what we call our open data, we have what we call a digital cabinet and our Eco 360. I think Tuboson had mentioned all of the creative things that we're doing, but it is really around ensuring that even we, as a government, we can analyze how we're doing. What are the areas that we want to respond to, and how are we as cabinet members, taking up that challenge? And like he's also said, we're developing a 360, an Eco 360 initiative. It's a platform where the people we're governing and we that are governing, we can have a seamless interaction amongst ourselves. Eco Excel is also another smart initiative. Tuboso are taking it again. So this is a smart enabled device. It's a teaching intervention, and it's an intervention that is directed with early school education. So with the Eco Excel, right, we're looking at our primary schools first, which is usually the first port of call, right? By the time they get to secondary school, they're formed in ways. So we've taken these conversations to the primary school, and over 15,000 of our primary school teachers have these handheld, tablets. They're green in color. And what the tablet does for them is that we can, it doesn't matter what part of Lagos you are, the tablets can help all of those teachers have the same curriculum, so the same learning will be given to the pupils in school, irrespective of what part of Lagos you are. And we can monitor them even remotely, attendance, when the teachers came in, when the students, so who is not in school, who is out of school, and all of these things can be done remotely, and we can monitor. And we're beginning to see the outcomes, and we're beginning to see that the outputs and the outcomes are better, because now we now know a lot more kids are going to school and they're staying in school, than what it used to be about 2 years ago. And so our Eco Excel is something that we're truly, really proud of, and is working well in our primary school. And for the secondary school, You know, during the lockdown, you know, we were able to give them handheld devices, you know, radio devices and learning devices. Over 30,000 of them, over 30,000 of those devices were given out. Right now, we're with rebate. There's a company I'm trying to remember, right? They are also deploying an additional 30,000. And so these are all handheld technologies that we're giving to our secondary school. And you see, because we want them to have access to even learning while they're in schools and while they're outside, you know, the school learning environment. We also have what we call the Enterprise EGIS system, which is an integrated land administration and automated program. Lagos State is in a late stage of providing with the public an integrated end-to-end land administration. So what we're doing with land administration is both planning approvals. We want you to have at the comfort of your offices, of your homes. You can submit your planning approval. They can look at your building, you know, and they can give you approvals. You know, it's still at the final stage. It's not yet out. And for land administration, issues around governor's consent, you know, needing to apply for CFO and all of it. You want to do a search on a property. You want to look for land information on the property, you know, with the EGIS. These are some of the deliverables that will happen. And we're working tirelessly to ensure that once we go live, you can, in the comfort of your homes, of your offices, have all of these services being handed over, you know, to you. And we're doing this with, you know, unmanned area cameras, area vehicles. We're doing digital mapping, you know, and so we're doing this mapping so that we can also monitor defaulters on our planning approvals. You know, so if we've given you planning approval, you are meant to do 3 floors or 4 floors remotely. We actually can also monitor what we're doing, because these are images that will have precision up to 3-4 centimeters. We can truly drill down and see what you're doing, you know, on those construction sites based on the approvals, you know, that you have been given. We also have another initiative which we call the Yaba Technology Park. This one is really for all of you that are here. The Yaba Technology Park, which is a KITE, is a Knowledge, Innovation, Technology Enterprise Center. It will be the very first of its kind. And this will be in the heart of Yaba. If you know the journey from Yaba, if you're going to Queen's College, right, on the road, on the right and the left, we've acquired massive expanse of land. And so we're trying to build what we call a tech hub, a tech campus hub, and that whole neighborhood, right? And that hub, we believe in, will help out with students that are in Yaba Tech, will help out students that are in University of Lagos, even will help out students that are in LASU. And everybody that, you know, we used to say that Yaba is our own Silicon Hub. We want to come and domesticate, you know, that hub there. And I think Lagos State deserves a round of applause for this. And so we're doing this in collaboration with some of the big names, you know, in the world. The Facebook called Meta today, right? Microsoft also are talking to us. A lot of them, you know, want to be part of this KIT initiative, you know, at Yaba. And we're believing that construction should start sometime next year. And it's supposed to be a place where, a campus where all of you can come into. You know, it will be a place where you all can come and think, you know, and innovate and just come and lounge, you know, and have everything, you know, in which you can imagine, you know, with any kind of a campus of the status anywhere in the world. That's what we plan to have, you know, at our Yaba Technology Park. It's, of course, it will have free internet. It will have opportunity for startups, you know, ecosystem. You all can come and do all the great stuff, you know, that you know that you're doing. So to also we have a commitment to ensure that, you know, that project is live and is on a 23,000 square meters of land. So it's a massive expanse of land that has been acquired right, you know, in the heart of Yaba in Lagos. He has also mentioned what we're doing with LASRIC. LASRIC is the Lagos State Science Research Innovation Council. The Vice Chancellor of University of Lagos is here. At least let's give him a round of applause. He's the chairman of our LASRIC board. So like Mr. Bameke also said, he's the director in Enterprise Bureau in Lagos Business School. So it's an independent board. It's an independent council that picks, innovators, that picks, tech startups, and we grant them. We give them grants. And today, another set of people, I've been told, will also be given grants today, haven't gone through, the pitch, haven't gone through a review process. I don't know them. I don't know who they are. Once they call them up, I'm sure that'll be the first time I'll be meeting some of them. So I want to thank Last Week again, for all the great works they're doing. Today, maybe they're giving over 200 million, 300 million. I don't know how much it is, but they have the pots, and they have the support of government to continue to be able to give that grant to researchers and innovators that have been pre-qualified and they believe will be doing great things. So once again, let's give it up to Last Week. There's another initiative called Startup Lagos. This initiative is a data aggregator platform that will leverage web and mobile to deliver critical insight into digital economic solutions by different startups across Lagos. Some of the key mandates will include to expose the startup ecosystem to global investors and critical stakeholders. It will provide critical data for economics development and investment inflow. It will provide support startups to funders by providing global visibility through profiling. And it will support relevant research initiatives across institutions in Lagos State. This platform is live and has onboarded hundreds of startups, hubs, and ecosystem stakeholders. These initiatives are a fraction of the projects and initiatives that Lagos State is driving. I believe that the collective intelligence of our technology ecosystem can forge a pathway for Lagos State to become one of the smartest cities on the continent. And I dare say that we're on the path to achieving that. We're on the path to realizing that as one of the smartest cities, not only in West Africa, not only in Africa, but indeed in the world. And that's the path that we want to get onto. Through our various technical initiatives, our MDAs, our private collaborators, some of you in this audience, we've been able to and are executing several transformational projects that will put Lagos in an advantageous stance. And so I want to invite all of you as a roundup to join hands with us. I want to say that everything that we're about, everything that we're doing is not for ourselves. Like I said, I'm just a tech enabler. I'm just a friendly person in the tech space. I don't have half, 1/10 of the intelligence that all of you have here. This program and this platform is for you. It's for you to take a full advantage that it presents. It's for you to be able to network and interact with yourselves. It's for you to build bridges and build that space so that indeed what you don't know, you can come to engagements like this and you can be better equipped. You can talk to your government people and you can tell them what you want them to do for you in this space. And I can assure you they will listen. And like the minister said, that's why we're in government. That's why we're here, to be able to solve those problems for you, to be able to create that enabling environment for you to thrive and to be better citizens and to be better creators and be better innovators. Enjoy AOT 3.0. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I was just listening, and at a point, I just couldn't keep up. I said, and then he said, it's only a fraction. So if you were here till 6 p.m., maybe Mr. Governor would have just kept going on and going on. I mean, Omonile Wahala is being sorted out with technology, education, technology, road safety, technology. Anything you're thinking about, there's a technological solution here in Lagos. Why won't we be #1 in the whole of Africa? I believe that Lagos deserves a warm round of applause. Indeed, we're doing something and we're doing something well. But your work has not finished, Mr. Governor. You know, this is the sweetest part because we're talking about funding and a connected Lagos. What is funding? It's money. And we need money to drive innovation and to drive technology. And they say seeing is believing. I've been at governor's house and I've seen Mr. Governor give money. And then I've watched videos of people who were recipients spend the money saying, this is what I used it for. And today again, we're going to see more recipients. And the good thing is that we're starting young. So students will receive cash prizes. We'll also have innovators and researchers. So Mr. Governor, I would like if you can come again on stage to do the honors of presenting. Please put your hands together for Mr. Governor. Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, a friendly partner in the tech world. Soon you might just think about tech as a retirement plan. You never know. I mean, it seems like this is the place to be. What do you think, Joe?
Absolutely, I agree.
So we have 17 schools here. Please, you may be seated. We have 17 schools here. I know some of the students are wondering, why am I here? Well, you're part of the finalists. And we're going to call out 3 names. Might be first, second, third, and Mr. Governor will present the checks. So the first name in no particular order is Ajasa Kende from Jakonde Estate Comprehensive Senior College at Besson, District 1. Next, we have David Joseph Chika, Victoria Island Senior Secondary School. And the third person I'll be calling is Maurice Raphael, Jakonde Estate Comprehensive Senior College, Abeson, District 1. A warm round of applause. Let's encourage these students as they come on stage. They're trying to contain their excitement. You're not sure whether you're first, you're second. You see, chop knuckle. So, for doing and creating music for sustainable environmental sensitization, Maurice Raphael places third and will be going home with 200,000 naira.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to also invite the Deputy Governor to please join us here on stage. I'm told his presence is highly, highly needed as well. Congratulations. 200,000 naira. I mean, when I was in secondary school, I did not receive 200,000 naira. Well done, well done. Please let's put our hands together one more time, please. Congratulations.
I mean, this was part of the innovation and ideas competition that was held for secondary schools in Lagos. And you can see 17 schools are here represented. In second position, we have Ajasa Kende, who came up with an innovative waste robot. An innovative waste robot. We're not playing in Lagos State. Please put your hands together for Ajasa Kende, and he will be receiving 300,000 naira. And I'm sure you're very excited, David Joseph Chika, first place, going home with 500,000 naira.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together, 500,000 naira.
It calls for dancing. Yes, I like that excitement. And he actually made from scraps a drone, an imagery drone made from waste material. Talk about solving problems and saving the environment at the same time, keeping Lagos clean. Wow, what a wahoo. You can see the biscuit wrappers, you can see the waste converted into treasure.
Lagos,
well
and to everyone who's here, sometimes they say you have to go to China. We don't have to go to China. You have to come to Lagos. Please, let's all pose for the pictures. Congratulations.
Moving swiftly along, we have some researchers, 5 of them present, but a total of 15 winners. They'll be going home with cash between 2 million and 3.5 million naira. So mathematicians in the house, you can be adding all the zeros. I'd like to call upon Bemisola Moronke Saibu from Lagos State University, Adekombi Olushola Helen from University of Lagos, Beatrice Mofoluwasho Fashogbo, Federal Institute of Industrial Research, Oluyemi Akinloye, University of Lagos, and Oluwatoyin Pius Popola from University of Lagos. Please, let's put your hands together. A warm round of applause. Let's encourage, let's celebrate. As I mentioned, there are 15 winners. but only 5 are here in person, and they will be getting that governor chop knuckle, I believe, as well as their checks ranging between 2 million and 3.5 million naira.
We'd also like to call on the chairman of LASRIC. Please kindly join us on stage as well, please. Let's put our hands together, please. All right, so we have 5 of them. Now let's present to them. The first person gave me Sola. All right.
Next
hold
is
on to this.
Adekombi Olushola Helen.
Adekombi.
Joe,
Yes.
can you be saying how much they're actually receiving as well? 3
Beatrice.
million, 2.5 million,
Yes.
3 million.
And Oluyemi.
We have Beatrice, Oluyemi, Oluwatoyin. Millions, millions, millions. That's what I'm hearing.
And Oluwatoyin, 3.5. I think that's me.
No, it's not you. You're an MC.
Okay.
Leave the tech people to enjoy the labor of the rewards of their labor. Finally, we'll also be calling upon innovators, but first they're going to take pictures, have their time in the limelight.
Please let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's appreciate them with a warm round of applause.
All right. We'll still want to wait. Please, you could bring down your nose mask so we can see your face as well. I'm told for photo ops. So your family can say, that is my mom, that is my sister, and then they'll start calling your phones. Please, we have
it's for tech, it's for tech.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. Well done. We'll move on to the next set right now.
And this one is 5 million naira each. I think that's the category I want to be, innovation. So please, I'll call all the names to save time, and you'll just give them a warm round of applause when they get on stage. We have Brickify, Oluwamayowa Salu. We also have Scrapace Technologies Limited, Boluwatife Arewa, Celop Limited, Adeleke, Emmanuel Anoluwapo, Recycle Points, Alison Tobechuku Ukonu, and Retrieve Global Solutions, Gideon Fakolade. A warm round of applause for all the companies, the startups mentioned, the innovators, the people changing the face of Lagos, making it indeed a smarter city that we'll all be proud of. So please, let's come to the stage.
Please go on stage.
Remember when you're taking your pictures to remove your masks so your faces, your handsome faces can show. And
please, we have the VC of University of Lagos. Please, if you're here, please kindly join us, the VC of the University of Lagos. All right. Please, you can take off your face mask so we can see your faces.
I'm challenged again to go into tech because there are only men here. Where are the women?
They
so
just
who knows?
left. We have some of them who just left.
They need to be in this innovation. That's why we're here.
Please put your hands together for the winners, please.
A warm round of applause for them.
I think I know some of them, so I'm going to call them later today. Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, and thank you so much.
So if you want more money for tech, all you have to do is speak up. As Mr. Governor has said, he's ready to take our messages to the federal. Oh, yes, we need more females. Exactly. I'm speaking the mind of the governor. You're speaking to me. I receive it. So if you're a woman out there and you're thinking of going into tech, Mr. Governor is particularly interested in supporting women in technology. He said we should speak, and I've spoken.
That's right.
Already,
you've done that. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the governor of Lagos State and the executive. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. Congratulations once more. You can see that this is not a case of just talk. It's a case of talk and do. And that's what we've just seen. Congratulations to all those who have gotten the grant. Congratulations to all the students. In secondary school, I cannot remember if I won 200,000 naira.
If you did, you remember. So you didn't. So, but look at them winning 200, 300, and 500, and then all the millions. If you already start winning 200, by the time you're an adult, maybe it's 5 million.
So you just told me in public that I did not.
No, you didn't. But
Anyway,
we have to
I won something while in secondary school. I won water bottle for being the best dancer. Yes, water bottle was okay. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to follow us on social media at Art of Technology Lagos and post your pictures. Don't forget to use the hashtag Art of Technology Lagos.
And
we'd like to see.
hashtag AOT Lagos.
That's right. That's right. We'd like to move on swiftly, and we'll be moving straight to the next part of this event, and that has to do with the very first keynote session. But before we do that, it is only right that we will take a look at how we can leverage digital transformation in catalyzing Africa's startup growth. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to give us the first keynote address, talking about the first keynote session, please let's ensure that we could take a look at the video that we are about to play to you right now.
Ola Williams is currently the country manager for Microsoft Nigeria and Ghana. Before joining Microsoft, she was a lead consultant with Dimension Data Nigeria and has worked on large complex projects across Nigeria and South America. She leads female-focused initiatives to support women and girls in her region to develop interest in information technology and engineering. Ladies and gentlemen, Ola Williams.
A warm round of applause for Miss Ola Williams. Please put your hands together for her. We can do better than that. Or do we need an app to clap now? Do we need technology to solve that?
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to, okay, thank you. I want to acknowledge and thank the Executive Governor of Lagos State, Governor Sanwo-Olu, and also the Deputy Governor, Obafemi Hamzat, for sponsoring this event. I've been sitting down here and looking at the impact that we can make in Nigeria, and of course, Lagos leading the pack. Please allow me to stand on all existing protocol. It's been an exciting being here today, and I also want to thank the organizers of the Lagos Art of Technology for inviting me. You know, coming after Governor's executive speech and all the celebration, I really am also energized to share my perspective on what we're discussing today. So when I received the speaker briefing and I saw leveraging digital transformation in catalyzing African startup growth, I was thinking that it's going to be about Lagos State, but I saw Africa. That means Lagos State is not only thinking about impact that we can make within the state, but in Nigeria and Africa as a whole. That means Lagos State is an inclusive state. And of course, for me, it's also a home for everyone. So thank you, Lagos State, for not just focusing on Lagos, but thinking about the impact that we can make in Nigeria as a whole. There are a couple of questions that I'm supposed to speak to, but before I go into that, I want to put some things in perspective, especially in Africa. I know a lot of us know about that, but I think it's very important for the context of the discussion this morning. Today, Africa is the fastest growing in terms of population. Africa is the fastest growing in terms of GDP, and research has shown that Africa will continue to grow, and 10 out of African countries is actually part of the fastest growing countries in the world. And based on PwC reports, Nigeria, South Africa, Egypt will continue to be part of that 6 countries into 2023. Also based on research, Africa will be home to about 1/4 of the world population by 2050. There is also a school of thought that says that about 3 out of every 5 persons walking on the face of planet Earth will be from Africa. And that means we are actually going to be supplying the world labor force in the next few years and to come. And based on the growth projection, that is actually what we're going to be doing for a foreseeable future, because Africa is home to the youngest population all over the world. So that means we have a huge opportunity. We are talking about growth of internet penetration in Africa, and especially in Nigeria. And I think the minister, Honorable Minister Dr. Issa Patami, actually alluded to a lot of progress that we have made in that space. Today, Nigeria's internet penetration is about 50%, and we've come a long way. And I think we need to give ourselves a round of applause for that. But of course, there is still a lot to be done, because if you look at internet penetration today, it's high for us at 50%, but compared to advanced countries like Europe, UK, that has about 98% internet penetration, we are still lagging behind. But of course, we need to celebrate our success, and I think is that important. That's why I'm super grateful for the opportunity that this forum provides for all of us, not only to dialogue about the impacts of technology in Africa and what we need to do, but also come up with tangible outcomes and execute on them, so that Africa will not only leverage the potential that we have to leapfrog in terms of economic advancement, but also to dictate the pace of technology innovation in the world. And I believe we are on that journey. So how can we keep pace of the growth in mobile connectivity technology penetration? We must drive inclusive economic growth. And what does that mean for us? Today, we're celebrating the impact of technology advancement in Lagos. We're talking about, a lot of innovators that have come out today, but we also need to think about the brains that are in remote areas of Nigeria that could potentially impact the innovative experience that we have today, that are currently disadvantaged because they do not have access to connectivity. We also need to think about women that are also disadvantaged. And I think I really love the fact that the Honorable Governor, the Excellency picked this up when he said we need more women. And it's time for women to really come into technology, because our opportunity is here. A lot of organizations are actually focusing on that. But it's not just about the focus, but how do we get the fundamental rights? And we need to talk about that. We also need to think about people with disability, that if you give them a laptop, they are okay to sit down to write codes, to build technology that can help us, that we are currently not empowering. So those are the things that we need to talk about. We also need to think about commitment to build trust in technology. And this is what Microsoft is really very particular about, because we're not just talking about building trust in technology for technology, but how it is used, talking about cybersecurity, talking about how people use technology, AI for common good. And we also need to think about, we need to think about unequivocally support fundamental of human rights. Human rights to be able to participate in this digital economy that has come upon us. Now, moving to the next conversation. Private sector role in bringing help to Africa, to help Africa to digitize or to achieve digital transformation. What does this mean for us in Africa? One is, I've mentioned the case for connectivity. And that means we need to boost connectivity to address coverage gap and increase that digital access by citizens. Earlier on, I mentioned that, but I also want to back it up with data. Based on the white paper that Microsoft did in Nigeria, we realized that people in the city have 27% more chances to connectivity than any person in the remote area. What does this also tell us? There has been a lot of investment in fiber, in access to internet in the country. And Governor did mention that Lagos State is really leading the effort in making sure that we have fiber coverage across Nigeria, talking about fast mile. But we all know that that is very helpful. But we need to accelerate the pace of accessibility of connectivity to people. That means we should also be thinking about leveraging wireless connectivity, especially in remote areas where we are currently underserving right now. And what Microsoft is doing, based on the announcement we made with the federal government last May, we are trying to address key areas, which is one, connectivity. Secondly, is also skilling, which I'll also talk about, as well as digital transformation. How can we quickly boost connectivity? We can leverage unutilized TV white space. So through Microsoft Airband projects, we have earmarked 6 locations in Nigeria that we're going to be providing quick and affordable internet access to, so that those people in those remote locations can also have access to trainings. And I spoke about the potential that we have in Africa in terms of our people, in terms of the young population. This will help us to leapfrog our ability to drive innovation. But people need to know. They need to know how to leverage technology in a more productive way. We speak about, people using technology for bad things, especially youth, and we've seen a lot of, noise around Nigeria about leveraging technology for wrong reasons. But if people are not exposed to the right learning, they are left with no option but to learn the wrong way. And I'm not advocating for wrong behaviors, but we also need to look at things in perspective. We need to be very deliberate about skilling. We need to make sure that this is at the core of conversation at every level. As part of what Microsoft is doing as the Digital Nigeria Initiative, we made announcements with done by our President Brad Smith in collaboration with the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy, and also a joint announcement with the Vice President of Nigeria, Professor Shibajo, on 3rd May, to skill 5 million youths in Nigeria, leveraging both blended online and in-person training. And we've started that, but we know that this is not a problem that we can tackle on our own. That's why collaboration with government, with private stakeholders is very important. We need more partnership with the states to provide those centers that we can actually go to provide those skilling. So please, another round of applause to Lagos State for the program that they are launching to host thousands of startup ecosystem in Yaba. So that's really great, and we want more of that across Nigeria. The other area that we're also thinking about is digital transformation. But when we have corruption, it's very difficult to digitally transform. And that's why Microsoft is also focusing on partnering with Nigeria to leverage technology to tackle corruption and also Another area that we think is also important is our cultural heritage. Technology can also play a major role in that regard. Looking at how do we preserve our languages across Nigeria, how do we leverage technology to make sure that our cultural heritage is not lost, and we're partnering with Nigeria government to also bring that to life. And another area that we also want to look at here is why technology can help, ways technology can help to speed up Africa's economic growth. Now, I want to pause a little bit on that. Africa, we are blessed with great natural resources. We are blessed with people, talented people, and I'm really proud to be a Nigerian, right? Because when we hear about people making waves across the globe, there is no how Nigerians' name will not be mentioned. This is something that we can really harvest. We have oil, and oil has been the major area of focus for us. Yes, technology is contributing to our GDP, but we can also leverage technology to continue to boost other sectors in our society. How can we leverage advanced AI, data analytics, drones, to make sure that we are really driving innovation in our oil sector? We're talking about very soon, Nigeria will soon be home to the largest refinery in the world. Technology will help us to really drive innovation in that sector that we empower all of us. So we need to think about that. We need to think about technology in terms of driving agricultural innovation. So when we're thinking about startups ecosystem, where are the agrotech? Fintech, we've been making a lot of waves in Nigeria, and I think we need to give some round of applause to the people powering that as well. But of course, we need to do more in that area. Agrotech, health, education. We are doing so much. So now taking back to, women empowerment, especially in technology. I really celebrate all the children from the secondary school that won the award and the grant today. Very good job. But I looked at all of them, they are all boys. I'm happy, right? But we need to catch them young. We have in Nigeria, for example, 50% of our population are female, but less than 20% is in technology space. Please pardon me, a lot of people said I talked a lot about women empowerment, but I don't want us to miss out the opportunity that women can actually add into technical innovation. So we need to catch them young. We don't have to wait till they get to university before they get exposed to STEM, but we need to provide reinvention of our education system so that everyone, including girls, can have access to technology, love it from childhood, so they have opportunity to make a choice based on their interest. And I think we also need to look at it. What is Microsoft doing in this space as well? We have partnered with one of our NGO partners, Tech for Dev, to skill 5 million women across Africa, including Nigeria. And I really encourage everyone here, not only female. You are a man here, you have brothers, you have sisters, you have wives. Encourage them to check on that and see how they can leverage that to grow their technical skills. Because I say, if anyone is not in technology today, they're actually missing out on the opportunities that technology provides to help us to grow our ecosystem. So that is an area that we're working on. And secondly is also the fact that you don't have technical background does not mean you can be in technology. Everyone can actually contribute to technology advancement in Nigeria. And one of the things that we also do is a LEAP program that we launch when we launch our African Development Center in Nigeria. What does LEAP do? It provides avenue for anyone, but we focused initially on female, that did not have technical background, that want to venture into career in IT. And between that, with the launch last year and now, we've had close to 60 people that have been transitioned to technology, and they are all gainfully employed today. So there's a lot of opportunities that we can work around there. So going back to how can Africa take up economic growth leveraging technology. I spoke about oil, I spoke about agriculture, I spoke about the fact that we can leverage technology in innovating our health system, making sure that people, and I think COVID really helped us in a way, because today we are talking about telemedicine. We're talking about, people can stay in their home and have a remote session with doctor. Not only one, they can take second opinion, third opinion, depending on how they want to do that. And we are looking at also innovation to help us in sustainability. Today, we are all talking about preserving our earth. How can we work together in this space? Now, Microsoft have a grant for innovation in area of accessibility as well. So, and we are partnering with a co-innovation center to see how we can bring about innovation in this space from Africa, because Microsoft believes that Africa is home to innovation because of our young population. But to take on digital transformation is not something that will just happen. It has to be structured. That's why Microsoft provided the IDEA framework. IDEA means inspire, design, empower, and activate. What are we talking about when we talk about inspire? We're talking about people to come together, bring your team together, ideate on what is possible by leveraging technology. Think through what is required in your business or in the state we have, and Lagos State have actually started that journey with the master plan initiative for the state. And after this phase, we also need to think about how to design what we bring about to help us to achieve all the great ideas that we have. Then we come to the phase of empower. This is where the execution happens, and inspire is where we also come together to continue to leverage this important area to grow. And this framework is scalable across organization, government, and whether organization, whether big or small. And the fourth area is how to manage technological disruption in Africa sector to enable constant growth, because that is where we need to be. Our population is growing, so our ability to leverage digital transformation should also be consistently growing in that manner. Enable widespread connectivity. This is really important, and I cannot overemphasize that, because when a couple of people are disenfranchised, then we are missing out on the opportunity to leverage technology to do that. And let us look at skilling, digital ready workforce. And when we talk about skilling, we shouldn't limit it to only young people alone. COVID came, disrupted the way we work, play, do events. That means there are some work that will never come back, because today, a lot of work had changed as a result of COVID. Some of those work will never come back. That means organizations need to think about reskilling the people within their ecosystem so that we do not unintentionally increase the unemployment rate across our continent, especially in Nigeria. What is Microsoft doing in this area? We're also partnering with governments and organizations to do what we call enterprise skilling initiative, to look at how can we train people to be retrained to be able to take on all the available, in-demand jobs across our ecosystem. And we need to also think about tooling to empower these people to be able to do that. For example, we have teachers that are providing knowledge to our students. We've trained them. We need to equip them with tools so that they can also pass on those knowledge to students. The same goes in the government. The same goes in every other industry across the world. So these are different ways that we need to think about. We don't need to do everything. Just focus on, how do we improve on the connectivity rate that we have? How do we really make sure that we have digital ready workforce? Because if we don't, that means inadvertently we are creating unemployment, because technology will continue to affect the way we do things in the world. And we have seen that most of the in-demand roles are technology related. So issue of digital skilling is paramount, and we need to focus a lot of attention on that. And I did also mention the issue of upskilling of people that have been affected, especially that have lost their job as a result of COVID. If we focus on all these three key pillars, there is no way we will not have more innovation coming out. Because for these young folks, for example, that came up here today to be awarded for their work, imagine if Lagos State did not have such initiative. That means those ideas, we sit with them and they will not have opportunity to bring it out. Today, I'm sure they are motivated. I'm sure they are inspired to continue to do more. And I can't wait to see the level of impact that their innovation will make on the society. So before I close, once again, thank you, Lagos State. Thank you, Eco Innovation, for this laudable innovation program to help us to look at ways that we can work together as government, as private sector, and everyone within the ecosystem to make sure that we are leveraging our power, which is the brains and the young folks, as well as all the great ideas that is inherent in Nigeria for our common good. Thank you everyone for listening to me, and I wish you all more enjoyable events. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands again, one more time, for the country manager, Microsoft.
Next, we'll be having our first plenary discussion. And the great thing about technology, and this is to all our esteemed panelists and our moderator, is that we actually have a digital timer. So you don't have to crack your head on how am I doing for time? And once your time is up, it's going to say time's up. I think we need to be more efficient with the time. And what better way to help us with this than technology itself? This event has been made possible, of course, by the support of Lagos State government, in particular the Office of Innovation and Technology, Eco-Innovation Center, and we have a plethora of corporate sponsors, corporate partners, and media partners. I know at this time they're going to start preparing the stage for the plenary session, and we'd just like you to keep engaging with us as you have been doing on social media, hashtag AOT Lagos, hashtag Art of Technology Lagos. We want you to keep that conversation going, whether it's you're in Dubai, like the minister, or you're here with us in Lagos, or you're in Europe or North America. Let's keep that conversation going, and we can do that thanks to technology.
Also, would like to announce that the executive governor is taking his leave now, but of course, as a lover of technology, he will be joining us still virtually, so he will still be with us here by watching virtually.
And the great thing is that the deputy governor is still here. He too is very committed to technology. If you came in earlier, you'd have seen clips from last year when he spoke so passionately about the role of technology. So Lagos State is still very much here, listening and ready to take on all the feedback. Remember, Mr. Governor said, this is for you. It's for you to interact, to engage, and to actually lay your requests.
That's right. Also, don't forget that the Deputy Governor will be joining us very soon. So let's start preparing your minds. He will be here as well as we would get ready for the first plenary discussion. Yes, so we're getting ready for that. So ladies and gentlemen, get your minds ready. Let's also give you an update of what you should be expecting. We have our first plenary discussion, which will begin very soon. Aside that, we'll also have question and answers. I know many of you have written down your questions, but this first plenary discussion will focus on the rewards of investing in Africa. Many of us are starting to think, some of us are looking forward to have investments here in Africa, especially those who are joining us virtually. They're watching, they want to know, okay, how is Africa doing technologically wise? And how is Africa actually improving in the use of technology? And I can tell you we're doing absolutely well, as you have heard and as you have seen so far. But right now, we're going to give you the opportunity to listen to a plenary discussion that will take off very soon. And then you can see the angles in which you are planning to invest in Africa and what you stand to gain.
And if you notice the agenda, we're going very swiftly. There's no time allotted for lunch break or tea break. So you have been given some refreshments in your packs. We would like for you to make sure that you don't litter the environment. Everywhere is looking beautiful, from the stage to the stage in front, to the audience. We want this place to be very clean. So please, if you're exiting the hall, make sure you dispose of your trash or your waste properly. Please don't leave your water bottles lying around or paper packets, please.
That's right. Let's also tell you what next to expect later as we proceed. We'll also have a second keynote session. We'll tell you about that second keynote session as well. That's exactly what we are going to look at. Aside that, we'll also have product talk. Many of us are looking forward to hear what products we have for the Art of Technology Lagos 3.0. Well, you just sit back and ensure that if you're watching, you want to know what products will be talked about here, and that's exactly what we're going to do. And we'll also have Q&A again later on after the second plenary discussion. So there will be two sessions here. And by the way, we also need to announce that it's a two-day event. Today happens to be the reason why we're here. And you can also join us virtually, but tomorrow
is virtual. So again, technology is enabling us to engage as an ecosystem. And also, I think the part I'm looking forward to on the agenda is Collaborate Lagos. There are startups that are going to be pitching their wonderful ideas and solutions. So Collaborate Lagos is something you want to watch out for, to see the emerging talent coming up in the tech ecosystem here in Lagos. And I believe the stage is already set for our plenary discussion. The timer is on, and we'll just wait for...
I think they're still having selfies with the governor. So everyone wants a bit of a selfie with the governor. So that's what we're waiting for. Like we said, the governor's on his way out from this venue, and he's still on virtually. He's also joining virtually, and he's also watching with us. But in the meantime, on his way out, he has been held back by all the guests who attended this event here. And everybody wants a piece of the governor, taking pictures, taking selfies, and so on. But please, as you take the pictures and as you post, don't forget to use the hashtags.
Art of Technology and hashtag AOT Lagos, hashtag Art of Technology Lagos. So we're just managing with the stage arrangement. And I mean, if you look at this, it doesn't even leave too much to the imagination, really. Because once I see this bridge, I know we're in Lagos. And then did you notice the currency? That's the funding. So coins,
I see.
Crypto, a digital currency, funding, and a connected Lagos. I love the interpretation of the stage design in reinforcing this theme. Hopefully in another 5 minutes, our governor will be able to make his way through the throng of the people. But as he said, he's here to listen, and I'm sure he's listening to as many people as possible. But please let's allow for Mr. Governor to exit the room so we can continue. They would like everyone's full attention on the stage when we begin the plenary discussion. And a big thank you to everyone who has joined us so far virtually across different social media platforms, Facebook, I mean, you have live stream on YouTube. So thank you for being a part of AOT Lagos 3.0. I think we can use this opportunity to also say thank you to the organizations that have made AOT Lagos 3.0 a reality. I'm talking about our corporate sponsors. We have Flutterwave, Piggy Vest, Meta, Bank of Industry, Trips, Trove, and AutoCheck. Thank you to all our corporate sponsors.
We'd also like to say thank you to our corporate partners as well. And we are talking about Startup Lagos, Office of Innovation and Technology, Lagos State, SEC Nigeria, GDM Group, Cassava, LSETF, NGX, Retailer, Fuzu, Eco Innovation Center. Thank you very much.
And not forgetting our media partners who are making sure that the word is out there, creating the much needed awareness. A big thank you to Marketing Edge, techeconomy.ng, Brand Communicator, Digivation Network, Techon Code. We also have News Central. We have the Economist Group and Media Proximity. A big, big thank you for shining a light on the incredible work happening here in Lagos when it comes to the tech ecosystem. And just look at the screen. So much love for Lagos here. So much love. But I believe we're all settled down and we're ready. We're gingered. We have our questions, our pens and paper, our devices ready to take on everything that will be discussed here on stage.
All right, so without further ado, as we get ready for the first plenary discussion, I'd like to call on the names of the speakers. I'm talking about the panelists, and would like for them to please come for their microphones. I'd like them to be mic'd right away. So the names are as follows. Would like to call on the Executive Commissioner, Securities and Exchange Commission, Reginald Karawusa. Please, you could go and get mic'd. We need to get mic'd. We also want to call on Country Manager, Opera Software, Changwen, who please ensure that you also get mic'd. We also like to call on Partner, Volition Capital, Kola Oyeni. Please kindly ensure that you are mic'd, please. And where you'll be mic'd is, let me point to that direction, just right there where I'm pointing towards to. So just there. That's where you can get mic'd. I also like to call on CEO MTech, Kamel Cadet. Please also make your way. Oh, all right. I see you. You're mic'd already. That's great. Tejo Abisoye. Yes, that will be our moderator. Executive Secretary, LSETF. Please, we need you to get mic'd. And we also like to ensure that the Deputy Governor, who is still here with us, is equally mic'd. So, Mr. Deputy Governor, please, we'll also like to mic you so we can get prepared and ready for this heated discussion. And when I say heated, I mean every investor wants to know, what will I get if I put my money into investing, especially in technology here in Africa? What are the gains? What do I stand to enjoy? The rewards of investing in Africa is a topic. But if you were an investor, let me ask you this quickly. Would you invest in Africa?
Definitely. I mean, just look around. Companies are springing up every single day. FDI is on the rise. And really, Nigeria is the leading destination, in my opinion. I just see it every day. So everybody wants a piece of that African pie, and technology is not left out. So right. I would like Harry last. Of course, I'll invest.
What if you were to create an app? What app would you actually create?
You want to take my idea?
No, just share with me. I think I have some of my investors here. They might tap from your idea.
All I'll say is it's going to marry my two passions, education and entertainment. So an edutaining app. And I think that's what we get here. We're educated, but at the same time, with all the paparazzi, the videos, the technology, we're also entertained. I believe AOT Lagos is an entertaining program, but educational too.
Quite interested. Well, a few weeks ago, while discussing with a few people, we've seen that there is an advent and increase as well in apps. So people are coming up with different applications. We've seen applications for health, We've seen so many others that are also springing up, and we're happy that Lagos State is also putting something together where you can actually go and get educated. I like the one in Yaba, by the way.
Yes.
I look forward to visit that.
I mean, I can just see how people go to California as part of tourism. People are coming to Yaba to say, okay, I want to see this Yaba Valley.
Don't forget that's where Mark
have-
Zuckerberg. Mark Zuckerberg was
Yes.
also around that same vicinity as well. And of
So you
course,
don't have to go to Silicon Valley, just go and visit Yaba.
that's what it is. That's what it is. All right, we'd like each of our distinguished guests, those who are here present, please kindly find your seats as we are about to introduce the first plenary discussion. So please help us and take your seats so we can begin. For those who are online, thank you so much for sticking and staying with us. We appreciate that. So let's do this one more time. Please, let's take our seats. We are about to introduce the discussants as we head into the first plenary discussion, and we're about to do that now. So please, let's take our seats.
Ushers, please, let's assist people in taking their seats, and a bit of housekeeping. Please, let's remember to put our phones on silent mode. We're not asking you to switch them off because we want you to take pictures and videos to post, but please let's put it on silent. That way you're not interrupting any of the conversations happening on stage. If you do have to take that phone call, please excuse yourself out of the room before you take the call. So are we all fully mic'd? Can I get a signal from the team? Thank you very much. We're all mic'd, right? Are we ready for our video to introduce our panelists and moderator? I believe that is a yes.
All right, so we'll go straight into it. The first plenary discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, please fix your eyes to the screens as we make the introduction. All right. So without further ado, I'm sure you saw their names and you saw the video, but we need to announce quickly that the lead discussant will not be able to join us here today. And I'm talking about the person named Dr. Ola Brown, that's founder. Join us here today. But in the meantime, you've seen the names. Please, would like all discussants to please come on stage. But we'll start off first with the Deputy Governor. Deputy Governor, please, let's put our hands together.
Dr. Obafemi Hamzat, a warm round of applause for the Deputy Governor. Next, we have Reginald Karawusa, Executive Commissioner, Securities and Exchange Commissioner. A warm round of applause. Please, let's keep the applause going till our panelists come on stage. And then Chang Wen Hu, Country Manager, Opera Software. Kola Oyeneyin, Partner, Volition Capital. Please let's applaud them. A warm round of applause. And Carmel Cadet, CEO, MTech. And to our able moderator, Teju Abisoye, Executive Secretary, LSETF. So we have 60 minutes on the timer and 10 minutes for Q&A.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So Victor and Tuboso decided to give me a very difficult job to moderate the panel with my boss. Good afternoon, Mr. Deputy Governor. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being part of this panel today. Our discussion today is really to address the issues around getting venture capital for private businesses in Lagos. So we recognize that in Africa, there's been a lot of investment in Africa, but barely 20% of that is local investment. That therefore means that when there's an exit, the capital leaves the continent again. So we have some examples, however, of local businesses that have raised local capital and have been able to, the market has been able to benefit from that local investment. Discussing this with me today, we want to address issues around policy, government regulation. We want to address the challenges for investors, and we want to talk about experiences that can help us highlight the issues that we need to be solving as startups to be able to access funding. Because the truth, as Yoruba will say, owo ni koko. So please let me start today, and I would start from my far left. Mr. Oyenai, can you please share with us your experience in the market and what you feel can really help with what you think the challenges are for startups to able to raise local capital?
Thanks, Teju. So I think that there are different challenges for a lot of startups in raising capital in Nigeria in particular. But I would like to also say that if you look across the last 10 years, we've made a lot of progress from where we started from. When data started to actively be collected from 2015, I believe you will see that we've gone from an average of about, across Africa, maybe an average of about $200 million raised across the continent to last year, when to 2019, where there was a record over $1 billion raised, almost about $1.8 billion. And to last year, which was the year we actually had the first dip in raise, that came to about $1.4 billion. And if you look at 2021 alone, it's already projected to beat last year or 2019 of close to $2 billion raised across the continent. And Nigeria is leading that pack.
Yeah.
But having said that, when you look at from 2008 and now, when really the ecosystem started to shape up, a lot of people are hearing about fintech today, but the journey started from when you have e-commerce companies literally starting out and raising capital, the likes of Jumia, Konga. But if you project to 7 years before then, you had the likes of InterSwitch that built the payment platform in Nigeria that supports a lot of banks. So we can't, when we talk about challenges, I don't want us to look at the challenges of now, because there are some that are almost legacy challenges. And I'll highlight 3 of them. And these are 3 things that for us, as we look at early stage companies that we're looking to cut checks for, whether at pre-seed, seed, or Series A, or even debt, when you look at the local context and compare it to the rest of the world, and you're looking at DEX, there are 3 factors that I always say that you have to discount. And those 3 factors are also the challenges. Number 1 is what I like to call, what we discount in-house as the culture discount. And so when I see a deck that is trying to replicate a product or a service that is very popular in the US market, for instance, and they want to literally copy and paste in the Nigerian market, and these are 2 separate markets. Let's give 2 classic examples of what happened in the e-commerce period. People wanted to ensure that shopping online was easy, but when they were bringing that model to Nigeria, they didn't factor in infrastructure, didn't factor in delivery service, didn't factor in card payment system, didn't factor in the issue of trust, didn't factor in the fact that Nigerians like to see something before they pay for it. So we created a new problem, which was a problem of paying on delivery. So people will say, I'll order it online, but I will pay when I see the product. That created a new challenge. So all of those is a cultural challenge that we hardly factor in, and every investor, local or international, will need to factor that in and discount it to total available market. The second factor is religious factor. And I say this, and this does, why this might not affect all industries. When you look at the insurance space, for instance, the US can say to you that they have a 350 million total addressable market for insurance. When I get a deck in Nigeria that shows me that my TAM is 200 million people, I can almost tell you immediately that that's not possible, because at least 65 million of those people, or 100 million of them, are either Muslims or Christians who don't believe in insurance because they believe in other things that cover them. And so therefore, my total addressable market is not 200 million for insurance, it's much lower. And entrepreneurs don't always factor these things into it. And maybe the third one that is a challenge is is the PPP challenge. That's the purchasing power parity. The purchasing power in Nigeria, again, when you look at total addressable market, is extremely different from even South Africa, where our GDP per capita is extremely different to each other. GDP per capita in Nigeria is currently less than $3,000. In the US is about $80,000. In Luxembourg is about $180,000. So when I want to sell a product to you in Nigeria, I've got to consider how many people can actually pay for this. And that's why we say that sometimes there's a gap in the market, but there's no market in the gap. And so all of these challenges of culture, of religion, of purchasing power parity is extremely important. The last one, and SEC is sitting here to talk about regulation. Regulation is a major challenge. So as investors, if you're bringing a product in and we know that it's going to be in a highly regulated sector, whether by SEC, whether by CBN, whether by NCC or NICOM, we are more careful because it's regulated. And so those are some of the challenges that we've seen over the years.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oyene. And Mr. Deputy Governor, Mr. Oyene has spoken clearly to a lot of challenges that he feels investors are experiencing: legacy, cultural, religious, purchasing power parity, and even regulation. How is the Lagos State government positioning itself to attract opportunities in that climb for investments?
Thank you very much.
Not yet.
I don't think it's on. Is it on? Thank you very much. I think there are three issues here. The first one is, what are we doing to enhance our capability in terms of broadband penetration in Nigeria? When Ms. Ola Williams was talking, he said we have 50% broadband penetration. Okay. So when Ms. Ola, the Microsoft country manager, was talking, she mentioned the fact that we have 50% broadband penetration compared to countries in Europe that have 98%. So the best way for us to do that is that we don't intend to solve a problem and create another one. Part of the challenges we have in Lagos is that in the process of telcos and doing their work, they also interfere with our roads by digging roads, by doing truss boring and so on. So that's why Lagos State embarked on the 6,000-kilometer metropolitan fiber network. What that does, it has 6 ducts. What that does for us is, first of all, it allows the state to have ability to penetrate all our own institutions, our hospitals, all our secondary schools, our primary schools. This one is also not working out. Our primary schools, everything. So that our children in primary schools, in secondary schools, our teachers can also have that ability. Okay, so that's the first one. The second part is also what the agency interested that you are heading is also doing. And that's also giving people grants or even loans at single digits that allows them to actually invest in projects, activities of their choice. And the other one is also your agency that trains entrepreneurs. Because in order to have a good company, you must have good personnel. So, and it's important for people to also understand it's okay to write codes, it's okay to start business, but you must know how to keep your accounts. You must know how to keep your records. You must know how to train your staff, and so on and so forth, which are some of the things that Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, which you headed, is also doing. We're also into partnering with various companies, and I think the Microsoft country manager mentioned that the Global Scale Initiative, where Nigeria intends to train enormous amount of people. We are partnering with Microsoft to make sure that happens. We are also working with Oracle, for example, on the Oracle startup that allows startup companies to have access to cloud resources. So these are the various initiatives. And of course, again, you have the labor information management system that allows you to understand the interaction between what you are doing, the human resources and everything. So those are part of the initiatives, access and resources that we are giving now to small scale and even the startups so that they can actually do the right thing, have the right information, have access to proper technology, and like the Yeah.
They plugged it back in. That's.
Sincere apologies, ladies and gentlemen.
It's just that this one, okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Governor. I do apologize. Please, if you don't mind, we would like you to speak to how Lagos State is positioning itself so that there's so as to attract more investment as a state. This caller had discussed the issues and the challenges that he feels investors are finding in Africa. But how is Lagos State changing that conversation and making sure that we're ready to take business?
Okay, so that just to repeat what I've said before. So we are looking at that from three perspectives. The first is to actually allow broadband penetration in the state. And I'm sure everybody in this room must have seen the various cable, red, blue, green, and all over the state. So the idea was to build a 6,000 kilometer metropolitan fiber network that will have 6 docks, 5 leads to all the various companies that needs it, and 1 dedicated to Lagos State government for our hospitals, for our secondary schools, our primary schools, and all the various institutions. So that's to increase the penetration of broadband. As you've listened to various people before, Microsoft was telling us about the fact that we have about 50%. Some people say it's even lower, but that we are just judging by Lagos. So, but let's assume it is 50%. So the idea is with that, we can increase it tremendously. So I also mentioned what your agency, the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, is doing in terms of giving people loans, single digits, helping people to actually also understand business, trying to train people, entrepreneurs, on how to employ the right people, how to run their businesses, and then, of course, giving them access to various information. So we are partnering with Microsoft, for example, on the global scale, where you are training over 5,000 people on how to understand technology to build their initiatives. We are dealing with Oracle startup that allows startup companies to have access to cloud resources, so that they can manage their information without actually paying a huge sum of money for it. And then, of course, the labor, I spoke about the labor information management system, that because you cannot build a company without people. And therefore, investing in people, getting the right people is also very important. And I also mentioned the fact that Lagos State is also doing a lot of training and entrepreneur that your agency is helping us to power, so that at least we can have the resources for internet penetration, train the human resources, and get access to what is needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Governor. Flowing from that, so you heard it from the Deputy Governor himself. So there's the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund that actually provides access to affordable financing. We act as bridge financing, hoping that small businesses can start, scale up, and then before you move to the investor, we get you investor ready. So that takes me straight to Maya. And Maya is the founder of Ingressive Capital. Maya, based on your experience in Africa, sorry? I'm coming. Yeah. Okay. She's going to tell us, based on her experience, what it has been like playing in this space.
So thank you for the opportunity. And again, Deputy Governor, kudos for the effort that the state of Lagos is making when it comes to investing in startups, when it comes to investing in technology and research and development. It's really important. I'm the CEO and founder of a tech company that actually happens to be in the middle of not only trying to fundraise, but also solving a problem around the regulatory space for innovation specifically. So MTech is a technology company that helps central banks, primarily focusing on central banks in Africa, central banks in the Caribbean. I'm originally from Haiti. And the idea for us to tap into the opportunity that I think we're all discussing today, and the topic around funding Africa and connecting Africa and developing Africa, is something that investors are very interested in. I think the numbers are based on what was shared this morning, 6 billion being invested across Africa, and over 900 million. I agree with the advisor, the numbers are higher so far this year for Africa. And the idea is there is such a big opportunity when we think about the numbers of Africa representing over 25% of the world's population. The 6 billion that we talk about is 3% of the 220 billion that VC funded and startups so far this year. So for me, I see the big business case to be made that Africa is a big market and there's an opportunity that investors, local investors and international investors want to bring in and investing in local companies or companies targeting and creating value and economic growth in Africa. When we look at that, we turn around and when it comes to either fundraising for us or even talking to regulators and innovators in the space, regulation is a big bottleneck that can also be a catalyst for why investors invest more. How do you go from 3% to maybe 25% of the global investment being done around the world to match if you were to do a proportionate distribution of VC funds compared to the world's population. So that would say from 6 billion to 60 billion, right? So imagine that coming to Africa, and how do you, if you want to have a bigger share, a bigger slice of the pie, how do you get more funding into Africa? And those are conversations that central banks are coming to us and asking us how can we help with our technology when it comes to lowering the barrier of regulation for innovation and bringing those things together to say, how can we get more direct investment into the continent through private sector to public sector engagement, but also providing a regulatory environment that investors feel comfortable coming in. And the fintechs are ready, the market is ready. And I think the demand is there, the need is there. So that's the work that we're doing, but that's our contribution to the space.
Thank you very much. I just wanted I'm coming right back to you, Mr. Regina, Mr. Karawusa, but before that, I would like Mr. Chengwen to speak to his experience coming into the market, because Opera has been here now not too long. How many years in the market? What has been that experience? She speaks to regulatory environment. What was it like for you to get into the market and to be able to play?
So yeah, based on Opera's information and also the experience we get from China as in an underdeveloped country, as we saw, we have few different good opportunities. As the first one, as the construction and for the infrastructure, and we have opportunities. And the second one, and I think it's the internet. Internet in last 2 decades in China, we bloom a lot of famous companies. And in China, we have Alibaba, we have Tencent, and in the US, you have the Facebook, Google, and it's in last 30 years, internet grows a lot. And the third one, I think, is the finance. And finance, you have the insurance, stock, and some other things. And this is all times for other countries. People also, they grow step by step. The first, they develop the construction. Then they have some of the basic things that develop the internet. And after the internet is good, they have some more finance report to speed the cycle of the whole economy. But for now, the time changed in Nigeria, so we have a better opportunity. I think for now, because I already traveled around the world, I was working and studying in US and China, and I found that for now, Nigeria already attracts all around the world's eyesight in here, no matter the capital or people. People are paying more attention to Nigeria because Nigeria have a lot of population. And so I think that so this is the time to combine different periods together. So for now, you see, even some though our construction is not very stable, the internet we still growing, but we already have the internet, we have payments, we have MMO, and we have some fintech things. I think it's time to mix different verticals together to find some interesting marketing opportunities.
Thank you very much. Mr. Karawusa, you've heard from Opera, and they speak that people are looking at Nigeria because of the population. What you will find in developed world, in the Western world, is there's the ability to crowdfund for your business. So you open it up to anybody that is interested in putting money. So like having to go and pitch and present to 20 or 101 investor, you just open it up on a platform and give up people that opportunity to crowdfund. And as the Security Exchange Commission, what is being put in place to allow Nigerian businesses crowdfund today? And I'm not talking about IPOs. We're just talking about the ability for young people who don't have deep pockets to put money in a business they believe in.
Thank you. I think I'll start by appreciating the organizers for extending the invitation to me. And I'll also say that the primary responsibility of the SEC, apart from being a regulator, is an entity that is saddled with responsibility of developing a capital market that will contribute to the economic growth of the country. So our developmental role is bigger than even our regulatory role. So it's a function that we take very seriously. Coming to the question of the crowdfunding. In January this year, we launched the regulation for crowdfunding. And this regulation is targeted at helping micro, small, and medium enterprises to raise funds from the public. So the kind of enterprises that can access this market are, startups, not for the big companies, the listed companies. So a micro enterprise can raise up to 50 million, a small 70, and then a medium scale enterprise can raise 100 million naira. And depends on the kind of instruments that is going to be issued by those seeking funding. If it's going to be debt, then the number of people who can subscribe is, there's no problem with that. But if the enterprise is to issue equity in raising the funds, then it cannot go beyond 50 because it would then transform to a public company. But there's a provision in the rule that if in the course of soliciting investments, it happens that you cross 50, then you become a public company by default, in which case you'll be required to register those securities because the threshold of public company has kicked in. So these are the regulations that we put in place, and they've actually come into effect.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Caruso. So small businesses are very dear to us at LSCTF. They are like, we feel they're the lifebone. They really make the economy grow. And if we get it right, we actually can do a lot with these MSMEs. Thank you. We're happy to know that there's some regulation plan going around crowdfunding for businesses. But that takes me back to Mr. Deputy Governor. So apart from what we do today, which is where we give micro loans, we give maximum of up to 5 million to individual businesses to do their business. What are other structures you believe government can come in investing in businesses such that they give investors some level of comfort as well? From your angle, what do you think additional things that we can be doing that can actually help that and give these co-investors on this panel with you some comfort?
Hello? Yes, yeah. I think the biggest thing for government to do really is to make it easy for private sector to try. And so we're raising grants. How many people in terms of quantum can you actually do that for? Okay. And basically, money follow good ideas. That's the standard everywhere in the world. So I think for us, the biggest challenge is how do we train, especially our youths? It's training on how to do, how to conceptualize ideas and how to support them in terms of getting it to market. So for example, I think the Honorable Minister was talking about the startup bill. So I think Lagos State, we are actually part of that. And what that does is that it reduces the gestation period for businesses to get to market. So those are the type of things you can do in terms of how do we even, so because basically it's very difficult for small businesses to go to banks, really. I mean, at 22%, you can't just survive. So what do we need to do to make sure that small businesses, like he just mentioned the processes for crowdfunding and the rest, but so what we need to do better also is how do we bring in high network people to actually invest locally? Like I was saying, I mean, the furniture company in Ikorodu, it was amazing what they did. I mean, they supplied the furniture in my office. That's how I knew them. And it was really very nice, really very nice. And so people seeing it, people can come in and say, well, bring in 1 million, 2 million, and they were able to raise about 28 million naira. So, I mean, if they are able to now invest in, which is the key here, the ability to now make sure that you sustain the business so that, you don't now spend the money on something else. So, and I think that's where we need to come in with the training. Like I said, how do you even keep accounts of your company? How do you make sure that when the tax man comes, you are able to show your documentation and everything? So because, and I know that a lot of people also complain about, or these documentation, but the reality is that as nice as all these people are on this platform, if I know you, whatever, you cannot travel anywhere without a passport. So I can say, oh, well, I know her, she's from this family. Well, it doesn't matter. You must still have a passport to travel anywhere. The same thing with businesses. Your documentation must still be intact. So a lot of people have assets that cannot be collateralized because the documentation is not. So part of what we are doing is automating our documentation process so that people can get their title, people can get things faster. I think the government mentioned that in terms of automating and encouraging people not to deal with touts. That's one of the things that we simple. So those are part of the things that we need to do in terms of access.
Very correct. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. I think I would like all the panelists to actually respond to this particular question around funding, because Mr. Deputy Governor has now told us about different structures the government is actually using to improve the ease of doing business. So starting with Mr. Oyenei, can you please discuss what kind of models do you think, what kind of funding structure can actually help improve how we bring in high net worth individuals into the bracket, local investors into this bucket so that there's more funding for local startups to access?
Thanks, Teju. So I like to generally use this sort of platform to try and put some, maybe try and humbly put some ideas on the table. And that way we can get from maybe just conversations or even challenges, because in the challenges that we identify as investors, they are not our challenges. They are typically the startups or the tech companies' challenges, but they hinder funding, because it's very hard to cut checks for a startup that we potentially know that, yes, you're forecasting a total addressable market of 3 million people, but we know that maybe at most you're going to hit 300,000 people. And so inherently the challenges are usually on that side, but our own side, the biggest one is possibly, like I said earlier on, is possibly regulation. And so in terms of model, and this is where wearing multiple hats as investors in Nigeria is very important. And so we play in we run a private equity firm that also does VC. So on the private equity side, we're able to fund large projects that can run into possibly millions of dollars. But then on the VC side, we cut as low as $10,000 check for pre-seed to seed stage to maybe $100,000 to Series A to $500,000. So now, and I feel that this is one model that a lot of funders and investors need to start to look at, where you are not necessarily waiting to for the later rounds before you come in. A lot of the startups that we see need as low as, when you look at pre-seed, as low as $250,000, $500,000 to even to have some kind of 6 to 12 months runway. But a lot of people are waiting to cut the 100,000 checks to see whether the concept is already proven. So the first model is, can you actually build your internal structure as funders to really be able to fund earlier rounds? So even if it means that you are funding them as individuals, which is what you call angel investing, that's extremely important. And I think another part of it is also, there are also entrepreneurs here who, for instance, are not looking for equity funds. Debt is what they prefer. And yes, globally, equity seems to be the only conversations that people tend to have, but I've seen that in Nigeria a lot of time when you look at maybe non-core tech businesses that are tech enabled, a lot of times debt could be suitable for them. 24 months, 36 months debt structure that will be priced at a lower rate than what a typical bank or a typical capital platform will price. That's another model. And I think that for us, if that comes with some kind of, so a bank would typically ask for collateral, but with some kind of guarantee on that, whether tied to cash flow, debt structure would also be very important. A combination of convertibles are also very important. So debt, equity combination. So where I'm giving you 10 million, let me use 10 million naira or $100,000, and I'm doing it at a 70-30 combination, 70 for equity and 30 for debt or vice versa. Or I'm doing a convertible note. So that's another structure where, yes, it's debt, but it's potentially, it could be converted to equity at some point. Now, because my background, obviously, as you know, Teju, from running a tech hub or a business hub, we've had cases where the model has been space for equity, where the businesses that you hear of today who are now raising millions of dollars couldn't raise $100,000 to pay for office space. And what we've had to do is really provide them the office space in return for equity for a year, for 2 years. And now when they raise their first or second round, they're then able to raise larger rounds. So there are many models that I think we can all try as investors. But I think ultimately, Lagos State, and I'm glad that Your Excellency Dr. Hamza is on this platform. Lagos State is possibly the safest, and I say this with all due respect to other states, and not because I'm in Lagos, and not because we operate from Lagos, we operate from Nigeria. But in terms of being able to, what you will call, a friend of mine calls a safe environment to be able to experiment, Lagos State presents that opportunity. And one of the things I want to put on the table here for Tumboso and all the organizers, let's take this out of this place. For instance, let's have an uncomfortable conversation, Teju, for funding. If I want to cut a check for a crypto company today, yes, uncomfortable conversation, because otherwise we're just going to be going round and round and not really have this real conversation. SEC is sitting here. I wish CBN was sitting here so that we can have this conversation. Can we, for instance, because in another part of the world, as we see here today, the second largest crypto company is sitting on their stock exchange today in the US, Coinbase. And in Nigeria, a crypto founder cannot publicly say, I run a crypto company and is looking for a check from me. How am I supposed to fund that company? Do you understand? And this is, we know this, that the future of payments is not even fintech. The future of payment in Nigeria is in two ways. One is street tech, agent banking on the road. So fintech is done and it's going to be huge and it will continue to be successful. But agent banking, and the second part of financial inclusion, I dare say, well, in Naira might be one of it, but I tell you, digital currency is going to be. And by the way, while we're trying to figure out whether we are banning crypto or we are letting it go, do we now know that there's a new world called metaverse, which is now like a completely new world of virtual reality? And I think that those are conversations. So as a funder, I'm seeing decks in front of me of young people who are building incredibly powerful products in this space, but we can't fund them because the market is even limited. They can't publicly do transactions. They don't have, the banks still can't support them even though they want to because of regulations. So those are really the difficult ones. Your Excellency, if you can't do it within the state, you have free trade zone. The idea of free trade zone is to allow for experiments. You know, so let's use this platform to put big agendas on the table. Why do I need to go all the way to Delaware to structure entities that would allow for us to be able to do investment in some of these structures? There's like a free trade zone there. There's mixed up building. So those are the things that I want to ensure that, because we're in a technology conference, so let's not have the really soft conversation.
Very valid, very valid points, Mr. Elaine. And we do have a free trade zone as a government, and I think there's a lot we can do with that, with experimentation. I listened to the MD of Meristem say yesterday that even as an entrepreneur, you should not let the regulator give you set boundaries for you. You have to be able to evaluate those policies and those laws and find where those gaps are. And they've been able to do that even with SEC in Nigeria as Meristem. But it was very interesting to listen to that. So as an entrepreneur, you need to study the regulations. You need to find where the gaps are. You need to find what you can push. So I would ask that same question to Camilla. Kola has talked a lot about different structures which we can use. Most importantly, I think he mentions the fact that there needs to be opportunity to experiment. People need to be comfortable with, because technology is evolving fast.
That's right. So maybe I'll give an alternative to the free trade zone. Instead, what we do see as an opportunity, and the pain that is being shared here is real, right? We're seeing fintechs, we're seeing companies that could raise millions of dollars, but investors are asking for regulatory clarity. That is something that I experienced myself, although I'm not we're not a regulated entity, we're a technology company, not financial service provider. But the fact that we focus on Africa, investors want to know, is there a market here? Can you really thrive in this environment? Eventually, we turned to and got very lucky and got funded by Nigerian investors, and very proud of that, because understanding the market and understanding how to enter and understanding how to allocate capital to solve challenges is what is the really good balance, right? But the use of funds is something that we think is interesting for us, because we do that in two ways. And when it comes to contributing to the local market, one is building a product that not only makes us successful as a company, but that also solves a challenge. And regulatory sandboxes are things that we're looking at right now. And more countries are looking at them not to be policies as they've been so far, but injecting technology into that collaboration, into that innovation, into that discovery phase is something that we are helping regulators understand how they can use technology on their side to better understand the market. You know, crypto solves a lot of problems, but it also brings a lot of risks.
Yeah.
And I think introducing it in the market requires risk management, risk mitigation, understanding what you can and can't do. And there are a lot of consumer protection concerns, right? There are people that I know in Nigeria who have lost money in crypto because sometimes it's not user-friendly. It's really difficult to understand and balance, and but it's very easy to make payments with. So we do understand the balance. And what central banks and regulators are talking about right now is how do you enable and take the good and leave the bad in a way, right? That's the question here. And how do you get the balance? And for us, we think actually technology can help do that. Because if you don't have access to data to help you understand what is a fraudulent activity versus what is not, you might want to stop every transaction and say, let me investigate and find out what's wrong. Instead, how can we use data to inform not only government, but the citizenry, but also the regulators for them to be more informed? And regulatory sandboxes, we think, is one tool that can be applied.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you have questions, you're going just start get your questions ready. He's going to go around with a microphone on those to take questions from the audience. It's a conversation. So I would just then ask Mr. His name is Mr. Karawusa to respond to that question around crypto. And I think Kamala has actually spoken to the fact that yes, there is involved with crypto, but what a security exchange, what do you think as a regulator, what should your posture be on this crypto conversation, blockchain crypto conversation?
Thank you so much. The SEC had put up a statement last year on its position concerning virtual assets. That statement has not changed. The position is not changed. We've said that virtual financial assets of certain sort are securities. But you then have the central bank having its own position, and being the regulator of that space and knowing the kind of issues that they have with cryptocurrencies, we have to respect the position of the central bank. They know, the problems that they see with cryptos. So it's an engagement that stakeholders must continually have until we get to the point that we're on the same page. So the SEC has its position and the CBN has its own position.
Okay. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you have a question, so we're going to take, depending on how much time we have, okay, we will take 2 questions very quickly, and the microphone, he's going to the back. No, sorry. Yeah. So there's somebody right there. Yeah, his hand was up. In front. In the black shirt. Do you want to go ahead? The guy in the black shirt. Thank you. Yes.
Very well. We've been speaking. Firstly, I would like to thank everyone in the panel. It's been really wonderful hearing from you. So here's my question. We made mention of the Nigeria Startup Bill, and I can remember in 2020, Nigeria amended the BOFIA, basically Bank and Other Financial Institution Act, to actually cover fintech. So I actually feel the Company and Allied Matters Act basically has covered whatever we'll be doing with the Nigeria Startup Bill. So I feel doing the Nigeria Startup Bill may necessarily not be needed, since startups are also companies. So why are we doing a special regulations for startups, since there is a Company and Allied Matters Act already? Why is there a need for the Nigeria Startup Bill?
Okay, thank you for that question. Does any of the panelists want to take that? Because the CAMA that was amended in 2020 already addresses the issue where the startup bill wants to address. Do you want to answer that, sir?
I don't know who wants to answer. Well, I mean, my understanding of the startup bill is actually to, oh, you want to answer it? Okay, go ahead.
So we have the SA Innovate Tech and Innovation Lagos State.
Okay,
Mr.
so
Alaki.
I can take a stab at that question. I've been part of some of the rounding activities of the startup bill. And so what it does, in similarity to the Tunisian startup bill, the Senegalese, is the classification of what a startup is, disparate from, say, an SME, right? There are certain classifications, for instance, companies, for instance, that have a culture of continuous experimentation, right? Companies that invest in R&D. How do you get more technology-enabled businesses to grow much faster, to provide jobs, as opposed to other kinds of companies that might not necessarily scale as quick or as much? And that is what the startup bill is trying to unleash. As you know, if you compare, say, an ExxonMobil, right, to a Meta, or, a legacy company to Google, the growth trajectory of those companies are completely different, right? The new kinds of economic pathways that those companies have created, Facebook, Meta, and all of that, new kinds of skills, right, that have actually affected every part of society, probably the way maybe a food company didn't. And so the startup bill is looking at that particular classification to try and turbocharge those kinds of companies. And so the classification, if you look at the startup bill, is very, very succinct. It's very particular about the kinds of companies it wants to help accelerate, right? And those, for companies that do not fit that classification, the Company and Allied Matters Act does take care of them as well. So it's a win-win. There's no lose-lose in that particular scenario. So I hope that answers that.
Thank you very much, SA. We'll take one last question. Just because I'm a woman, if there's a woman that has a question, please stand up. Yes, that's the last question. Gender equality.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Jennifer. I'm an entrepreneur. I own the art management. But I have one question. And my question has to do with data in Nigeria, or let's bring it down to Lagos State. I do some research sometimes, and I think we don't have enough data, or there's lack of data, or nobody is accumulating data, or I don't know, my problem is data. So I'm here to ask, since we have everybody that has to do with this same industry, what's happening about data? And data analytics as a subject is like really, really far behind. Okay. I can't even get a specific data or information on anything, actually.
Thank you for that question. I'll let Mr. Deputy Governor. Lagos State is doing a lot in data.
Well, I think I will let Tubos also talk, but the reality is we have enormous amount of data. So the question is, in what format? You understand? And that's what majority of states, government, even private sector are trying to digitize the data. So it's not that data is not available. It is. But in what format? I mean, you can have it in one Excel somewhere, you can have it in a silo in one agency, and so on and so forth. So what most state governments are doing, at least certainly what Lagos State government is doing, is to have a silo. So for example, when the SA Innovation was talking in the morning, he spoke about when we started Oracle. That was like 15 years ago or 18 years ago. Then remember at that time, even companies, private companies were trying to do it. The reality is at that time, Nike, which is that company that manufactures all those sneakers that we're all wearing, started Oracle canceled it after spending $17 million. It didn't work. So but the essence of using it at the time was to coagulate all their data. So for example, in Lagos State, that we have a database that is called Oracle. All our financial data is in a single database. Therefore, we can track from various ministries who is buying this, who bought that, we have inventory, we have so depending on the institution where you work or where you are trying to get information. So we are doing, for example, EGIS, that ultimately, so you fly and you get a data meta of all the buildings, for example, in Lagos. But the reality is things do change. So buildings will change. So you must fly again in 5 years. But that data is somewhere. So it depends on what you are looking for. So what is important is how do we aggregate this data so that it's not in different silos? And that's what government is doing. So I don't know if you want to also say something about it.
Thank you very much, sir. So, so what Lagos State is doing now is, first of all, coming up with a data management framework, right? As to, in terms of the data process of capturing, digitizing, right? Correcting, making sure that that data is accurate, and then presenting it before stakeholders. So for instance, within Lagos State, people have access to certain data, but I'm sure that woman's question dealt with how can she get access to data, probably to run her business and things like that. And as I mentioned in the morning, part of what we are doing in the Open Government Project is trying to aggregate this data, get it from all the silos, digitize them, and make them available to you. I'll give you an example. The EGIS project that the Deputy Governor was talking about. When we started working on that project, we saw a number of land titles, right? And land titles from the 1870s, right? So since when the British were here, in fact, they signed those things in cursive, right? So it's tons of data. So first of all, you have to scan, digitize them, right? Make sure they are accurate. Some you might have to reproduce. So when you scan all of that, put it in a repository, right? And then make it part of this EGIS system. What you are now able to have is that you are buying a piece of land, or maybe that piece of land is under some kind of acquisition. If you are able to have data to that piece of land since, need I say, antiquity, you are much more able to value that land, right? In terms of land disputes, because of accurate records now, you are much more able, to administer issues on that land. So there's a lot of that data aggregation that is going on now, and in phases is going to be available because it is a lot. You are talking about records since the 18, and of course, the developed countries had a head start, but we are also on that process as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Essay. At this time, I want to say a big thank you to all the members of the panel for your time.
4 minutes. I'm just kidding.
We want to say big thank you. Want to say something? We want to say a big thank you.
So concerning points on regulating cryptocurrencies, we must understand that the central bank has enormous responsibility. And it is not a light matter when they take a position that they take. So I'd like to make that point. If at the moment they see some issues with cryptocurrencies, it's something that we have to respect their position until such a time that that position shifts. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. And that is it for this panel. On behalf of AOT 3.0, I want to say a big thank you to all the panelists for making our time, for sharing their thoughts and their experiences with us today. From Tubos Nalaki, thank you, Camila. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Governor, Mr. Karawusu, Mr. Changwen, and Mr. Koloyene. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well done. I think we'll have some pictures taken. Photographers If you can quickly take some
They want to take
pictures.
some pictures. They want us to take some pictures.
Let's also remember not to litter. So please, when you're finished with your Nescafe cups, just put them in your bag. And when you're leaving, you can dispose of them. This setting is really beautiful. We wouldn't like any litter on the floor. So if the person next to you has litter, tell them don't litter. And you can pick up your cups and make sure they're disposed properly. Please keep engaging with us on social media, hashtag AOT Lagos, hashtag Art of Technology Lagos. And we still have quite a bit to go through. So a big thank you in advance to our next set of panelists to ensure that they keep to time as much as possible. We're going to go straight to our product talk. We actually have 2 product talks. And I'm always very excited to hear from the people who come up to talk about different products, because these products keep changing, they keep evolving to respond to the times. So next, we're going to have our first product talk, and the representative from Facebook, which is now known as Meta. Please put your hands together so we don't, we'll just get some confirmation. If we have the people for the product talk, please can I have some confirmation? While we're waiting confirmation on the arrival, while we're waiting confirmation, please let's not get distracted. Let's quickly finish taking the pictures. I know that we're all eager, just like when Mr. Governor was around, to get a picture with the Deputy Governor. But if we keep taking so many pictures, we will be behind schedule. So please, and a big thank you to everyone who has joined us virtually. Big thank you. So we'll move to our first product talk, and that will be from Flutterwave. The representative from Flutterwave, Miss Chinenye Agwu. She is the Senior Business Development Manager, Flutterwave. Please, if your hands are not too busy, please give her a warm round of applause. I think we can do better than that. We've had something to eat. We've had something to drink. Please give her a warm round of applause as she comes to the stage to deliver her talk. Thank you. Can we have Miss Chinenye Agwu, Flutterwave, the representative from Flutterwave? Please, can we get confirmation? Do we have the representative from Flutterwave or the representative from Meta, formerly Facebook? We're moving to the product talk segment of AOT Lagos 3.0, and indeed it promises to be very engaging. Right after that, we'll have a second plenary discussion, and what gladdens me is the fact that the audience participates. So thank you for the questions that came up during the first plenary session, and I know during the second plenary session, we'll get more engagement. We also still have our keynote session, as well as Collaborate Lagos. And Collaborate Lagos is really exciting because there you get to see different startups pitching their ideas for funding. And I mean, it's in line with this year's theme, which is funding and a connected Lagos. That's the theme. Remember, the first edition was Lagos Meets Tech. Second edition was Smart Data, Smarter Lagos. And today's edition is, of course, funding and a connected Lagos. So I just want to make sure that we have our speaker for the product talk. I think she's still getting mic'd. Once I have the signal, okay, for Flutterwave. So are we ready for? Great. So please, let's make welcome the representative from Flutterwave again. Please put your hands together for Ms. Chinenye Agwu. A warm round of applause. I won't give her the mic till we get the applause going. I think we can do better than that. A warm round of applause for the representative from Flutterwave. Thank you.
Here are the ingredients you need. Great default payments integration, instant notifications, fast checkout, open delivery. If you have no coding skills or knowledge, you're just as welcome because the store doesn't require. You can create a store for your business for free and start selling in 5 minutes or less. Step 1. Visit www.flutterwave.com/store and click on Set up your store for free. Step 2. Complete the sign up form and click Get Started. How you want to accept payments. Step 4. Click on Store in the side menu of your admin panel, fill in the details, and take it online. Step 5. Add products and start selling. Create your own online store today and receive payments from around the world. The Flutterwave store. Just sign up, list, and sell. It's that easy.
Okay, awesome. I don't think I need this. I think this one works perfectly. Hello, everyone. My name is Chine Agu, and I work with Flutterwave as a Senior Business Development Manager, as initially introduced. I don't see myself. Okay, yeah, I see it now. Okay, awesome. So basically, at Flutterwave, we don't like barriers, right? And this is the reason why you see what's on the screen there, the text on the screen. In any other industry, when Africa is compared to a country, people get all riled up, they get upset. But you see, in the payment space, we work so hard to ensure that we bring everyone together, to ensure that there is actually no limitations when it comes to processing payment. Just a brief overview of Flutterwave. Flutterwave is a global payment service provider incorporated in the US and Nigeria. However, we pretty much operate mostly from Nigeria. Like every single operation happens from here. We have physical presence in about 20 countries today globally and infrastructural presence in 33 African countries. We support about 150 different currencies today. And we've been around for roughly 5+ years. During these 5+ years, we've been able to create 2 main products. One we call the Flutterwave for Business, and the other one we call Barter. Barter is a lifestyle application that people use for cross-border payments, as well as value-added services like bills payment, card issuance, and so on. While Flutterwave for Business is for both individuals, large corporates, small and medium enterprises. So long as you want to accept payment, we're there for you. During our time, of processing payments, pushing out digital financial inclusivity and financial inclusion in Nigeria, rest of Africa, and rest of the world, we've been able to achieve the farthest reach when it comes to payment processing in Africa. We've been able to partner with multiple people, not just the banking guys, but also the telcos, payment service providers, both locally, internationally, to be able to bring payments processing to the heart of every single individual that needs it. What you will see on the screen here are a couple of our partners that we've been able to partner with to ensure that we give every single person an end-to-end payment processing capability across every single industry vertical in the world. What makes us unique is the fact that our clients don't have to do certain things. For example, speak to the bank, speak to, risk management providers, engage card schemes. We bring every single thing to one particular platform and ensure that you actually optimize, the use of our platform adequately and scale. By providing one particular API that you can consume that would enable you not just process in Nigeria, but by the click of a button, you'll be able to accept payments across other African countries. It's magnificent, if you ask me. I'm here to speak to you about two main things: collections and payouts. And not just the regular payouts that we do today, which is like single and bulk, but also like, remittances. With regards to collections, what are businesses looking for today? What are you trying to achieve? You're looking at scalability. You're looking at reducing the cost of running your business. You're looking at the ability to be able to, save cost on integration. You're looking for a partner that would ensure that your business is secure, by providing multi-factor authentication mechanics, providing, consultative abilities that would enable you, grow your business and scale. Taking Nigeria into consideration as a case study, right? What Flutterwave has come to create is a platform that provides multiple payment methods unique to the market in question that you're collecting for, hence the currency, which takes me back to our ability to accept over 150 different currencies. In Nigeria, you will not just be able to use the traditional means of collection, which is, say cards. You're accepting card payments, which gives you the ability to accept whether it's Visa, Master, Verve card, but also accept international cards from the likes of Amex, the likes of JCB, and a few others. Then we now bring in the ability to accept payments through digital wallets. The likes of PayPal, based on our partnership with them, you can do that. The likes of Paga, Payatitude, Barter, our product. You can also accept payments with that. USSD, bank transfers, bank accounts, just to mention a few. Now, should you as a business choose to want to scale into other African countries, from the comfort of your dashboard, you can be able to just enable the payment methods that applies to those countries, and you're able to accept payment. So taking a look at Kenya, for example, mobile money is actually most dominant in that area, widely used. What the people over there would want to see is a mobile money payment method. And of course, what they would see is a mobile money payment method. Airtel, MTN, Orange, M-Pesa, card payments.
Yes, Meta.
And so on. In addition to, it's not moving. Okay. In addition to doing that, we also take into consideration the financially non-inclusive people, right? The guys that don't necessarily like technology that much. How can you collect money from them? From any industry that you're in. Whether you're a trader, you're an FMCG, you're a bank, you're a PSP, we've created an offline agency team that actually supports our customers with over 4,000 plus active agents. We also give hard POSs and soft POSs. Soft POSs comes with the similar payment method types that you would see on your web today for collections. We're talking about cards, USSD, QR, pay with bank transfer. Now, there are several other people in this space that would like to provide something similar to what Flutterwave has today. This right here, if you can look a bit closely at the dashboard, that is a Flutterwave dashboard. That is Flutterwave for business. What you will see there is the ability to be able to utilize a storefront, a marketplace, issue cards, process payments. You don't even have to integrate. You can easily use a payment link and have access to multiple different currencies. So Flutterwave can actually white label its payment gateway solution for Flutterwave for business for you. Be it a bank, an OFI, fintech, and whatnot. Now, let's speak about payouts. Well, we have the regular payouts today, which comprises of single or bulk payouts into whether you're paying a salary, you're paying a vendor, you're paying for something, be it in Nigeria, in rest of Africa, you know, the world. We have customers that are not in Nigeria today, but looking at collecting funds in Nigeria today. We give them that comfort to know that they can easily come into Nigeria, collect in Nigeria, of course, with the right documentation, and they have ease of settling in their preferred bank accounts. Because of course, we settle globally. Here you have the remittance option. By integrating to a Flutterwave's remittance API and leveraging on our rails for remittance, based of course of our IMTO license, as an entity in the UK, Europe, US, anywhere in the world really, trying to initiate payouts into multiple corridors in Africa is possible. Because what do we try to do? We try to ensure that you're able to scale. Once you have the right jurisdictional license in place, you're good. With our remittance payment option, you actually have the ability of allowing your customers send funds, and the recipient can get them by going to the bank, cash pickup, or getting them directly sent to their bank account or into a mobile wallet. In Nigeria, definitely that would be sending dollars from, let's say, for example, the US into Chinese's USD bank account here in Nigeria, based on our partnerships, again, with all these banks. Okay. I'm just going to leave this on the screen for a bit, just to highlight a few of our clients that I'm very proud of today. And I'm smiling because I know that majority of them, or quite a number of them, have representatives here today. And I'm just going to end by saying that I would like you to join Flutterwave in simplifying payments for endless possibility. Thank you.
Right? Have we used Flutterwave? By show of hands. Well, if you haven't, I see a hand there. Well, if you haven't used Flutterwave before, now you have more reasons to use Flutterwave. And I think the great thing about technology is how it simplifies our lives. Prior to technological inventions, I remember as a child going to with my parents, and we can spend 2-3-4 hours, you're able to process payments. And the great thing is Flutterwave is able to receive payments from Visa, MasterCard, as well as Verve. So I'm sure you use that. I'm just going to get confirmation if we have our next speaker. So during this time, please let's make sure that the environment is clean around you. There are no Nescafe cups under your seats or next to you. If there are, please pick them up. Let's try and keep this place as clean as possible. And let's also ensure that we continue to engage online using the hashtags AOT Lagos, Art of Technology, Lagos, and Art of Technology, so we can find all the wonderful posts and videos. So we'll be right back. I believe we have one more product talk and the next plenary session. So I'm just going to get please join me in welcoming the representative for Meta, formerly Facebook. She is the head public policy Anglophone West Africa. Please put your hands together for Miss Adora Ikenze. A warm round of applause. I think we can do better than that. Please put your hands together for Miss Ikenze. And I loved the video that just played. I always love it when we have very interactive presentations. Well done. Can't wait to hear about Meta.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am very honored, and I thank you on behalf of Meta for the invitation to be here at AOT 3.0. I should start by making a clarification. I will not be making a product announcement. I know particularly excited about our announcement. And there are lots of questions about what does Meta mean and what does the metaverse mean, particularly for Africa. I regret that I will not be speaking about the metaverse today. I will, however, say that even though our name has changed, our mission and our vision remains exactly the same. It is to help people build communities and to bring the world closer together. But in the spirit of this conference, I'd like to make a few points about what we at Meta consider to be the opportune environment to help drive a smarter, more digitally efficient tech ecosystem, not only for Lagos, but for Nigeria as a whole. We are seeing Nigeria embark on its digital transformation. We see platforms playing a key role in the country's development. Companies are seizing opportunities for innovation and leveraging this incredibly vibrant young population, the sizable workforce, the entrepreneurship, the hard work, and the ambition of Nigerians to drive the development of this economy. Startups are on the increase, and I've been very interested to listen and to the comments all through the day about the startup bill. I recall a few months ago, there was an FDI intelligence report by the Financial Times, I think it was in March, that ranked Nigeria as one of the top tech ecosystems of the future in Africa. Yeah. But on the other side, I also recall a quote from a World Bank Digital Economy Diagnostic Report that also said that Nigeria is not maximizing its digital economic potential, and it will need to make strategic investments to develop a truly dynamic, transformative digital economy. So what do we think would encourage these strategic investments, and which sectors do we feel are most critically in need of intervention? At Meta, we fully subscribe to connectivity and connectivity technologies as a critical infrastructure. It is incredibly important, even more so now, for individuals and businesses. I know I'm speaking to the converted, but again, I will say it. Africa is the least connected continent, with just under 30% of its 1.3 billion people connected. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted and reinforced the importance of everybody being connected in order to be able to benefit from basic things and critical information like healthcare, education, and the ability to work remotely, to communicate with your families, your friends, business, and even government. We have also seen firsthand the impact that increased connectivity has on communities. We know that economies flourish when there is widely accessible internet for businesses. Connectivity technologies, in our opinion, are critical infrastructure because these technologies have the ability to drive the precise, robust digital economies and strengthen social resilience that we are particularly proud of supporting. I recall reading the vision of the Nigerian digital economy strategy and policy, and it says it is to transform Nigeria into a leading digital economy, providing quality life and digital economies for all. It stands to reason that a thriving tech ecosystem would result in a thriving digital economy for Africa. But the achievement of this really depends on the collaborative efforts of all stakeholders in all our respective spheres. There's a need for the right mix of partnerships, investments, policy, regulatory frameworks, technologies, solutions, business models, and even more connectivity initiatives in order to help us really tackle the challenges. All this can make infrastructure easier and cheaper to deploy and make the tech ecosystem even more attractive for investors. So at Meta, we work to make technology accessible to everybody because we know that this can make economic opportunities even more available. This can help level the playing fields, help businesses grow, create jobs, and strengthen the economy. Yeah. Our connectivity investments in Nigeria, in sub-Saharan Africa, and including Nigeria, really run around on a multiple of platforms. We're investing in working with partners to develop and deploy policy and regulatory frameworks, as I said, innovative technologies and business models, because we recognize that not one single solution will solve the infrastructure or connectivity deficits. So we look to provide investments and to support investments that make this infrastructure easier and cheaper to deploy. One of the examples was just reflected in the video that you just saw, which is our partnership with African and global operators to build 2Africa. 2Africa is the most comprehensive subsea cable to serve the African continent. It will connect 33 countries in Africa, including Nigeria, and to Europe and to the Middle East, and now Asia. When it's completed, 2Africa will be the largest subsea cable system in the world, in excess of 45,000 kilometers. And we expect that it will connect at least 36% of the global population. It is actually the first cable system designed to serve the whole of Africa. We're very proud also that in the extension of this 2Africa cable system, we will have not just one, but 2 landing stations in Nigeria. And we consider this really one of the key steps in our infrastructure and partnership engagements to address the barriers to connectivity in Nigeria. Another of our connectivity initiatives is around the deployment of alternative technologies. We have an aerial fiber deploying robot, which is called Bombix. Now, Bombix uses innovation in the field of robotics and fiber optic cables to deploy fiber along existing electrical infrastructure. For the mere fact that 1, I'm not an engineer, and 2, this is not a product conversation. I'm not going to go into the details of Bombix, but I will say that it is incredibly, it's a fascinating thing to watch. The third part of our infrastructure strategy centers around our express Wi-Fi, our Wi-Fi and our last mile service solutions. So in this sphere, we're looking at, we're deploying things like express Wi-Fi and Telegraph, which are technologies that we developed and brought to the market. Telegraph is brought to the market through an ecosystem of partners. And these are commercial deployments that help improve communications infrastructure and supply low-cost, reliable broadband access. In Nigeria, we're working with Tizeti, which is an ISP, and Tizeti uses Telegraph to deliver gigabyte speeds in homes and businesses in Lagos and Benin and a couple of other states as well. We also work with our industry counterparts, because like I said, we really don't believe that one company or one solution will solve the issue. So we work with industry counterparts to deploy open access technologies and solutions. We are members of the Telecom Infra Project, which is a 500-member group, which aims to facilitate discussion and cooperation amongst telecom operators, vendors, governments, and other stakeholders. And the point of this group is really to design, to build and deploy new and more cost-effective technologies and products. Through TIP, we have managed to bring players into the market, players from the market into every step of the value chain, from supporting startups and disrupting traditional vendor models to deploying new technologies, and particularly, promoting competition and innovation. We see this particularly pertinently in Africa. And we are particularly pleased that some of our partners include the largest Pan-African companies like MTN and Vodafone, because they also recognize the requirements for Africa, and we're working closely together to help come up with technologies and solutions that work for this continent. The role of all stakeholders in the tech ecosystem is really to accelerate the development of this tech infrastructure and other resources. And again, to help primarily build and enable a better business landscape. It is essential to help lock the very necessary large and long-term investments to build these services and ultimately a better economy. At Meta, in addition to our investments, we recognize that cooperation between governments and private companies is essential to foster the right environment to power technology and unlock Africa's and Nigeria's rich opportunities. To this end, fit-for-purpose policies and regulatory instruments are really a critical part of enabling a robust tech ecosystem. Listening and learning from the business environment, the government, non-governmental organizations, experts, community leaders help us identify and help us and attempt to promote really clear and relevant policies for this enabling environment. We are of the opinion that having regulations that are aligned with the process of establishing tech setups would help to ensure that there is no disconnect between introducing new innovative products and services to the market and existing regulatory frameworks. I know that I'm saying this in the context of the last panel. Perhaps I should have said it before, but I will say the last comment I would make on this is that if the Nigerian Startup Bill is passed into law, it will prove to be a great move in the right direction. Not only will the tech ecosystem be strengthened, it would also help close regulatory gaps that exist that concern incorporation, access to capital, licensing, growth, operations, and many others. We've seen time and time again that countries that adopt flexible and innovative regulatory schemes that eliminate excessive regulation that may impose unnecessary barriers are very likely to show higher rates of innovation, investment, and growth. So to end, what do we see as the way forward? What do we see the role of Meta in Nigeria? We see regrettably a disconnect between introducing new products and services to the market and existing regulatory frameworks. Reviewing and updating regulations may delay and tend to delay the materialization of important innovations. And we believe that it is important to adopt regulatory frameworks that are aligned with the innovative process that allows space for learning and regulatory revision as more information becomes available. To this end, regulatory sandboxes present a great opportunity to meet the rapidity and updating needs required for innovation, while still protecting certain government interests. They're dynamic regulatory mechanisms that can be used for proof of concept, experimentation, or just to test new business models to allow for development and deployment. Technologies like Telegraph that work and build value and deliver value only work if particular spectrum bands are available for unlicensed use. Again, we see that license exempt and licensed spectrum allocations are critical to the expansion of wireless infrastructure. Ensuring licensed spectrum is available is important to the deployment of Wi-Fi and wide area networks. Together with other stakeholders, we're working with Nigeria to help review and update spectrum policy to ensure the availability of more license exempt spectrum. Meta and other industry players have also been working with the ATU Secretariat and African administrations to develop spectrum recommendations to ensure that the wide availability and usage of licensed and license exempt spectrums can accelerate this rollout of high broadband connectivity across the continent. Nigeria has been very active in this conversation, and it has demonstrated incredible thought leadership, and we are extremely proud to be part of that conversation. We thank also the Ministry of Communications and the NCC for working with us and with industry to review and update spectrum frameworks in Nigeria. We appreciate their willingness to collaborate with private sector players like Meta to develop frameworks that enable Nigerian ISPs to leverage these technologies. In closing, I will just say that the NCC National Digital Policy, Strategic Policy has 8 pillars to guide all stakeholders in its 2030 vision. Our hope and our expectation is that all stakeholder groups, including companies like Meta can collaboratively work towards this clear vision by investing in no small measure in the ecosystem via areas of our core competencies. More than ever before, all stakeholders, including strategic partners, can play a role in ensuring a systemic impact for a vibrant tech ecosystem in Nigeria and in Lagos. On behalf of Meta, I thank you once again for the opportunity to speak on our commitments and our passion for Nigeria. I thank you for your kind attention, and I wish you all a most successful conference.
Please let's put our hands together for Ms. Adora Ikenze, Head Public Policy Anglophone West Africa for Meta. I was kind of hoping she would do a product talk, but nonetheless, I still learned a lot from what she said about Meta's contribution in building community. And of course, we do need that internet connectivity for us to develop at an astronomical rate. So thank you, Meta, for all that you're doing. And if you were listening earlier on, we mentioned that Meta is one of the sponsors. So a big, big thank you for putting your money where your mouth is and supporting the Art of Technology Lagos 3.0.
So, ladies and gentlemen, now that we're done with the product talk, we'd like to move on swiftly to the second plenary session. I'm talking about the second plenary discussion. But before we do that, we'd like to introduce to each and every one of us, distinguished guests, and to all who are joining us online, the lead discussant. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's make welcome as we put our hands together for the Senior Special Assistant, Digital Transformation to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Please put your hands together for Oswald Osarity Gubadia. I'm sure we can do better. Please, let's keep clapping. We'll also like to fix the eyes to the screen if we're also ready with the video.
Oswald Osarity Gubadia, Senior Special Assistant to the President on Digital Transformation. Oswald Osarity Gubadia is currently the Senior Special Assistant to His Excellency, President Muhammadu Buhari on Digital Transformation. He is the lead on the Nigeria Startup Bill and NSB, and also the founder of DBH Africa. He actively supports startups in business strategy, operations optimization, and technology. Oswald was just recently appointed as a director on the board of Edo Innovates. His ultimate goal is to influence the economic narrative of Africa for good through helping to build sustainable businesses that contribute to economic development, job creation, and also thrive inclusively in an interactive ecosystem. As an African who is passionate about addressing development issues, he believes that startups and SMEs must take the lead to unlock potentials, drive, and sustain economic value on the continent. Mr. Gubadia holds a master's in telecommunications from Pace University and bachelor's degree from Wesley College. Ladies and gentlemen, Oswald Osarity Gubadia.
A warm round of applause for Mr. Gubadia. I think we're ready for the talk before the plenary session. Over to you, our lead discussant.
The sound will arrive. Ah, is that my own?
Good afternoon.
Hello, hello. Excellent. We call that technology failure. I have one request. Is it possible I get that video? I need to show it to my kids. That was amazing. Thank you very much. The team has done a very good job. So I'm here to set the tone for the plenary session, which is going to discuss startups and the startup bill. I've been told I have 10 minutes, so I'm going to use this very wisely. As we know, innovation precedes regulation. The question always is, how do we bridge the gap between innovation and regulation? This is why we're here today, to understand the relationship, the interrelationship between what the policymakers do and what the practitioners who actually create these great ideas and values, how we could bridge the gap. So growth often comes with inconveniences, as we know. You generally refer to it as disruption. We're going to talk about what disruption means and also what displacement means, which is what government sees a lot of times when disruption happens. You have to think about the stages of any transformation, like the butterfly or like children, if you have kids. This is work changing this thing. Okay. So in the notes for this event, I was asked to talk about the United States. And, I always have an issue comparing us to America. And I know everybody does the cardinal sin of comparing us to India. But once again, I've come with India comparison. One of the key things that caught my attention was that we've been celebrating the number of unicorns in Nigeria. I think right now we're 5 or 6. And recently I saw data that showed that India has done about 38, in 2021 alone. So when tech startups began gaining prominence in Nigeria and Africa, many people did not understand what was happening or where we were going. Many stakeholders weren't sure how to react, and this especially, I guess, those of us in government, we're still learning how to look at the disruption which startups bring into the economy. There's a startup offering solution for almost every problem right now at different stages of growth, right? Some of them are unicorns and some of them are still in their village trying to figure it out. I've moved away from saying garage because we don't have garages in Nigeria. So unit location is a village. So startups in a village. And, and a number of them are on their way to becoming unicorns soon. So like I said, India, we're what, maybe 20% of India's population. But a lot of similarities in our population, how we're organized, and just generally how we handle things. We're about 20% of India. I've been known to tell people that we must careful whom we compare ourselves to. So for instance, like I said, we don't have garages. So ideas are developed in the village, and that mission statement, there's a mission statement there where, if you think about, if we say that we want startups to start in our villages, using that as a mission statement, there's a number of things that has to be in place for that to come to fruition. Things like infrastructure in place, things like access, things like education that has to be in place for people in our villages to be able to come up with great ideas. So there are a number of stats on this slide, the number of jobs that are being created. The value of the Indian startup is basically the same as South Africa, Nigeria, India, and Kenya and Ghana combined. And they have about 73 unicorns in India. Technology fail? There we go. So, as we know, Nigeria is a huge market, right? So there's the idea of the supply and the demand, right? Oh, whoa. How do you take this thing backwards? Wrong slide. There we go. There's the idea of the supply and the demand, right? The pandemic has fast-forwarded technology, has pushed us to a point where we're a bit more dependent on technology. Interestingly enough, I've been in a number of teams doing a number of projects where I've never met the people, right? We all met on Zoom. Today alone, one of the guys from SEC was here. I met him for the first time. Dora, who just spoke, we've had several meetings. Today was the first time I met her. In fact, today's the first day I'm meeting you in person. And even members of Nigerian Startup Bill. I met 2 of them today for the very first time. So the way we work has definitely changed. And what is critical is that we understand what the impacts of the pandemic and also the impact of the change in our ecosystem. I was asked a very key question today and somewhat touchy. You know, it was by some young students. I had an earlier engagement. And the question was, when do we get Twitter back? And my response, which they weren't happy about, was, where's the Nigerian Twitter? Right? So I think there's a misunderstanding or not fully appreciating our own markets. You know, most people would have thought that, well, including me, because I didn't do it, so I'm not blaming anybody, that when something is removed, but the market still exists and it needs to exist, is a perfect opportunity to have created, you know, a local version. So we have a demand and we have supply, right? Supply being we have talent. We have very talented people. We have a very energetic youth. Demand is that we have the market. We have the same effects as any market has been affected by the pandemic. We have the same effect as people are beginning to rely on technology more. So that's happening in both markets. So we can easily be there as well. So Nigeria has very creative, intelligent, energetic young people. This is a massive African advantage. I think a lot of times we throw a number out that about 60% are under 25 or under 30. You know, that's a huge opportunity that we have to capitalize on. You know, it's critical that we understand that, you know, we need to start positioning ourselves as a country to make employers instead of employees. We need to make creators instead of consumers. This is something I say to my son every time he plays a video game. I'm trying to understand how can I get him to invent a video game. But when we look at our youth, we have to understand how can we enable our youth, how can we create that enabling environment that they ultimately can become creators instead of consumers. Okay, so that I don't get flogged by the organizers, my notes. I was set to speak about American and the various policies that they have there. You know, when you look at America, we see a number of policies that act and led to supports that we see in American digital economy. It's not one, it's not two, it's a number of things that created the Silicon Valley and the Silicon Alley in New York, and every other American city has their own version. Austin, everybody's coming up with their own version of rules. You know, entrepreneurship has now become a major in university. In fact, my oldest son is studying entrepreneurship in university. It's now something people go to study because they have gotten to a level of maturity that developing your own business idea is a study. So an ecosystem must be built on a bed of laws to enable growth fruition. These laws form a playing field or a common ground, and this is something we have to understand. I've been asked the question, I think I was told the question was asked earlier, why do we need a startup bill? Now, one of the key things we have to understand is that we don't have a playing field. For rules, for you to be able to create value and be able to engage with both sides of the ecosystem, both sides of the ecosystem being, one side being the policymaker and the other side being the practitioner, you have to have rules, the playing field. You have to be able to have a common ground, a common understanding. And that's what one of the things the bill brings into play. This thing doesn't like me, which is interesting. There we go. Okay. So why is there a need for the NSB in the first place? So that I'll say the major reason is the opportunity for both sides of the ecosystem, government and private sector, to engage each other. All steps leading to the creation of the bill involve crucial conversations between ecosystem practitioners and government, which is the key problem that we're suffering today, is the lack of engagement. These conversations enable both parties to understand each other and work together. For our nation and its economy to grow, there is a need for collaboration between all sectors and the government, whereby decisions are made to benefit us all. So the NSB aims to ensure better regulatory certainty, so that laws and policies that affect startups provide much clarity and are scheduled and timed. I think that's one of the issues. One of the key things my team always says is, friendly regulation. And I tell them, regulations don't need to be friendly. What they need to be is planned. What it needs to be is you need to understand what it means and you're able to plan against it. Sure, friendly regulations will be good as well. Another major reason for the NSB is to create an enabling environment for startups, an environment that values innovation and encourages initiatives needed for growth of the economy as a whole. Ultimately, the strength of a nation is the people. And one of the key things Nigeria has is a lot of young people. This is why NSB aims to develop its people in tech space and encourage innovation. So I think I'm running out of time, but it was critical that I just highlight some of the areas of the bill. So the bill has a number of areas. One of them is a council, which we're setting up. Now the council, hold on a second. Oh, time's up. I don't have any time. So let me just do this quickly. So the bill has the idea of a council. And the council is going to provide oversight on the startup ecosystem. The council is balanced between very senior government officials and private sector players. Funders, early stage startups, and a number of them. It's a balanced council. There's the idea of a portal. The portal is a place where you can actually have exchange. You have labeled startups that come into this portal and all the activities ranging from things like patents, CAC, all the government agencies they want to engage will be sitting in this portal. Things like credit schemes, a fund, will all be accessed through this portal. Talent development, incentives, there's such things as tax incentives for people who work for startups, tax incentives for angel investors, tax incentives for local investors, because we want to encourage local investors. And lastly, because I'm sort of rushing, I apologize, is there's a seed fund that's been set up that will be managed by the NSIA to help get startups going. Because one of the key things is that we want startups to not just be encouraged, but be financed locally before we start looking for global investors. So I will stop there. Basically, what on this slide is just basically some stats. We've had a lot of engagement, and it's still ongoing, ranging from a lot of volunteers. The youths are very excited. We have over 300 volunteers that have volunteered on the project, doing a range of things. We've had several town halls around the country, focus groups, different focus groups for people to review the bill and give feedback. And the current status now is the bill is pending review and approval by the Federal Executive Council. And this is how you reach us, follow us, support us, give feedback, share. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We'd also like each and every one of us to please, let's do this, let's put our hands together one more time, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so it's now time for us to move on to the second plenary discussion. You just heard from the lead discussant. And to do this, I'd like to introduce all the panelists. Please just watch the video. All right, let's put our hands together one more time. We have seen them all. Now it's time for us to invite them on stage. So please, we'd like each and every one of our discussants to please come on stage. We'd like to invite Executive Director, Sahel Capital Partners, Olumide Lawson. Please kindly join us on stage, please. We'd also like to invite Shalakwe Hammond, Special Advisor on SDGs and Investments, Lagos State. Thank you so much. Please, let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, please. We'd also like to invite founder and CEO Trove Finance, Oluwatomi Sholanke. Please kindly join us on stage as well. Co-founder and CMO Piggyvest, Joshua Chibueze. Please join us on stage as well. And not forgetting to Olumide Shiombo. Please, that's co-founder, Blue Chip Technologies Limited and Voltron Capital. He also joins us here, please. And we have our very own moderator who will be here as well. Talking about also co-founder Budget, Joseph Agubaide. Please also join us here. Test the one. Test it.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Are we having a great time? Okay, great. So let me jump in quickly. Thank you so much, Mr. Agobadia. I hope I didn't murder the name. All right. So on the panel, you've heard all of their names. So I'll just start with you. Thank you so much for that insightful, session. And so the question I would like to put to you first is, what will be the extent of involvement of government in the startup ecosystem in line with this startup bill? You can just.
So I'm having a bad mic day. So the idea is more so engagement, right? It's engagement and collaboration. One of the key things, and I think I've said it for the second time today, is that a lot of times when people are developing their idea, they aim to disrupt the market. And what we find, or what I've come to recognize, is that there's not too much concern on what the displacement is, right? So when you disrupt the market, there's a displacement. Something gets displaced. You do taxi hailing. Then on the other hand, taxi driver is going to have an issue. So it's really about having a conversation with government, right? So a lot of these ideas are somewhat, lack of a better description, are being done in the dark, right? So you're doing this idea and it's causing disruption in the real market. And what would need to happen is an understanding of what the idea is and be able to graph out when you're going to be able to create value for that displacement that you caused. So that takes a conversation. That conversation is not happening. So what you tend to find is somebody is doing a fantastic idea, next thing the regulator does something, there's an issue. But there would have been a conversation that would have prevented that.
Well, thank you for that insightful.
So to answer your question, basically you asked me, what is the level of engagement?
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
It's really about ensuring that both sides, right? So even before I started this Nigerian Startup Bill initiative, I never really thought of the ecosystem beyond, the guys I know who are creating fantastic ideas, right? So the understanding that the ecosystem actually has two parts, government and policymakers and practitioners, and the continued collaboration and the continued conversation, right? It becomes a relationship, and that's a true ecosystem in the biological sense. That's what's required. So it's not really from a sense of what is government's participation. It's really from a sense of what is both parties' engagement, what level of engagement they're going to have.
I think I'd like to ask one more question. Ask you one more question before I move on this. The worry the citizens have is you're going to be legislating startup. So to what extent do you think that government can actually when they come in, because right now we feel that maybe just a little thing that we want from government. Now it's going to become a law. It's going to become enforcement and all of that. So can you speak to that? To what extent can this legislative work impact the startup as it is? Will it also disrupt? Because we talked about the fact that disruption leads to displacement. On your own side, now you're going to legislate this thing. To what extent is that going to affect what we have today?
So I understand the fear, and I've heard that right from the beginning. We've heard this particular fear. I would say that the legislature is primarily to create the conversation, is primarily to create a mode of engagement. So I think towards the end of my slide, I didn't get a chance to break down what the different things that are happening. You know, there's a lot of enabling initiatives or enabling laws in the bill. But one of the key parts that I'm really excited about is the idea of recourse, right? So today you don't really have recourse. So in the bill, you have the ability to say, here's an issue, let's table it, and let's discuss from both parties what this issue is. What is disruption? Fantastic. So you're saying if we do this over 5 years, we'll get 50x in the economy, right? And we're just displacing something that's giving us 2x. That conversation is not happening. So the 2x, because it's known to the regulator, may make us toss the 10x out the window because there's no platform for conversation. There's no platform for engagement. So right off the top of the bill is the idea of the council. And that council is a place where even the work happens, the council, but the work happens behind. There's a secretariat and a number of other things that are in the bill that shows that the idea is that you continue to have a conversation. Even the portal has the idea of consultative parties, as in anybody who has a startup can be part of that consultative party to start discussing what the issue is and what the potential of what they're working on, so that that disruption displacement is understood and managed out. So right now, all you're feeling is disruption, and all the policy maker is seeing is displacement. And if you don't educate them and they don't want to be educated, you're going to have the current state of affairs over and over and over again. And there's always fire on the mountain. So it's not. I know the original fear of the bill is that you're coming to regulate startups. You're coming to, innovation that shouldn't be held. It's not so much trying to hold innovation. It's really trying to create an enabling environment for it. So I'll give you an example. This one, I ran into a podcast recently. This was about the company RIM Technology. Somewhere in 2001, they were sued for infringement, patent infringement. Now, 5 years later, they get paid $600 million just for patent infringement. Now, those kind of things don't happen if you don't have a playing field, right? If you don't have that playing field, then there's no rules of engagement where you say, okay, this rule, we actually can follow up on this particular rule. This is a patent rule, and something upholds it. So that's, if you think about it, that's another level of startups, because the company owned the patent wasn't doing anything with it. They weren't trying to do the new BlackBerry. They just had the patent. And it later turns out that the patent wasn't even truly valid, that they got $600 million for nothing, right? Because RIM paid it irrevocably. So we're talking about creating the enabling environment for you to have ideas that you don't even execute, but you've packed it, and for you to actually have ideas you build out. So it's not so much that the law is a regulation. It's not. It's how do we co-create regulations is what the law is doing. What is the process in which future regulations will happen? So lastly, for instance, all new regulations as per the bill will go through the bill. So the new regulations has to go through the consultative body. So somebody in some MDA cannot just come up with a new regulation and be off with it. It has to actually go through this process. That's one thing. And sorry, I said last, let me just add this. The other thing we're also doing is that one of the things we realized through the process is that a lot of things, and we've already started this conversation, a lot of things that we find that affect startups are not always national. A lot of times they're also subnational. So the conversation with states has also become very important, to engage states to try to domesticate the Nigerian startup bill in their states, so that we now have, bills that are, from a national level, bills from a subnational level that are domesticated with the state strategy. But the general idea is that you now have a complete fabric of laws that guides your startup. Then you now, as a founder, will now decide which state you want to build your startup. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Some of the key points you mentioned are You talk about disruption leading to displacement. You talk about clarity on regulation in each industry. You also talk about the fact that justice is something that is important for growth. You can easily sue and get sued. Today in Nigeria, I think that is a big deal. You talk about co-creation between startup and regulators. And then, of course, subnational bylaws, to align with subnational bylaws. That's very helpful. My next question will be to Olumide Lawson, the Executive Director of Sahel Capital. The investment landscape in Africa is fraught with challenges and risk for investors. With currency risk as one weighty challenge of investing in Africa, as well as political risk. This risk further exacerbates the problem that startups on the continent face with regard to accessing capital. Investors become greatly reluctant to participate in the investment climate in Africa because of these concerns and fears. However, in spite of this apprehension, we know that private equity is a significant catalyst for growth in Africa, with over $24.4 billion in investment deals in Africa recorded across 953 private equity deals between 2012 and 2017. So this is a question. What expectations do you have as an investor for the startup bill to help to mitigate the risk and challenges that investors face when trying to invest in African ventures?
Hello.
Yes.
Hello. Can you hear me? So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much. I think one beauty of risk is also return. So I think with the opportunity that they're exactly risk has now even created more opportunities for return in startups. I read somewhere recently that in Nigeria, I think in the last 12 months, there's been almost 1.5 billion investment in startups. And I think what I would like to point out are some of those things that we've seen as investors in this space that I think would help if the bill can actually address to even help to even improve the opportunities in this space. The first one I would mention is the challenge with repatriation of funds. The fund I manage, as I'm not sure I mentioned earlier, it actually is a private equity fund that invests in agriculture in Nigeria, but the funds are from foreign investors. Now, one of the biggest issues we've had is that we've made the investment, we've made some Naira return, but how do we repatriate the funds back to the investors? At the beginning, we get the certificate of capital importation, but at the point of repatriation, one is difficult for one to actually be able to get the money out of the country at the official rate, which was the rate which at the time the money was brought in. So for me, that is one of the biggest challenges. So I think of any solution where some of the investments in startups can actually be channeled towards helping foreign investors to actually take out those funds at the same rate or related rate as when money was brought in, I think will be helpful. Linked to this, I think one big challenge I see again is the challenge with, of course, FX risk. It's one thing to invest in one at 300 or 200 Naira per dollar, and then 3 or 4 years down the line, some of those, the dollar is now 600. So for us, that is one risk we've seen. While the investments we've done, one tries to mitigate against this risk, but I think it's almost looking impossible for one to actually be able to address that. Another issue that we've seen that I think that could be managed, really, I think it relates to any startup, which is the risk of business in Nigeria in general. And what we've seen is that while private equity investors like to develop smallholders, SMEs, you're also you're concerned about the risk. You mentioned about security risk and a couple others. We've seen where NERSAL has tried to help with providing some sort of insurance guarantees. But I think opportunities are along those lines to help to safeguard investor funds. Will also definitely be very helpful as well. The last area that I think will be helpful, and which we have seen a little bit of, is the area of technical assistance facilities. Where the government or donors help these SMEs or smallholders or startups by providing some level of technical assistance facilities to help to improve even the opportunities in those spaces. I think some of this will help to even improve the outlook to agriculture, to startup companies in general. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that clear answer.
And my next question is to Sholakwe Hammond. It is expected that through the technological advancements that Africa is experiencing, there will be significant progress towards sustainable development goals. However, in the light of this growth, it is important that startups are ensuring that their initiatives meet up with environmental, social, governance needs, so as to ensure that they are not harming the environment and are innovating sustainably. Regulation within the startup space is to ensure that this overarching goal and objective of innovating in the right manner is enforced and that the initiatives that harm the planet are discouraged. So in what manner should the startup bill capture the necessity for startups to embrace the spirit of the sustainable development goals?
Okay, well, thank you, Joseph. So first of all, I have to say that I think everybody should embrace the SDGs. So that's just my own personal bias. But I think that's a great question, and it sort of aligns to some of the things that Oswald had said earlier on around even just the way that the bill itself should work. As he said, we're having conversations, and some of the things that we think is it's important that central coordination does not become a limitation. And that's why we have to commend the work that his office is doing, making sure that this is socialized. So first of all, the ecosystem must own this bill. Okay, it must not be driven by government. It can be supported by government, but at the end of the day, they must own this bill. We also believe that, as he has said, the states and indeed the local governments must, at the end of the day, be where the implementation is happening. And how does that tie to the question that you've asked? It's very difficult to solve a problem from a helicopter view. You're looking down. You're going to see, and I think that's why you see a lot of Me Too applications. People do things that they've seen done in other places. You may not really be applying local knowledge to solving a key problem. And that's really how we're going to address the SDGs. It's not, again, by copying what is happening anywhere else. It's by developing local solutions. And I think if we are able to make this a more local bill and put in place incentives for providing the solutions that we need from a homegrown perspective, we will get there. What does that then mean? What it means is the incentives there should, first of all, speak to people actually solving real problems. Okay, so there's some nice to have cosmetic, nice sounding things, but we must look at what our fundamental problems are. And I'm very excited to see there's obviously we've seen our payment space doing incredibly well. And that's because I actually think it's succeeding because it's a very well-regulated space. The financial sector in Nigeria is very well regulated. And so people are able to pick things and address specific problems. And there's enough guidance within the regulations to be able to help. We need to see that in agri. We've seen some in agri, seen some in health, seeing some in the environmental space. But we need to see that at every level. We've seen that in education. And a lot of those things align with the SDGs. So we can take the SDGs, for example, as a framework and look to create local solutions, look to align the incentives that we're creating to make sure that we're able to support them. So your incentivize companies, for example, and I think those are some of the things that are already in the bill. Incentivize companies, give them tax breaks if they're supporting startups that are doing things in specific sectors. Incentivize them if they are innovating in a particular industry. Incentivize them if they're building talent in an area of interest. But it's very difficult, again, to do that from a national perspective because, and I think even the presentation by Flutterwave kind of spoke to that a little bit. Africa isn't one country. Well, Nigeria itself is one country, but it's a highly heterogeneous country. So it's very difficult to have a unique approach that is Nigeria. Even if you're trying to solve the housing challenge, the challenge of a state like Lagos that is very small, has a very limited farmland and has a huge population density. The solution for homes is not the same as in Niger State where they've got a lot of land and fewer people. But if you try and legislate from a national level, then it becomes difficult. So we need to encourage local solutions. And I think the way to do that is to encourage that these, whatever is contained in the bill comes from the states and even from the local governments. It has to be socialized from a local level. And I think we also have to ensure that the entire ecosystem is carried along. I think Oswald's doing a fantastic job. They're talking to schools, they're talking to the ecosystem. We all have to own this and make sure that what is inside fully represents all of us and not just some of us.
Thank you so much. That's very powerful.
I really learned a lot from that. You actually answered my second question. Sort of, but I just want to say something to that effect. In AOT 1.0, one of the parts that I really loved was the design thinking session. And, we need to bring that back to every AOT, my recommendation, speaking to what you said about, regulation being a guide, such that in the specific verticals, and when there are regulations, you know what you can build and what not to build, instead of just building a blanket app that at the end of the day, never makes sense. And that is why I think some startups never get to raise money, at the end of the day. You also talk about, sort of incentivizing the startups. I think they both work together. The last couple of, last 2 years, I've been working seriously as a design coach. And I've seen how impactful it can be when people work within a guided framework. When you are able to identify the specific problem, in the local environment where people are, and people come together, they think through the problem, and they're able to understand it very well. Then people can come up with better solutions. So I think was the Microsoft country director that talked about having a sandbox, startup sandbox within this framework. I think that's going to be very, very powerful, to help us achieve our goal.
If I can just add to that, I think it's also very critical, and I think I think for me, when someone asked the question that Tubosun answered, the essay answered earlier on around dissent, and speaking to even what Oswald has said about disenfranchisement of certain sectors, we also have to remember that the startup ecosystem, yes, it's a lot of bells and whistles, there's a lot of technology involved, and you're afraid that the real sector in a way will be disconnected, but it very often is not. So you look at companies like Amazon. So Amazon is a collection of traders and manufacturers who are now able to access a global market which they couldn't before. Even Instagram has done that for us in Nigeria. I went to some event in Italy, and I had this Nigerian friend of mine rock up in a Nigerian outfit, and I'm like, how did you get that? Oh, some lady in Port Harcourt on Instagram got it and sent it to her in New York, and she brought it to Italy. We are galvanizing businesses far beyond their initial reach just by having access to technology. So what we want to see is people in the automotive space picking up our vulcanizers, people working on building laptops, and I've seen that happen actually, engaging our people in Computer Village who are fixing things. That's the way we're going to make sure people are not disenfranchised, and we can also learn from them because they have a lot of things that they understand, for example, about how materials work in this part where they may not have been a lot of research. So again, we all have to come together, pull together to make this work.
Wow, thank you so much, Olakwe. Very, very, very interesting. You talked about platforms, countries where we see that startups are doing very well, technology is doing very well, is building up platforms. And you can see how powerful that can be. And that will lead me to the next question, which we're going to my boss, Olumide Soyombo. So there's keen interest of stakeholders across Africa business regions on the ways through which Africa's growth so far can be consolidated. The startup bill seems to offer a good deal of hope as to how to reduce calamities that come with harsh regulation and the instability of the African market. The case of Silicon Valley and how the US government was able to stimulate the growth of the tech renaissance can serve as a vivid example of how growth can be nurtured. So my question to you will be, sir, what lesson does the Silicon Valley model of startup legislation offer for Africa?
Can you hear me? So, I've seen the draft of the startup bill that we've been, and like Shalake mentioned, the ecosystem has to own it, right? And it starts with us moving. So you find out that the ecosystem starts moving, and then we stop by the bus stop and say, hey, government, jump in, this is where we are going. But then if it's not a cooperative passenger, it can take the steering off you and derail that journey. I think if you look at the Silicon Valley model, it starts out with education and venture, right? And then education and venture, then sitting down with the regulators and government to say, this is what we are doing, how can you galvanize it? And you find out that once it starts in one jurisdiction, you find out that it creates competitiveness even amongst government regulators, right? You can see what's happening in Miami now, trying to drag all the action from Silicon Valley to Miami. Good competition around who is more willing to accept people into the space. Speaking as an investor, both as an angel and now running a fund, part of the things that the startup bill tries to encourage. So even before we had the startup bill, people were already investing, right? We're already backing interesting companies. And then how do you further incentivize that kind of behavior? Part of it lies with government, obviously, but part of it also lies with the ecosystem itself. When I'm investing in a company, the first thing I'm not first thinking about what tax credit am I going to get. I'm thinking about, okay, is this investment going to, what's my risk appetite for this investment? Is this investment protected? And to some level of, to some extent, and will I make any return, right? And if I don't make any return, let it not be because the government did something that happened to that company. But then when you are now further incentivized with things around, I think the startup bill, or the draft startup bill speaks to some things around income tax, capital gains tax for investors. It gets people very, very interested. But then people are already, we are seeing a huge appetite now. And I tell founders today that it's a founders market. Because now, with what's happening in the ecosystem, after the Paystack exit, Flutterwave $1 billion valuation, you're hearing people say, hey, Olumi, the next time you're investing, carry me along, go. I have my own 20,000, I have my own $10,000. They're not even thinking about tax credits that could possibly become available when the startup bill comes in place. But imagine when you start talking about adding those things as icing on the cake, it galvanizes activity, and obviously that money stays back in the ecosystem when they are returned, because the returns would eventually come and goes back into funding more companies. And that's how ecosystems develop. Thank you.
Right. The second question you have sort of answered, but I'd like you to really emphasize that a little bit more on how best can Africa model its own startup bill to cater to Africa's peculiar needs.
Okay, not peculiar, and needs, and we say they are peculiar because it starts with what? Talent, right?
Yeah.
Every ecosystem starts with talent. If we are not people, there's nothing we are building. So the startup bill, obviously, and I think there's a huge focus on the draft startup bill around cooperation with institutions, with tertiary institutions, right? And interestingly, if you look at other markets, they form the backbone of innovation, right? You see the Stanford, go to Stanford and you see what they are doing with Valley and so on. But that's missing in our ecosystem, right? And because obviously everybody's doing things in silos, right? So if the startup bill helps or should help us in fostering those kind of engagements, right? Within with the council bringing in everybody together from tertiary, from the industry, and then that goes into developing talent. So what does our curriculum even look like, right? In tertiary institutions, what are they teaching them about entrepreneurship? What are they teaching them about innovation and research, right? And those are the same people that there was a reason why the whole, on paper anyway, while the whole ecosystem here, sort of in Lagos anyway, started out from Yaba. Everybody felt, okay, let's be in Yaba because we are close to tertiary institutions. And it did work to some extent. But then what has happened back into those tertiary institutions? What has gone back to make sure that more of this kind of things can happen? So I think once we're able to bridge that gap between industry and classroom, we can then start building the pure talent that investors like us can then back.
Wow, thank you so much. I'm in Yaba and I can testify to this.
Yaba.
And I'm excited that last week gave grant to some university lecturers who are doing some R&D work. Kudos to you. I've also been invited by the VC of Lagos once to talk to the school, to the students. It's quite exciting. So thank you for that great contribution. So Oluwatomi Solanke, the CEO of Trove, this question is for you. Investment in startups in Africa has more than doubled this year. Yet a number of startups are still missing out of these funding opportunities. As such, within the startup ecosystem, there's a number of elite startups that are capturing the bulk of this funding, while many early stage startups, in spite of how novel and scalable their ideas are unable to attract funds or scale. While many have touted that the startup bill is the panacea to all these challenges through the democratization of access to capital for startups, there may still be other avenues through which startups can be better offered value. So your question is, what other ways can Africa's startup ecosystem be positioned for growth and other than through the startup bill? What are other ways?
Okay. So I don't know that there's one silver bullet or there's, any specific thing. But if I were to look at it from my perspective, I would say it's a chicken and egg, type of thing. So primary question for me is, what makes for a thriving ecosystem? And I think of it as 4 things. So 1 is talent, 2 is great ideas, 3 is capital, and 4 will be customers. So to position the ecosystem, I think all of these 4 things, need to be actively built on or built upon or worked on. Nigeria is the hotbed of talent. In terms of ideas, people have ideas. I think the key missing pieces would be 1, capital, which is, beginning to become, a little more available. But 4 is, customers. And, to solve 2 of these things is, more macro than anything else. And so events like this, that are, a private, public sector type of, engagement or platform through which, you can interface with government, I think those type of things are key. So the bill in itself is very interesting. I think it provides an avenue for people to start companies, for people to scale companies. But then when you start a company, key thing is, customers, disposable income, all of these things. And so I think, more active participation in, government, social issues, and things of that sort, I think would properly catalyze the ecosystem. I think when, more of the macro issues, or when people that are, champions of the ecosystem continue to scream or continue to, lend their voices to, bigger issues, I think the ecosystem or the country as a whole can move forward. And you would see people, more comfortable or, comfortably thinking about infusing capital into the country. We've heard a lot of things today about repatriation of, funds. A lot of things about, or issues about, infrastructure is a very popular thing today. So I think like once, more of those macro issues, once we continue to lend our voices towards solving a lot of these macro issues, I think it will trickle down to, things like pushing the ecosystem as a whole. And I don't think it's a, one-day process. Silicon Valley that we scream about today and we've come to appreciate and love has been something that's existed for, for 50 plus years. People have been championing and pushing the valley since, the 70s. And so, it's just lending our voices continuously, engagements like this with government, trying to solve for, macro issues that would put more money in the hands of, the average Nigerian, which would then trickle down to customers, being able to utilize a lot of these services or platforms that exist. And, through all of that, you can build a, bolstering ecosystem, bigger products, and products that can really achieve scale the way we would like to think about it.
Wow, thank you so much for that insightful contribution. I actually want to ask you one more question around, there are a lot of people here who are building startups. And, like I described when I was, before I asked you the question, that some people feel that certain startups are elites, they are able to access funding and all of that. But they've built maybe 10 startups and nothing has ever happened. They've never raised, 10 naira, As someone who's got experience in that, aspect, what would you say to such a young, early stage startup that is struggling to raise funding? Do you want to speak to that? I think I would like to throw that question to you. Okay, both of you. Okay, let Olumide speak to it.
Me?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay. So interestingly, both Tommy and Josh are companies I've invested in. So
Okay.
Two operators
Okay, great.
on the panel are companies I've invested in, but I didn't know them from anywhere, right? So there's this whole notion of is cliquey, that you have to belong to. I see that discussion has been happening on Twitter, that you have to belong to a clique, and it's not that, right? It's about value. I saw what Tommy was building. I saw what Josh and the team were building, and what I'd seen what risk they are taking on themselves before they even put themselves forward for investments, right? So you can't be in paid employment in a bank and say, hey, I want to build something, and you have not left and taking a risk on yourself, and you're saying that you come and back the company, that when it starts making money, you leave, you leave and start and come and focus on the company full time. So it's about value, right? So you must take a risk on yourself, you must be providing value. And today, I can say that the way where the ecosystem is today, there's nobody building an interesting company that's from a solid founder that would not be able to raise some pre-seed funding locally today. We have groups that we are raising $500,000, $250,000 in 3-4 days, right? When you see serious operators who have taken risk on themselves and have something of value. So it starts with what value you have. And if that's on table, you find interesting people to back you.
Wow, thank you. I mean, speaking to that, if I saw her, she raised 600,000 in 24 hours or so.
Though that's part of the click, though. No, I think that's a really great point. Somebody's testifying he's invested in at least 2 companies where he doesn't know the people. But how will they find you? It will not be in your room. So I constantly say this to the ecosystem and to founders. If you want to start something, or when you're ready to start something, please, please, please join a hub. Find your peers. Let people know what you're doing. Don't just sit in your garage that we don't have, trying to innovate and then wondering why opportunities pass you by. When you're a member of the hubs, you hear about things. People run into you at those events. You understand what's going on. You hear other people have raised their funding. It's very important to be part of the ecosystem. So that's I think that for me is the first. So be part of a hub, be part of an association. And if there's nothing in your space, start something. Start to gather your people around. That's where you find the talent. You may find the partner that has the skills that you don't have. Maybe you're really bad at financial management, but you're a great coder. You find your peer who's great at raising money. So sometimes you also have to recognize you may not have all the skills, and you may not be able to afford people who have the skills, but you can, be generous, be ready to accept partners, because ultimately what you're looking for is to scale and grow your business. So I think for me, that's very critical. The second thing is also to make a point. It sounds very nice, and I know people are really driven, and some people are going to be, the Mark Zuckerbergs of Nigeria, who are not going to finish school and are going to start a business as a teenager, and it's going to be a multi-billion-dollar business, but it's not meant for everyone. So the statistics say that I think you're 10 times more likely to succeed as a founder if you've had some experience in that industry. There's value to experience. So sometimes perhaps it's not to jump and, just have this idea. You don't know how to grow a business. You won't know how to run it. You won't know how to hire people. You just have this really great idea. An idea is not a business. An idea is not a startup. So also, there's also value in gathering experience or buying the experience of other people who have done that, who have invested in working and even understanding how to work in teams, so that when you do start that business, if you do raise that money, there's less of a chance that that business will implode or ultimately fail. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. What I even hear is that, someone who's been seeing you somehow, probably on Twitter, somewhere, even though he doesn't know them, he somehow probably must have been hearing what they are doing somehow through his network. Like tomorrow there'll be a party, for example, a tech party that's been happening for years. So make me groove. Some people don't even know about it, and you're building tech startup. So please join the community and join a hub, attend tech meetups. Those days, what we used to do, we just go to meetup.com, we go to Eventbrite, we look for tech events happening before COVID. Those days, and I met Chikan Wobi 2010, like at Backcamp and all that. Those are the places where it started from. And so please, when you hear something is happening in tech ecosystem, please try and participate. Don't just stay there. And you said something that is very important. People like Mark Zuckerberg, there are exceptions. A lot of times people want to be like Mark. You want to follow that playbook. Chances are that you are the rule and not the exception. So always just judge yourself so that you will not be judged. So Joshua Chibueze, co-founder Piggyvest, this question is to you. With the volatile and fragmented nature of Africa's markets, startups have to constantly pivot and iterate their business models to match some of the pressing circumstances they face. Some of the challenges range from difficult taxation policies to harsh and cutthroat competitive strategies to stringent government regulations. Startups are looking for havens for growth, where they can easily pivot and position themselves without the hassles and struggles to survive. As a startup founder with a platform that witnesses these challenges on a daily basis, the question, how would you best describe the benefits that startup legislation and a startup bill will bring to this ecosystem? Speak. Okay.
Sorry.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, to the question you asked. Sorry about that.
Yeah, so how would you best describe the benefits
Yeah.
that startup legislation and the startup bill will bring to the ecosystem?
Okay. So I, for one, am particularly excited about the startup bill. I think it's a very good next step for the ecosystem where it is right now. When we started out 5 years ago, and I remember us having to apply to LeadPath. That was Mr. Olumide's accelerator at the time. There was no information. There wasn't a lot of information, a lot of things out there, but we applied and then we went on this journey pretty much on our own without having clarity on a lot of things. I believe that the startup bill and everything happening right now would, one, help the people who are building have a seat at the table with people who are making the laws. So it kind of like creates a very seamless communication, right? So a lot of people who are making these laws and policies don't necessarily understand some of the things we're building and how we're going about it. So first things first, I feel like this actually helps, puts us, on the same table with them to actually express what we're doing, how we're going about it, and see how we can help each other. I also think it helps protect the investment long term, right? So Nigeria is a very volatile market. Any policy can come and shut down your business at any time. If we are somehow invested in this startup bill, for instance, I feel like we'll have less and less of those issues. And then ultimately, it just helps the entire ecosystem. So it even helps a lot of companies think about scaling. So one of the biggest challenges, we face in my own sector is, trust, right? There are a lot of things that can happen to you at any time. Someone can just come put out a tweet and then you're scrambling, trying to do damage control and everything. But there's just a lot that, can be better if we're hearing about some of these policies before they are being implemented. So I think it actually helps. It helps with scale, it helps with investment protection, it helps give us a seat at the table to be able to have those conversations with the people who are having them.
All right, thank you so much, Joshua. So yeah, I've got limited time, and I think that we should just give room for one question. Okay, so all right, my time is up. Okay, I'll take one question. No female. If you've asked a question before, I won't take your question. So that's a way of, okay. Is that a female? No, no female is asking a question. All right, I will give you a chance then. A female? Okay, please, let's give her the question. Female, please. I'm really sorry. I know I can see a couple of hands, but I think we need to get actively, Oh, okay, only Sholakwe. So next time, please, we'll need more females on the panel.
Hi, thank you very much for this session. My name is Oluwadamnola Shoyombo.
So my question is for a startup. So I'm a founder. For someone like me who is, let's say, new to the startup space, how would you advise, like, when it comes to raising funding? I'm looking into debt equity, but there are not so much opportunities in that area. So, like, when it comes to debt funding, like, how do you go about that?
Yeah. Did you get the question?
And are there like sectors in the space that are focused on that?
I didn't hear the sector. Did you say debt?
Yeah, raising debt in
Raising
place of
debt.
instead of equity.
So you'd rather raise debt than equity?
Yes.
Yeah, Shalape, you want to speak to that?
Okay, so first of all, I think the answer to your first question
Yeah,
is,
you will
as
speak
I
to
said,
that, then we'll leave the stage because time has been passed.
I think the answer to the first question is join a hub. Get familiar with the information, understand what's going on in your sector. Okay. It's interesting if you say debt. It's surprising that you would want to borrow because it's very difficult to scale with just debt. A lot of the things that you need to invest as a startup are things that may not necessarily pay off in the interim. So your product market fit, you're going to have to do a lot of testing. Acquiring customers is expensive. And you don't know when the payoff is going to come. So it's very difficult to borrow money and then have an obligation that you have to service every month without knowing, and you're going to have to pay salaries, you're going to have to fund infrastructure, you're going to have to invest in the technology. It'll be very difficult to do that with money that has a certain repayment timeline, but you don't know when your money is coming in. So that's why debt is usually not very advisable for a startup. Of course, we can listen to you. Maybe you have one secret sauce startup that Olumide and I can invest in. Me to have one small 10K. But debt for a startup is usually not the path. If it's an SME, which is a proven market, something that is already, you don't have to invest too much to understand how to do it. You want to start a laundry, you want to do, certain things that are very clear. Then debt works because okay, I start this, I already have 20 customers, they're going to start paying me. What they're paying me is more than the money of borrowing, and I want to hold on to 100% equity. So you also have to think about your model. When is money going to start coming in? That determines the kind of money you need to take to fund what you need to put in place for that revenue to come in. But join a hub. They will provide you all these advisory services. Have you done a business model canvas? Have you done a pitch competition? Do you have a business plan for what you want to do? Do you have partners for everything? Do you have a roadmap for where you're going? Are you tracking your metrics for how money is going to come in? If the answer to all of those questions is no, join a hub.
Wow. Thank you. All right. Okay, you want to say something? Okay. In 1 minute.
No, I think just add to a comment for you. There are very, very many sector-specific funders. So depending on your sector, you may need to do your own homework to understand who are the typical funders, that invest in your own area. Some funders are commercially look at the commercials, some look at the impact. So it might be helpful as they look by either equity or debt. There's room for both of them. But the important thing is that for many sectors, there are sector-specific funders that you may actually look at that might help you as well. Just not to add that as well.
Okay, I'm afraid we might not be able to take more than that again this evening. Thank you so much for participating. Thank you so much, Josh, Trope CEO, Sahel partner, Olumide Soyombo, Shalape, and Mr. Gobadia. Thank you so much. For those of us that want to know more about Startup Build, check startupbuild.ng, the website. You can follow them on Instagram, Startup Build NG on Instagram. I'm sure if you Google the rest, you will find it. Thank you so much for listening.
A warm round of applause for our moderator and esteemed panelists. I know they'll be taking pictures right now. And thank you so much for staying with us. Yes, it has been a long day, but we're gradually coming to the end. Please, let's still keep that energy going. And it will interest you that we have about 500 people who have tuned in across different social media and streaming platforms. So thank you to our virtual attendees as well. And this is just day one, which is the physical aspect. We're back again online virtually for day two, and that's tomorrow. So hopefully we'll get as many of you back for day two. We're going next to our third and final keynote.
Anything that happens, I don't mind.
Our third and final keynote, we will be having that. The person we're expecting from one of our sponsors, Bank of Industry, is going to be represented. So we are expecting the Managing Director, CEO of Bank of Industry, Mr. Piton, Mr. Olukayode Piton, but he is ably represented by the Chief Information Security Officer, Bank of Industry, Mr. Sheun Tubi. A warm round of applause for him. Please, let's do better. We can clap those hands. Please, let's make him feel welcome. We're in the final stretch. Please, let's make him feel welcome as he comes on stage to deliver the third and final keynote of the day. If we don't have the applause, he's not going to come. So please, let's make him feel very welcome. Thank you very much. You've done amazing.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, depending on where you are. As you can see, I am not the Managing Director of the Bank of Industry. I'm just here to represent him. Good afternoon, good evening once again. The Managing Director had prepared for this session. He was expecting to be here. He longed for it, but for some reasons, another assignment came calling, and he had to go for that assignment. But he sent his deepest, apology that he couldn't come here. I will try as much as possible to do justice to the assignment he has asked me to handle on his behalf. I'll be speaking on how Africa can prepare for the fourth industrial revolution through technology transformation and disruption. The fourth industrial revolution has brought new frontier technologies. We all know, we've all heard about robotics, artificial intelligence, smart sensors, and etc. It is estimated to be about 350 billion market as of today, and in another 3 to 4 years, it's expected to create additional value of about $3.2 trillion. Frontier technologies present opportunities for economies like Nigeria, for economies in Africa, who are emerging to leapfrog. And when I mean leapfrog, they don't have to go through all the phases that other advanced economies have gone through. And I'll give a quick example on that. 10, 15 years ago, the payment space in Nigeria is not the way it is today. I'm sure some of us, can remember it was a bit difficult to transfer, from one bank or from one account to the other. And that was when the likes of InterSwitch and Co were just, emerging and getting into the market. But fast forward to today, Nigeria's payment space is seen as one of the most advanced. A product as, that we all take for granted, the NIPS instant payment is so revolutionary that, other advanced countries are trying to catch up. So in that space, Nigeria has leapfrogged. And so what we need to do is to identify sectors like that and see how we can, focus our attention on them and leapfrog and create, that value for Nigeria. There are challenges. We must, not be shy of that, in this whole journey of fourth industrial revolution. However, what we must do is to ensure that we understand what those challenges are and make every effort to address them. Okay, so I have just displayed here, just a picture that talks about how we've evolved, as humanity from the first industrial revolution to the second one, which dominated during just after the First World War, to the third one, which dominated, during the Cold War era up until a few years ago. And then we are fully in the fourth industrial revolution, where we have things like, smart sensors, artificial intelligence, the cloud computing, and etc. And there are a few things that jump out, out of this, and that is, it's a fusion of technology. So it blends both the digital, both the physical, both the biosphere, aspects of data together. It is disruptive. It is not incremental. It is not transformative. It is not even revolutionary. It is disruptive. A good example is, the blockchain industry, the cryptocurrency industry today, which is gradually giving rise to the digital currency. So you can imagine, a few years, down the line, the way we know finance today is definitely not going to be the way it's going to be. You see, you see central banks issuing their own digital currency. So clearly, it is disruptive, when you look at, finance in particular. And the same goes for a lot of other sectors. It is very fast. It moves, very fast. Just to talk on one or two sectors and what is happening in that space. If you look at the health sector, for instance, the fourth industrial revolution technologies is such that it's making it a lot easier for us to collect data of, our health status, analyze those data, make decisions on them, and help us to prevent or or avoid, falling sick, or when there is, an identification of a possibility down the road that can be quickly addressed. So basically, it makes us to be a lot more, proactive in dealing with, possible health challenges down the road. Those technologies will also make it a lot easier for us to scale affordable healthcare services to, to the emerging, market. The developed economies are finding it a bit difficult, challenging to, to provide affordable healthcare. Talk less of countries, like Nigeria. But with the application of the fourth industrial revolution technologies, the frontier technologies, that should be a lot more easier. If you look at the smart city space, Lagos has its own challenges, and that makes it imperative that, we, apply smart technologies to how we can make living and, mobility a lot, more convenient for, people in, in those kind of environment. And the executive governor spoke earlier today about some of the things, the state is doing to try and make it, a lot easier for living and lifestyle in Lagos. When you look at education, a lot has happened in the last 1 year since COVID, came. We've had to be forced, to be, to adopt the virtual learning platform. And, what technologies like this can do is to make it such that it is not just for the business community, for the working class community, but it cuts across the entire education space. So young children in primary school, in secondary school, they begin to, the concept of virtual learning becomes the norm in our education system. When you look at agriculture and food production, the application of drones, the application of remote sensors, can help us to better, produce and better, better produce, and also help us to, to feed and to feed the growing population. When you look at energy, power generation, application of smart grids, Internet of Technology, and blockchain will help us to ensure that we generate electricity on demand. So the situation we have today, for instance, where there is a clear disparity between what we generate and what is transmitted, and also between what is transmitted and what is distributed, clearly means that there's a whole lot of wastages that is happening across the power generation value chain. Now, when you apply smart grids and blockchain, for instance, you can generate electricity closer to where it is going to be consumed. And in that case, you eliminate as much as possible wastages and inefficiency along the system. And then finally, you have smart manufacturing, which is also called additive manufacturing. That on its own will make it a lot easier for us to manufacture closer to where those goods are required. And that obviously will eliminate the constraints around the burden around logistics and the need for you to transport your goods from one location across, in order to be able to get them across to the end user. Now, clearly there is a clear case. There is a case for adoption of fourth industrial revolution technologies in Nigeria. Why? Because it is critical for our future. It is very important for our future. It also gives us an opportunity to transform from being a commodity-dependent continent to a tech-driven continent. And of course, we know that Africa's population is growing at an astronomical rate. So it's expected that this population of the continent will double, by 2050. So you can imagine the challenges that will place, the burden of governance, the burden on businesses to ensure that we provide food, to ensure that we provide jobs for this population growth that we're going to see. So another clear case for the adoption of fourth industrial revolution is the need to, it gives us an opportunity to seed entirely new industries. Because those technologies are myriad, there are quite a number of them. So the challenge is on the entrepreneurs, the innovators, to identify how they can combine those technologies together and create new industries. Maybe about 10 years ago, the blockchain was just in research. It was just a paper research. But today it has become a mainstream technology that is being applied across several sectors. So the challenge is on us to see how we can pick up those frontier technologies, those fourth industrial revolution technologies, and use them to create and seed new industries and new sectors. What are some of the trends that we see, across, Africa? I think my time is up, so I need to move very fast. Let's just look at one or two challenges. Of course, the key challenge here is the human capital challenge, which clearly shows that even though we have the population, but that population is unproductive, that population is not really adding anything to the economic landscape because it's just population, it's not human capital. There is a difference between population and human capital. So there is a lot of effort that needs to be placed or needs to be made into translating that huge population to human capital. Access to finance, that cannot be overemphasized, is very key, whether it's debt, whether it's equity. For debt, we have quite a number of banks, and Bank of Industry is also one of them. There's a lot being, but in the equity space, the infrastructure is still lacking in Nigeria and in Africa. So there's a whole lot for us to do to identify and to build that infrastructure that will help us to provide the right financial mix, particularly equity finance, to the startups that are coming up. Entrepreneurial innovation support system is also another area. It's lacking. And I will just talk for a few seconds on some of the things that the Bank of Industry is doing in this space. We've recognized that universities, they produce a lot of research. However, there's a huge gap. There's a difference between you coming up with, R&D or identifying, or coming up with an innovation and commercializing it. So a year ago, the Bank of Industry began a program with University of Lagos to try and see how we can, help shift that orientation from just being focused on R&D to being focused on how you can take those ideas that you have developed, you have researched, and converting them into businesses that can thrive. So we're working on that program. We're also doing a similar thing with the Obafemi Awolowo University in Ile-Ife. And the plan is to see how we can do this in as many higher institutions as possible. Of course, the Bank of Industry is also playing a big role in creating technology hubs across the country. Finally, what do we do, or how do we move forward in the fourth industrial revolution? There are three stakeholders here that we've identified that need to play a major role: the regulators, and a lot has been said about regulation, earlier on. There's a need to, in our view, what we think is important is that there is a vision, there's a coordinated, there's a common position that we all agree, whether you're a regulator, whether you are from the government, whether you are from the private sector, that we want to build this economy, we want to grow this economy. We may be looking at things from different perspectives, but we all have the same objective. And that means that what we then need to do is to develop or to put in place a collaborative and an adaptive approach. Collaborative means nobody knows it all. The private sector will bring its own perspective. The government, the regulator will bring their own different perspective. And through continuous engagement, we will all align and get to a point where we will achieve our objective. Finally, in just 1 or 2 seconds, I will talk on 1 or 2 things that the Bank of Industry, is doing. And I think it's very important to emphasize on this. The first one is the fact that, of course, that's what is in our DNA, is to provide funding to SMEs. We have established a tech fund, a $75 million tech fund, focused on helping startups, to provide equity fund for startups, and that is going to be go mainstream by January next year. We've also invested $10 million in our Lithia IDF fund, focused on helping women-led or women-owned businesses in Nigeria. We have also been working we've also set up a number of technology hubs across Nigeria. We've done 3 in Lagos, somewhere on Lekki Expressway, another 2 in Unilag, in Kano, in Kaduna, in Kebbi, in Bayelsa. And the whole idea is, how, create those platforms so that ecosystem can expand. Now, one of the things we are also going to be doing the following year is to see how we can work with existing hubs, because some of them are doing well, but there's an opportunity to scale. So the Bank of Industry will be looking at how we can work with them to scale and to ensure that as much as possible, idea owners, entrepreneurs are able to, join a community, have access to funding and scale up their businesses. Finally, we have also, been supporting on the infrastructure side. We supported MA1 extensively and will continue to do that. And it's also important to also emphasize that, our support in the area of technology hub is not just in putting the infrastructure in place, but it's also supporting the programs that run on them, because that is very critical. So we're talking about capacity building, we're talking about incubation, acceleration, market linkages, and etc. And of course, the area of funding. Thank you very much, and have a good evening.
Thank you so much. We also want to use this medium to say thank you to all our viewers online. Thank you. And we see some of your messages as well. We can rightly say that day 1 has been quite fulfilling. But before we wrap up, it is very important that all those who came with their pitch ideas are here today. And to carry out this particular aspect of you sharing or pitching, would like to call on Country Director, Eco Innovation Center. Please, let's put our hands together for Edwin Ajogun.
Thank you very much. Good evening. We've all had such a long and wonderful day, and they say you should always save the best for last. So I'm glad that we're doing this at this particular time. So I think the most important thing about any AOT program is when we get to talk about the startups that we are building here in Lagos and expose them to a wider network on a wider market and show them just how creative, resilient, and inspiring we can be when we get down to work on the societal and personal challenges that affect us all. Right. This year we'll be, getting ourselves involved with about 6 startups. We'll be hearing from them, pitching for about 5 minutes, and having 3 minutes to speak to get feedback from the judges. And afterwards, we shall announce a winner. I'll be here to lead us through all that process. I'd just like to call to the stage our judges, sorry, not to the stage, to the front, our judges, our esteemed judges. Slappy Hammond, please give her a round of applause. I know she's been here before, but no, sorry, it's front. You're already in front, so. I also like to call Mr. Joseph Agumbiade. Please come to the front. My friend and mentor, Taiwo Ajetumobi, please come to the front. No, front. Front seats. Jacqueline Belanga, please come to the front. Please come forward. Thank you. I also like to call forward Orelua Lessi. The great essay himself, please move a seat forward to the front. Mr. Tobos Alake. Alake, sorry. All right. Okay. All right, then.
I'm a big fan.
All right, so to mention that again. Then, of course, Mr. Olumide Soyongbo, please come to the front. These are our esteemed judges for Collaborate Lagos 2021. Can you give them a round of applause, please? You're fantastic people for staying with us to this time to listen to startups that are from Lagos and to be willing to give their expertise and feedback to the startups. Please give them a rounding of applause, please. Thank you very much. Today we'll be hearing from different startups. I would like to call upon them one after the other. They will speak for 5 minutes and there'll be 3 minutes available for question and answer. First to the stage is HealthStack. HealthStack, please come forward. All right, give me a round of applause please as it approaches. Come forward, come forward.
You want to begin?
Good evening, everyone. So while we wait for the slides to come up, I can introduce myself, I believe. So my name is Dr. Simpa Danya. I'm the Chief Happiness Officer at HealthStack. And today we'll be talking about our epidemiology solution. First, why this solution? There are basically about 4 questions. Next slide, please. That we're trying to answer. The first is how do you enhance the current tools that are being used in terms of disease surveillance within the country, and particularly within Lagos State? Second question is how do you get the public to also participate a lot more than they're doing currently and knowing the kind of channels they should use? And thirdly, how do you then put a bit of AI predictive analytics in helping make the right decisions about how you manage epidemics and pandemics. Next slide. And essentially, our solution that we're presenting today is the state epidemiology platform. And it consists of 3 parts. The first part is the epidemiology module itself. The second part dwells around what the facilities can use. So you have the clinic, the client, and the documentation module. And then the third part is our WhatsApp integration. Next slide. So essentially, within the epidemiology module, you have what is called the case definition section. So case definition, what that does for us, for the first time, you are able to have a machine-readable description about every disease of what you call every disease of interest. So you're able to determine what the symptomology is, what the clinical findings are in a structured manner using standard medical terminologies. So SNOMED, ICD-10-11, LOINC, as the case may be, and also be able to digitize the management protocol for those diseases. Next, you have the notification, right? And that's basically in epidemiology, you have signals, right? Different things that are popping up, and you're able to show that well. I think the meat of the matter for the epidemiology module is the dashboard. So with the dashboard here, not only are we able to pick up the signals, right? We're also evaluating them on what is called the Facebook data set for good. So for instance, so Facebook has data that shows what the movement is like across the state. So you would know from that data that, oh, there's a lot of traffic that's happening between, say, Ikorodu and Yaba. So if there's an outbreak in Yaba, you know that something's going to be happening in Ikorodu, and you can begin to take measure. They have a secondary data set there that is about the distribution of healthcare facilities. So you're able to predict what the resources you have to be able to manage that also is. And the third one I'll just point about is the population density. So if you overlay your signals on that population density stuff, you're able to then determine the impact it will have, and that helps the government to be able to do what they need to do. And then we're also digitizing the different epidemiology tools, IDSR forms that are used as well. Next slide. And so that's what that dashboard looks like. And so from a snapshot, either at the state level, at the local government level, or even at the facility level, you're able to make specific decisions, and you have awareness on like what is currently happening within the state. And then the other, on the other side is the notification system, the signals there. Next slide. So you then have the facility system, and this has to do with, you're able to check in a patient, set an appointment for the patient, trigger the necessary things that needs to happen. Again, why this is important is because for you to pick up the index case for any disease of interest, you have to rely on the fact that the frontline healthcare practitioner has a very high index of suspicion. So Ebola was, to her great honor, Dr. Adedevo. If she was not having a high index of suspicion for that case, it would have gone into the public, and then it would have been a different story. Even for COVID, the first case that was identified in Ogun State was, again, having a healthcare practitioner that had a high index of suspicion that, oh, this person most likely have that. But how many healthcare practitioners can we count on to have optimum performance all the time? So what you want to do is provide a system that kind of just isolates that, right? And you have a predictable system. So no matter what state they are in, there's a machine backup that is kind of helping them provide, get the best decision at whatever level they have. So we're passing that the documentation, we're picking up things from that, giving feedback to them that this patient most likely has this, and this is what you should follow based on the NCDC guidelines. Secondly, what that also does for us is that once you check in a patient or set an appointment, we're able to trigger an alert on the patient's WhatsApp, and we're beginning to ask questions. Oh, do you have fever? Are you coughing? Is there diarrhea? Whatever is that. And we're aggregating that data using AI at the back end and looking for what match is with our case definition, and again, be able to follow the protocol going forward. Next slide. Again, those just show how you set the appointment, the documentation, the alert that you have there. Next slide. So this, I think, is the deal breaker, right? Is the WhatsApp integration. So for the very first time, you have the ability to survey the whole of locations. So imagine that you wake up one morning and you get this WhatsApp message that says, hi, my name is Governor. Let me just finish. So I'll say, okay, hi, good morning. My name is Honorable Commissioner Akinabayomi. I just want to find out how you're doing today. Do you have fever? Are you coughing? Is there anything, and you all do that. And for the first time, you can have real-time surveillance feedback that's happening across Lagos State, put on that heat map, put on the various dashboard that then provides some predictability with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Wait, stay. Please, judges have any questions for him?
Team. All right, please, can you just show the slide on the team so I can go quickly through that? So in my slide, I have Dr. Adebi, who's the president-elect for the International Epidemiology Association. That's myself, who is the, like the chief technology officer and back-end engineer and product manager. I've got Chow, who is working with us from the University of Chicago, working on the ML side. I also got Dr. Olin Kadania, who's the public health physician as well. And then we have John, who's our CTO, who's also worked within integration with SOMAS, DHIS, applications as well. And then I have a 19-year history doing digital health.
All right.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think the only part, I missed the part on your revenue model. How do you make money?
How do we make money for this? So our primary target, so our platform is free to use because we must have, because it really is a state security thing, right? So you want it in the hands of as many people as possible, as many facilities as possible. So it's free to use. And what we're doing is hopefully have a transactional model so that you have what you call a value-added service that then your clients pay when they come into this facility. So for instance, we bill for 125 Naira per health encounter. We give 25 Naira back to the state government, hopefully increasing the IGR to some certain layer. We take the 100 Naira left on that to kind of maintain the platform and ensure that everything works well. My customer, so the state government, national government, and potentially African CDC. And the idea for us is, so we just came off from the Facebook Design for Hackathon Challenge, Design for Epidemiology Designathon Challenge, which we won. And we're investing that initial bill that we're having, doing a pilot. We're hoping with the kind of permission of the SA that would start a pilot in Lagos as well as in Oyo State. So those are prime targets. Epidemiology is a state security issue, right? And really, I think that's where the money is. Obviously, if you lay on that, you then have development partners that can play, because really there's almost no solution like that currently that ties what is happening at the ground level all the way to the national level. Also, one part that we did not mention here is that we have the community informant part, right? Basically working through that WhatsApp and filling that journey. So we have everybody almost covered through that system to ensure that we have a reliable system that works.
Sorry, I just wanted to, I don't think you covered it, but what's your sort of product roadmap? What does that look like? Because you covered quite a bit, right? And then in terms of the pilot, what would be the immediate sort of like, okay, this is a solution that we want to start with, and then after that, so what does that product roadmap look like?
Okay, so we're doing. If I could have my slide back, it would be really, really nice so that I can show this. But basically, what we're doing is that we're engaging with the state, running that pilot. So within public health, there's something that's called data quality assurance. So how complete is the data? How timely is it? How efficient is the system? And so we test that out for the next 3 months, and then we can have a dissemination meeting in which we're calling all the stakeholders to evaluate what we've done, and then we're pushing that up to become something that's adopted across board. So we spread out adoption across the country, and then we begin to scale up, hopefully within Q3 to other African countries, working with an African CDC.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll be calling on, I'd like to just say to my judges that please just put your scores down in the judging sheet, and we'll retrieve the sheet from you after this pitching session. We would like to call to the stage retailer. Just give them a round of applause.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, ma. All protocol duly exist. All existing protocol duly observed. My name is Rashid Karim. I'm the Chief Data Officer for Retailer Technology, and I'm a co-founder for Retailer. And this is Joseph Ajaguna. He's the head of operation for Retailer. And I will be talking about what problem Retailer wants to solve. So we'll quickly go into the problem that we observed over the 5 years that we've been working in the FMCG industry before we created Retailer. So the first thing I will talk about is currently there's a projection that the retail market is going to be around 27 trillion in 2025. And currently in Nigeria, the retail stores is estimated at 15 million retail stores. But for today, as of today, no organization or agency or government has the data of these 15 million retail stores or what the transaction looks about around these retail stores. Also, there is a research in the Harvard Business School that shows that 95% of the product fails. And also it talks about the fact that 30,000 products are being introduced every year. And in Nigeria, more than 100 products has failed in Nigeria. And the reason is because most of the distributors in the recent time don't like to take what we call MPDs, which are the new product distribution. So when manufacturers produce new product, the first thing they do is that they distribute this product to the distributors who are very close to them, who are their big distributors, the key distributors, to sell down to the wholesalers before it gets to the last mile retail channel. But because distributors feel the wholesalers will not buy from them, and the wholesaler will not buy from them, so they don't take it from the manufacturers. And if they don't take it from the manufacturers, there's no amount of money or dollars the marketing company or the marketing or department of the company spends on these products, it won't get to the last mile of distribution. So this is some of the problem we've discovered. And also because of the fragmented retail fragmented supply chain, the retailers spend almost a day in the market looking for products and different brands they want to buy because they sell different brands. And looking at our solution. So what we've done is we've built an ecosystem of products that helps manufacturers to connect to the last mile retail distribution so that the products can get from the manufacturing end to the last mile or retail distribution where the last consumer can pick it. And we have a very simple process of a retailer ordering from his shop at a convenient time, and then it gets to our system, our admin system. Then we have a customer service people who picks it up and assign it to the driver and delivers to the retailers. The next one. So part of the thing on the previous slide is that we have a system that also aggregates data, like a 15 data points, including the GPS and other information about this retailer. So what's our milestone? So we've been able to onboard 15,000 retailers in the last couple of years in 3 local government, Kosovo, Ikeja, and Limashaw. And we have approximately 5,000 orders that we processed on our platform, and we've done like $2.6 million. And also we have 40 vans that delivers all these products, and we have 3 warehouses, Sonya, Ogudu, and Limashaw. Also, the point is, why should we invest in retailer? So one of the few things that we've tried to do is that we've looked at some of the things that makes you that can invite investors to invest in retailer. So you get a 10% to 12% profit margin, gross profit margin when you sell a product or a brand, and that's what we've discovered. If we can get the product from the manufacturers down to the last mile retail, and also you get 1 to 2% in retail sampling, and also you have 7 to 8%. You have 1 to 2% in profit margin to credit finance, because part of the things we want to do is that we want to give credit to these retailers, and then from giving credit to them, we have 1 to 2% as a profit margin that we can get from them, and 7 to 8% in retail sampling. And what's retail sampling? Helping these manufacturers to sample products into these retail stores by taking to all those retail stores, and then we can bill them for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, can I just collect all the questions at once so they can answer it? Questions?
Hello,
Right.
can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
I know the space quite a bit, and it seems there are a couple of venture-backed players playing here. What do you think, or what do you feel is the size of that market? I said, what do you think is the size of the market you are tackling? Because I know that there are a couple of other venture-backed players that are also playing in this same space. So what do you see as the size of the market? And what part of the market, and what do you think, or what percentage of the market do you think you are currently serving?
So okay.
Sort of a related question. What is the path for growth forward? I saw some of the locations are Lagos-based locations. So can you speak to, when you look out 18, 24 months, where is that growth going to come from?
Hello, can you hear me?
I didn't get the last question.
Where is the growth going to come from, right? Where do you see the company growing? In what direction?
Okay. So, can you hear me?
Okay.
So I heard your revenue figures. Could you just break that down year on year? I'm sure what you said was year to date, right?
Yes, exactly.
So could you just do, I saw 2.5, just break it down and let me understand that growth track.
Okay, so going to the first question. So we're currently playing at the e-commerce space. And secondly, we have competition as well in the space, which are the people that serve last mile retail distribution as well. And currently the size of the market is around 1.4 billion in Africa, $1.4 billion in Africa. So that's, I think that's, if that answers the question. Okay, and then for the part of growth or the direction of retailer. So what we're trying to do is to expand the number of merchants we get on our platform. And we believe when we expand the number of merchants we get on our platform, we get them to buy product on the platform. And when they buy product on the platform, we can expand our GMV, which is the gross merchandise value, and which give us a better net merchandise value at the end of the day. So one of the key things for us is to increase the number of merchants, because we believe the more number of merchants we have on the platform, the more the number of people that can buy or get raise order on the platform, and that give us a better visibility. And
sorry? Revenue.
So
year one, year two, I think you said 2.5 years.
Yes.
Yeah.
So for year one, I'm sure we did I think close to $1 million in year one. Then year two, we did like $1 million. I think we did, because of the COVID, we did close to $1 million as well, but like 2.5 years now. And then we're doing close to 1 point something million dollars currently. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Round of applause for them. Wonderful. I'd like to call to the stage. Okay. Okay. Thank you. I'd like to call to the stage Echo Carbon, please.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Everyone. colleague quite a while, but here talk about amazing work.
Wow.
We're here to talk about the amazing work we do at Eco Carbon. And I will just share with you guys a brief of a stats we had gotten from World Economic Forum. So according to World Economic Forum, in our lifetime, we might experience the largest impact of climate change by 2050, which is going to affect or wipe out about 18% of the GDP of the world economy by 2050. Now, for us at Eco Carbon, we are a climate change organization that is focused on green projects and focused on massive investments leading towards activities that are reducing emission while we're improving our livelihood and sustaining nature. Now, if you ask me, what is the global market for the carbon market space? So we have seen that we have access to 272 billion as the global size of the carbon market. And we've also seen the African market, which is currently sitting at 5.44 billion US dollars for the taking. As an organization, we're daring enough to say that we are interested in taking 60% of the African cap for us at Eco Carbon, which will be a projection between the next 5 and 10 years for us at Eco Carbon. What are the key problems that keep us up every day at Eco Carbon? So the number one thing for us is the fact that the cost of project listing across the entire African space is outrageous and has ensured that organizations do not find it interesting enough to list their projects on platforms. The next thing for us, again, we discovered as a major problem was the lack of accessibility of platforms for organizations to audit their carbon footprint across the entire African space. Sadly enough, the entire African space has only one active platform. We've also discovered that there are literally no tools across the entire African space to audit carbon footprints. Now, one thing we've also discovered is that about 485 companies had lodged their projects on the green space, but only 0% of that was achieved. What are we building? We've built a platform that is very inclusive for the entire African space to enable individuals and organizations to enlist their green projects on our platform and be able to report their footprints across the entire African space. We've also created a space that is affordable for organizations and individuals to offset their green projects in the global market. And then again, the last thing we're trying to do is that we're driving institutions and organizations towards achieving net zero by 2030. How does our platform work? 3 ways simply. First, you are able to upload a project on the platform on the green project space. Second, you're able to audit and track your emission footprint across on our platform. The last part of it is that you're able to offset unavoidable emission using our platform. For us, again, what does this mean to us in terms of our returns? So the fact that we are looking at 60% of the African market space puts us at a place where we can access up to 3.3 billion US dollars of that market size for us in Africa. What does this mean for investors? Investors are able to have 20% on equity of every offset that is done on our platform. In the next 5 years, we're looking at becoming the largest voluntary carbon offset platform across the entire African space. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Yes, hope you can hear me. So I want to understand a bit about your team, who you are, what your experience is in this area.
Taiwo.
Oh, I can't hear you. Please, can you come again, please? Okay. No, no.
Apologies for all the wahala, guys. So what are the top 2, 3 use cases for carbon credits that you see on the continent? What is going to make it exciting for your customers to come on here, and how would you give them value? How do they essentially make money by being on here? How do your customers make money from being on your platform?
Okay, I will start from
No,
the
sorry,
second question.
wait.
That's
Sorry. So the idea is to take all the questions so that it'll be faster. You can respond to all of us. So thank you. I also wanted to hear a little bit more about your traction so far. So how many businesses have you signed up? How much money have you made for them? And how much money have you made for yourself since you started? Thank you.
I'm going to start with the second question that says the use case scenario for carbon credits. So I don't want to start with us, so I will use the only platform we have in Africa, which is Credible Carbon for now. If you check South Africa project, we have Credible Carbon in South Africa. And what they usually do to projects is you have to list your project as a project owner. For the offsetter benefit is that when you are offsetting your emission, there's a return or in form of CER certificate that you are going to get along the line. And you can showcase it to the world because it's necessary for you to report your emission on global reporting index. So that's the first value you can get from that. So for the second side of it, for individuals that are offsetting, and I just want to create a scenario around people that usually use flight in Nigeria. Your offset is being done in international market, but we are all unaware of that. For some of us that are aware that our offset is being done in international market on our behalf. So what they do is that when you offset your emission, there's a badge that we call carbon neutral badge that will be given to you as an individual. So that's another benefit you can get from that. So our team composition for the first question, we have Dr. Otitoju as our carbon auditor expert, and we have Dr. Tiwalade as our consultant in relation to the carbon audit platform that we've created.
Your revenues, you didn't answer that.
Yeah. So for the revenue model, for now, we have about 80,000 CER on our platform. So experimenting, the first carbon offset we received was last month from UK. So it was around 2 tons of carbon offset done on our platform for now. So we are going out in the in the first quarter of 2022. We are expecting that when we push out our product out there, we'll be able to get more offset. And for the project owner, what I didn't mention is that your carbon credit is an asset. You can use carbon credit to get loan in the international market as well. We have our partners that can give you loan. When we certify your project, then you can use your carbon credit to get a loan at the international market.
So is there a dollar amount that you can put to this offsetting?
Okay. For 3R initiative, which I call plastic recycling, we have open loop and closed loop. For open loop, if I remember vividly, Gold Standard platform is $45 per ton. On Gold Standard platform, for any offset done is $45 per ton. And for mini grid is around $20 to $25 per ton. For landfill waste is around $18 per ton. You can check Gold Standard to confirm that as well. And on Credible Carbon is around $12 to $15 per ton.
So how many have you done in total?
So in total, is it for project listing or offset, sir?
Everything.
So in total, for project listing, we have 80,080 tons of carbon on our platform that people can offset on now. And for offset done, is 2 tons for now that we've been able to achieve in the last few months.
Guys, the mic.
Yeah, I wanted to know what your customer acquisition strategy is. Your customer
acquisition strategy.
Okay, acquisition strategy. Okay, we have what we call global carbon markets. So like last month, we are talking about this 80,000 tons of carbon that we have on our platform. So V4 Advisor, we have brokers who can become a brokers for us as well. We are going to get an incentive. Student can become a broker whereby you market our CR that we have on the platform for an investor to be able to offset their unavoidable emission. But for V4 Advisor, they are one of our brokers. So we have a network of global carbon market which we can push the number of CR we have on our own platform too, and they will be able to market and get certain percentage. Within our own sphere, how we drive our market is to reach out to sustainability managers in every institution, like banking institution, we have sustainability manager. So they can offset on our projects. Along the line, they will be able to get net zero certificate that we are going to issue to them. And they can use that also while reporting on ESG or on GRI.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call to the stage Sabitic. One of applause for him, please.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, judges. Thank you for having me. All right. My name is Wale Ogunjobi. I'm the CEO, co-founder at Sabitic. All right. The problem, we have a whole lot of problem in education, but for Sabitic, we'll be talking about a few problems that we're solving at the moment. The first is decline in learning outcomes in Nigeria, especially. In the last 10 years, we've discovered that education outcomes has reduced from 40% to 20%, talking about success rate. Also, there is a need for quality teachers to actually improve these learning outcomes in Africa. Also, because of the pending COVID-19, there is a less time in classrooms, and then there is a need for students to have more time to learn so that they can excel in promotional exams. Also, teachers are quitting because they are not being appreciated. They are not earning the way they should. And as a result, they are leaving the classroom, and then teachers, quality teachers are so scarce presently. So what are we doing to solve this problem? Sabitic is a marketplace for real-time online learning. What we have done with Sabitic is to connect users, to connect learners to teachers on the platform. Learners can find by themselves quality teachers on Sabitic And then they can check through their profile and then their previous classes they have taken to know if this is a good fit. And also maybe probably take a 30-minute trial class on the Sabitich platform with the teacher to know if this teacher is a good fit for me. And then go ahead to buy lessons with the teacher on the Sabitich platform, schedule classes at available time for the student and then the teacher, and then take classes on Sabitich in a simplified way. What we have done is we have developed an online classroom on Sabitich built for learning, and it's just like a replica of the classroom experience online. Our business model basically is just commission based. 25% of all transactions on the Sabitich platform. We're, like I said earlier, we're addressing two major SDG goals, SDG 4 and SDG 8, quality education and also unemployment. Our platform is built to scale across Africa. As I speak to you, we have clients across Canada, UK, and Nigeria, and some African countries. By the way, parents in the diaspora prefer African teachers because they know that we give quality at a cheap rate. So parents in Canada prefer to pay a little less, hiring teachers on Sabitich, and then teachers get funded. I'm going to talk about a little bit on our traction. We have done about $70,000 on the platform. We have taken over 50,000 classes on Sabitich. We presently have growing number of about 10,000 users on Sabitich, and we hope to do 600,000 in the next 12 months if we get the adequate partnership and then investment that we need to make this happen. Thank you very much.
Questions, please. So, other than, I think you mentioned scaling in Africa, but you just have Nigeria and Canada and stuff. So what's your plan, right, to sort of serve people who don't have this phone, who are not earning in dollars?
Yes, thank you. I also wanted to find out, so if you're planning to scale this globally, how do you ensure that the teachers that you have on your platform, for example, meet certain criteria, can teach the curriculum that is specific to those countries and for that level? So what are you doing in terms of curating the teachers that you have, as it were? And also, how do you address things like circumvention? Because it's online, they connect and then they can go and circumvent you. So how do you address circumvention? How do you address predatory behavior, if that can happen as well? Because that also comes to circumvention. So how do you address those? Thank you.
Yeah, okay, and so 25%, can you hear me? So 25% is, I guess, for each teacher, that's rather high. So why would teachers come to your platform when they can just go online and just publicize and find the students themselves?
All right, please permit me to start with the last question. So teachers rather would face the teaching aspect than doing a whole lot of job like marketing, like pursuing clients to make payments. On Sabitich, we run like an escrow service where learners pay upfront, and then as they take classes, the teachers get funded for the classes that has been completed. So for us, we get feedback from teachers and they love what we do. We do all of those dirty work while they come on the platform to just take classes. We go as much as even marketing on their behalf to make sure that they get lots of students coming to the platform to hire them. And based on feedback, I think most of the teachers are comfortable with 25%. We believe that we can reduce it when we have reached the point where we have made a whole lot of profit. But right now that we are bootstrapping, I think 25% is enough for us to help, deliver quality in terms of the platform. And then the question about privacy and then protection. So what we do is that we have like our QA team sometimes that check how classes are doing. Then also on the platform, for every class taken, we have feedback from the student, and we have some students that complained about the teacher. And then for every classes that is taken, our QA team monitor to see good feedback, negative feedback, and then we follow up on the negative feedback to solve it as it comes. Another question as regards, there are a lot of questions actually for me. So let me talk about in terms of scaling. So what we have done in terms of scaling is we can just take it a step at a time. But right now, we are still focusing on Nigeria. We have some African countries also trying to come on Sabitich. But what we are doing is we are focusing on countries that we really know their curriculum, like the West African state. And then we have our team vet tutors before they come on board. So we have our onboarding processes that we go through for the teacher's profile to be approved on Sabitich. We still even go ahead, to verifying certification and all of that to make sure that we have quality teachers on Sabitich. And over time, the ratings would show if a teacher is actually good or not. And the way we have built Sabitich is in a way that when teachers get good ratings, their profile shows more to students, and teachers that get bad review, we yank them off immediately. Thank you. I hope that answers almost all the questions.
So hold on, your team, just members of your team.
Okay, so we have 4 core team members, myself as the CEO, I have Toby, the CMO, I have Sheon, our CTO, and then we have our Chief Learning Officer, Mrs. Odukoya. So those are the core team members, and then we have some team that work with us on salary, like employee, and then we partner with the teachers to deliver services on Sabitich. Okay, yes, so for now we are focusing on K-12, but recently because we partnered with some corporate organization trying to provide funds for some of our users that are interested in a product we launched called Pay Later Plan. So we are focusing, apart from K-12, we are focusing on professional courses and exams like the PMP project management, IELTS. We are providing funds for people to take the exam. We train them and then they take it. So we are beginning to diversify based on the market demand on Sabitich, but our primary focus for now is K-12, but we are just trying out some other things on Sabitich. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Round of applause for him, please. All right, we're almost there. We're getting there. It's been very fantastic so far. And I can see the judges are furiously taking notes. It's wonderful to see. We would like to call to the stage Insight. Applause for him, please.
Good evening, everyone. It's great to be here today. Good evening, all the judges. My name is Tomi Kolawole, and I'm from Vinsight. At Vinsight, we are building an inclusive world for the visually impaired and people with disabilities. I'd like to tell you the story of a friend. His name is Toby. Toby is an exceptionally brilliant student, and his aim and goal was to become a world-class poet. Unfortunately, Toby lost his eyesight. Now, when Toby got back to college, he was unable to read books independently and conveniently. Due to this, Toby invariably had to drop out of college. Unfortunately, about 26.2 million persons, according to WHO, are visually impaired in sub-Saharan Africa. And due to this, they've lost out on inclusive education and job opportunities. At Vinsight, we are working to ensure that millions of people like Toby, who are currently losing access to inclusive education, job opportunities, and good well-being, get served through our technology. Our technology is currently helping them to read books independently and conveniently. So how do we do this? We have a product known as Vices. Vices is an artificial intelligence-enabled technology which aids vision impaired persons to read books independently and conveniently. It simply works by scanning through books and reading the books aloud to the visually impaired users. Currently, we have these books. We have Vices used in about 8 schools of the visually impaired across Nigeria. And also, we have about 5,000 visually impaired persons which we have currently impacted with our product as at now. Something peculiar about our product is, aside from helping visually impaired persons to read books, it also helps them to identify objects and the environment around them. And it also has access to African language and accents, which we are currently integrating into our platform. These are some of the schools currently using Vices. One of them is Paseli School of the Visually Impaired in Lagos, right here. This is Toby. Currently, Toby is able to read books independently, and due to this, is able to continue his education and achieve his dreams via Vices. And our aim is to extend this impact to millions of other visionary persons across Africa by giving them access to our AI-enabling device. Our business model is quite simple. We have 2 major business models. The first is a B2C model whereby visually impaired users or students, as it may be, pay a subscription fee of $3 per month for our product. And the second is a B2B model whereby schools of visually impaired tertiary institutions pay us to install several units of our product in their school library. And like I said earlier, we currently have about 8 schools currently using Vices in the library. And within the last 12 to 16 months, we've been able to onboard about 1,500 active users and also generate a revenue of about $3,000. Our aim now is to expand our reach further. In the next 2 to 3 years, we plan to expand our impact to around 1,000 vision impaired persons and also expand our reach to 2 other African countries. Just about 2 days ago, we currently got a partnership with GIZ and Atos, which also see us scale our products across France and Germany and Europe at large. And our aim is to ensure that within that same timeline, we also extend our impact and expand our products to Kenya and Ghana. The team. So my name is Tomi Kolawole. I'm the CEO. I'm a biomedical engineer with about 5 years experience in building innovations in Nigeria. Olarin Oluktoye is a doctor and an operations specialist. That's about 3 to 4 years experience in running operations for startups in Nigeria. And we have Bayo Oshinaga, who is a AI and machine learning expert. He currently helps us to build, is a co-founder and currently builds our AI and technological platforms. And we have Toriola Oladeji, who is here with me. He's a sociologist and is in charge of social impact and director of programs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions, please.
Great presentation, by the way. I think this is one of those presentations that pulls on your heartstrings, and then you have to wear an investor cap to like really judge it on its financial merits. Have you made any money on this? Just talk us through that.
I also had a question. So your B2C model basically is purely subscription. An individual can't decide to buy a unit as a lifetime investment. That's what you have at the moment. How do you plan to reach the 9 million? Because I see even for your 3-year forecast, you're aiming to reach 30,000. So how do we reach the remaining 9 million people in Africa? Are they urgent?
Can you speak to any other products you have in the pipeline that seek to serve the same target market? So for instance, this is a very specific. Can you speak to any other products you have in your pipeline that seek to serve the same target market? This is a very specific. Can you hear me? Okay. Okay. Can you speak to any other products you have that will serve the same target market? This is a very specific way to help those visually impaired, but it's in the context of one action, reading or ingesting information. What about in the broader context of life, going down the street, purchasing something, going to a bar? What other products do you have in your pipeline that can help them in a broader context of life?
I think final question for me, it's on the name of the product is Vinsight, the one by. So is it designed by you and produced where? Designed here and produced in Nigeria.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions. Okay, so it's a software, although we have an hardware glasses, but we don't sell it to the market. But we have a software that we currently sell to the market. So I think I'll start from our revenue. So currently, in the last 12 months, actually, we generated about $33,000 in revenue. And most of our customers are B2B customers, although we have some B2C customers currently that are currently onboarding, but that's still on the testing, on the piloting pipeline, and they're paying. And one of the reasons why we are trying to really scale with the B2C model is because it gives us an opportunity to be able to scale at a larger scale across Africa and even to Europe. And that's one of the reasons why we're currently partnering with ATOS and GIZ, because we currently won the ICT Inclusion Challenge for Africa, and we're working with them to scale our products just outside Africa to Europe. With respect to the question, in terms of the other product that we actually have another product, which is more of a financial inclusion product known as FINVA. We are currently in the pilot phase for that, and we're also trying to get our license. So what the product basically does is it helps those who are visually impaired, people with disabilities, and other persons to be able to have access to credits on the go. So that's basically what that product currently does. Aside from that, the current product that is currently in the market is a Vices product, which is visually impaired persons to read books and identify objects and their surroundings around them.
For the financial inclusion product, who are you piloting with?
Okay, so currently we're running the pilot with a startup as well. So what the product basically does is that it helps to have access to financial records of customers. And we're also working on piloting with microfinance banks as well. So we've not taken the pilot to a larger scale. So it's just basically for the integration for other fintech companies, small startup fintech companies, basically. That's the current pilot we're doing.
Sorry, one more question. When you it's software on someone's phone, so they must have a phone.
Yes.
And then they download the software, and while they're subscribed, they're able to use your product.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and I'm curious. Hope you can hear me. So I'm curious.
The software is here, so it can just show you. You can just go around and let them see how it works. Yeah.
So I'm curious about why for the B2C, there isn't like a lifetime subscription model as well, the same way there is for the, the business to business. So if I'm an individual and I wish to purchase it, why there isn't an option to just pay once and then that's it, as opposed to a monthly subscription?
Yeah, so we're actually going to be opening up to that, but currently we discovered that most of our users prefer to pay in bits. So that's why we give them a $3 per month option. But the other alternative is to pay $70 once, and they also pay when we have updates, because we're going to be adding new models to the software, then they pay update fee.
Yes.
Yeah, it's an API. It's an API. Yeah, something like Mono, basically.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you so much. While they're showing their app to the judges, please, I would like Think Bikes to get ready. Well, you know you have a fantastic application when all the judges want to know how it works. Fantastic. Round of applause for him, please. So Think Bikes, please.
Okay. I'll be starting from here. I will be starting from here. I observed in the previous month that there was an accident in Onitsha market, and it was caused by a truck that was trying to offload goods. And once it lost its brake, it crushed people. The same occurrence happened in Ibadan. So the question is, what is a 14-wheeler doing in a marketplace that is known to tiny routes? Okay. And Lagos, which we are in right now, is known for traffic. Yet, we have inadequacy in mobility. Why? It's because we lack last mile services. So, looking at this, you'll be like, what can we do to help? So, my name is Israel Ajayoba. Good evening. Time is already gone. And I'm the COO of Think Bikes Limited and also a co-founder. So, Think Bike is producing e-mobility in the micro sector of mobility with two-wheelers and three-wheelers. E-mobility simply means electric mobility. So we make electric bikes and we give it out to lease at a cheap rate of 10,000 naira per month per 100 kilometers. So this is recognized to be a cheap way of helping SMEs that will use it to convey their products from one place to another, since we know that mobility is the driver of economy. Also, to the advantage of moving about, we have 20 watts power supply for lightening up small businesses they can use, and this does not affect the battery life of the driving system because it is isolated. So, Lagos is our beachhead. Being the beachhead means that we have access to $3.25 millions of SMEs that are registered. And having access to this means that if we take 20% of this market, we will be making a huge profit of it. The chart is close to the last one. Please, I'm sorry, I'm not accustomed to this. And if you see the chart, you will see that we also provide an ability that is beyond what other opportunities would have done for our customers by giving them at the cheapest rate they would get this offer. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Do you have any questions?
Yes, I also have some questions. So the first, how do you address theft? So what happens if someone takes your bicycle to another country or another state where you're not present? And even for those who have your bicycle, what happens after? Do you have specific parking bays, like lifters? Like where do they pick the bicycles up from? Where do they return them to when they're done? Secondly, would also be, I think you were trying to show your traction slide before you had to close. So it'd be good to understand how much money you've made, and how much uptake there is for this business. Thank you.
Okay, I'll start from the second to the last question. Our cargo bikes have a tracking system that maintains the movement of the bicycles. So wherever they go, we know. So they are not liable to theft. Although one of our great challenge is the fact that someone can make it, pieces it, and so it's one of our great challenge. And if I just need someone to help me with the last question. Please, the last question.
Oh, traction. So how much money have you made? Who have you sold to?
Okay. We are already in action and we have our location in Ibadan, but our launching is the first quarter of 2022. And the first question was about, please, I'm sorry, I'm kind of weak. Yes, we do. And that creates job opportunity for people, and it reduces the cost of acquirement by 40%.
Okay, when you say you do, what exactly do you mean?
We make the systems. I, as the CTO hardware, I am an embedded systems engineer, and we do it locally, like locally. Please, the second and the third question. No, sir.
Lagos is your beachhead market. What's your customer acquisition?
We started in Ibadan, and we have Lagos in view because that's where we can get first to start. Because even we have our app currently, and if we don't start something, we won't be able to have a prototype. So we need to start the work. That's why we have to start at first at Ibadan. So that's the reason why we are there in Ibadan. And also our customers are manufacturers. They are in so many sectors, retailers, agriculture, and they are always ready to have us. That's just it, sir.
So how many bikes are being used right now in Ibadan?
We have one prototype ready-made, complete, and we are still iterating on it for better innovations, because also we added one more part which we are patenting, and we even want to do more during our research and development to do a better innovation. And that is regenerative system, which is available in electric vehicles, but is not available in micro mobilities.
Thank you so much. We've come to the end of the pitches. From now on, we'll just have a few minutes to work with the judges to get your scores, and we'll get back to you with the results. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. So to all those who are watching and joining us online, thank you for staying with us. We're going to give the judges
a few minutes to deliberate, to hopefully reach a unanimous decision. We will be presenting checks to third place, second place, and first place. So I think just like the governor, talk now do. You talk, you pitch, and you get something. So I think that's really important. And the good thing about technology is, even if you didn't get to watch all these pitch sessions, you can go back during your time, your free time, to rewatch them and to also learn from them, because then you know who came first, who came second and third, and you can get some tips. So just in case you're planning to go into tech, Joe, these are the videos to watch in your free time. Yes.
Okay, and they were given between 3 to 5 minutes. We could say a total of about 6 to 7 minutes if we add the questions, the Q&A. But right now, we are going to allow the judges to do their own thing. They have a tough decision to make. They have to make it unanimously, as we've rightly said. We had so many pitches here. They have to look at a certain thing or certain things, factors that will determine who will go home with these monies. Don't forget, only three. Only three. If you take a look at them, you can see they're praying already. We can see some shaking their legs, putting their hands together. Some are already making those phone calls to the house and family. I beg, pray for us. So,
and you know what I loved about it? It was very transparent. Everybody got to see everyone. You got to hear the questions. Nothing was done behind closed doors. And then you read in the papers tomorrow, okay, there was Collaborate Lagos and a pitch competition. But what really happened? You actually got to see it live and direct. And looking at the quality of the judges, even it came out in the questioning, the kind of questions like, okay, how much have you made? You want to collect money. What's your own contribution? What's the sweat capital? What are you putting down? And I think it has echoed a lot of the conversations we've had today around funding and that connected Lagos. And it doesn't end today. We have day 2, which is virtual. Again, it's technology connecting all of us. So we hope that you will join us tomorrow, 10 a.m., and we'll be finishing on time tomorrow. I promise you that. So you can still get to your Owambe, you can get to your parties, your functions, but you will learn a lot. I mean, very interesting plenary discussions coming up tomorrow.
So that's right. So the results are being collated, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and of course, to all who have joined us and are still with us online. We still have, they have done the pitch. It's now time for them to hear if they actually scaled through to receive these monies that we're talking about: third place, second place, and first place. It would have been nice to also hear from any one of them on how they're feeling right about now, but we can see them from here. If time permits me, while Isabella is here on stage, I will just take a walk down. You can go ahead so we can hear from them directly.
Yeah, I'm sure they have their predictions, seeing other people pitch. Oh, I could have done that. Maybe I should have prepared better. They got an idea of the questions. So, I mean, if you don't win this year, you can always come back next year. And the great thing is that there's been a lot of money being shared, and I mean shared legally. Every time we hear money is being shared, we think, you know, maybe politics. But this time, there's money being shared in the tech world. I'm talking about the last week awards. We had research grants going out to researchers. we had grants going out to innovators, and we had grants going out to students. So I see Joe is waving his hands.
Yes, I'm here. So I'm
let's
here with
see.
one of them. First of all, we're going to for all those who have joined us online, we have one of them here with me as well. You're not breathing like you were breathing before. Your heartbeat is faster.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you don't want to miss any fund as a startup, especially startups that are bootstrapping. You know, knowing that the month is just fresh and maybe probably some salaries have been paid just few days back. You know, you want something that can help you and keep you going.
All right. So do you by chance think, even if you do not make it, do you think you've been fulfilled? Did you achieve something today?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so many network opportunities. You know, I believe if we don't get the fund, which I believe we will, you know, we can.
I love that faith. I believe we will. And I think the judges have reached the final decision. So I'm sure the rest of your team is joining their faith with yours. And let's hear.
Absolutely.
All right. So while we wait for the judges to present the final, this is where we would say they cannot kill my vibe. That's what he has told us now. We'll take just one more. Let's take one more. Let's have one more person.
Let's
quickly.
keep it very short.
Very
I
short,
know
very short. Let's go. Come,
maybe in the
come,
next
quickly,
1
quickly.
minute so we
Quickly,
can have the
quickly.
announcement.
All right. So are you ready for the announcement?
Yeah, I'm anxious about the outcomes. I mean, everybody had wonderful presentations. It's a win-win for everybody when we compete to change the world, so it's fine by me.
Wow. Did you hear that? It's a win-win for everyone when we compete to change the world. That's the mindset that you're actually pushing. So all the best. Isabella, back to you as we count down, getting ready.
Indeed, it's a win-win situation. And I love how we've all come here together to collaborate, to come together, share ideas, to speak our minds, to engage, to lay our requests, and to really use technology for change, positive change. So I believe we have the results. I would like to call upon some individuals who will be, let me just make sure that, okay,
All
I'm
right, so
getting
we're
the
still
signal.
counting down.
Okay, we still need about a minute or two and we'll get the results. Now is a good time for those of you who are still here to still share your pictures, your videos. Feel free to use the hashtag when doing that. Art of Technology Lagos, AOT Lagos, and Art of Technology. Remember, this is the 3rd edition, 3rd year running. And we're so glad that you've stayed this long with us.
So as we count down to the announcements, let's also remind you that tomorrow it continues. That will be day 2. But we also need to let you know that day 2 will be done 100% virtual. So that's where you could actually get every detail. But let's quickly run through what to expect for tomorrow. There'll also be product talk tomorrow. I'm sure you see them on the streets of Lagos. They're called trips. You have to actually go download the app, just find out how that idea came about. I'm sure it was also made for those who don't want to enter the downfall and the stress of telling conductor, where's my change? And you keep going back and forth. I mean, so they came up with this wonderful idea, find out how this was made possible as well.
I think what I love about tomorrow's sessions is the breakout sessions, because there's something for everyone. So here, everyone has been gathered and we're all following the same program. But with the virtual option, you can go into one room, come out of that room, go into another room, or you just go into one room and you're there throughout the entire session. So there's definitely something for everyone during the breakout sessions. And I am also looking forward to the product talk. I enjoyed today's one from our sponsors. We had Flutterwave speak to us. We also had Meta, that's formerly Facebook, speak to us. So I see we have Piggy Vest. We have Trips that we're going to hear from.
That's right. And like you made mention, there'll be breakout sessions tomorrow. You do not want to miss that. We also have keynote addresses. We would have financial services leader and chief economist, PwC Nigeria. That's Dr. Andrew S. Nevin. he will be here online, virtual for day 2. Look out for that. Also, there will be a first keynote session that will also start off with Tommy Davis, collaborator in chief, TVC Labs.
So let's check. Do we have the results in?
All right, they're collating, they're coming. Time is indeed
of the essence.
Yes, it's not. It's here. It's here. It's here. It's here.
A minute, 2 more minutes.
All
We're
right.
ready. We're good to go. So to do the honors, would like to invite the Honorable Commissioner for Science and Technology, Lagos State, Mr. Hakeem Kokwala Pham, to come to the stage. You'll be presenting one of the awards. A round of applause for him. He'll also be joined by Mr. Tubosun Alake, Special Advisor to the Governor of Lagos State on Innovation and Technology, Lagos State. Warm round of applause for him. And finally, we'll have a representative for Collaborate Lagos, Mr. Victor Gbenga Afolabi, founder of Eco Innovation Center. A round of applause for him. Please, let's applaud them. We're practicing for the winners. So if the applause is very dull, how would the winners feel? And finally, we'll also have, they can't seem to make up their minds. Maybe we have 2 representatives from the judging panel. I believe we'll call upon Miss Oreolua Lacey. A warm round of applause for her. Let's encourage them
Please
with
put your hands
a
together,
clap.
please.
Please. Thank you very much. So in 3rd position, let's do it like the Oscars. We'll unveil the envelope. In 3rd position, please put your hands together for Sabi Teach.
Sabi Teach will be going home with 250,000 naira. Please, let's put our hands together. And this man,
Sabi Teach had faith, right?
Yeah.
You spoke to him.
he said he knows that he won't go home empty-handed. So please, here you go.
Well done.
Congratulations.
It's really good work that you're doing. I mean, making more money for teachers and also helping people, not just in Nigeria, but the diaspora. They like to stretch that dollar.
Congratulations. All right, 2nd place.
For 500,000 naira, please put your hands together and make welcome Retailer.
You need to see the way he jumped up.
If they are giving you 500,000, I think you will fly up, not just jump up. In this day and age and economy. Well done to Retailer. Congratulations. Geng, 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 geng. I feel like we should have some effects.
Some drum rolls.
Yes.
All right. Congratulations. So, who will be going home with 1 million naira today?
Begin. Who will it be? Who is the winner of the Collaborate Lagos pitch competition? It's none other than Vince.
You need to see what happened.
The applause going.
Please put your hands together, please. Please keep clapping for them. Please.
Let's keep the applause going till they come to the stage. Well done. Congratulations,
Congratulations.
Vinsight.
Wow. I'm sure when they left home this morning, they were just hopeful, but now they'll be going back home with 1 million naira. Please put your hands together one more time, please.
And
ladies
a
and
big thank you to Collaborate Lagos
That's
for
it.
following through and making sure this happened and really putting their money where their mouth is. Thank you so much. Big
Congratulations.
thank you to all our judges. Thank you very much for giving of your time and really contributing to this space. It's so much that you're doing, sharing of your experience in the tech ecosystem. Thank you.
Wow. So we've finally done it. Day one, done and dusted, but not until we bring to you the vote of thanks. But we want to use this medium to say thank you so much to all our corporate sponsors. We also want to say a big thank you to all of our media partners. We're just going to run through them quickly. Want to say thank you to Flutterwave, PiggyVest, Meta, Bank of Industry, Trips, Trove, AutoCheck.
And to our corporate partners, Startup Lagos, Office of Innovation and Technology, SEC Nigeria, GDM Group, Cassava, LSETF, NGX, Retailer, Fuzu, and Eco Innovation Center. A big, big thank you. And finally, our media partners.
That's right. Want to say thank you so much to News Central, Pan-African News Channel, situated here in Lagos, Nigeria, and broadcasting to the African continent.
And we'll say thank you to Marketing Edge, techeconomy.ng, Brand Communicator, Digivation Network, Tech on Code, Media Proximity, and The Economist. Big thank you for all the work and the support you're giving Art of Technology Lagos 3.0. Now it's time for the vote of thanks. Wow, it's been a day.
Yes.
And thank you so much for staying with us. It gives us great joy and honor to invite the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Science and Technology, Lagos State, Simone Olayinka Fashola. A warm round of applause. We can do better. She's coming to give the vote of thanks.
Please, let's put our hands together one more time, please.
Standing on all existing protocols on behalf of the Lagos State government and the entire family of the Ministry of Science and Technology, I extend sincere gratitude to all the attendees for coming here today and sharing their valuable opinions. I thank all the keynote speakers, the plenary speakers, and everyone in the breakout sessions, even those from across the waters and the state lines that took the time to attend today, whether physically or virtually. Inclusion is instrumental to the transformation development of Lagos State. And with your contributions today, a new pathway has been forged for a smarter and better Lagos. Also, I would like to thank all the private sector innovation and technology stakeholders who are doing amazing things and putting Lagos State on the map. We look forward to more collaboration and strategic partnership. Lastly, I would like to commend our curating partners, Eco Innovation Center. Your critical planning and implementation has contributed immensely to the success of this event. Your team has indeed done an excellent job, and we're very thankful. As we bring this day to a close, I wish everyone a safe trip to their various destinations, and I look forward to seeing you all at AOT 4.0.
Thank you, and one more time, thank you to our distinguished guests, to all who joined us online, and of course, all who came here present. It's been a fantastic day, I must say. I've had a swell time, aside from just being present here to present day one of the Art of Technology Lagos 3.0 with the lovely Isabella. I've also enjoyed myself by meeting people and also listening and paying attention. It shows that the future is definitely bright.
It definitely is. And I've enjoyed sharing the stage with you and learning from all the speakers who have come up here. Even the pitch competitions, I've learned a thing or two. And who knows, maybe next year we might just be on the other side. I mean, technology is indeed for everyone, and technology is best when it brings people together. My name is Isabella Adediji.
My name is Joe Hansen. I want to say thank you very much for joining us online. See you tomorrow. Don't forget to follow us on all socials and make sure you stick to time, and also make sure that you take notes, and I'm sure that you will benefit from that.
Indeed, you will. And indeed, we will have a swell time tomorrow. So AOT Lagos 3.0 is officially over for day one. Feel free to still do your TGIF by networking with people here in the room. You might have questions or two. I mean, it's not every day that we get the commissioner, the special advisor, major stakeholders in the tech ecosystem right here that you can walk up to them. And I'm sure they'll be happy to share of their knowledge and their experience. And again, please engage online with us. It's goodbye from us.
Bye-bye.